Okay, we will get started. Good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. This council meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are two exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in the chamber. Please use the stairs, do not use the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security staff member to guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And clerks, maybe have the roll call, please.
Acting Mayor Bly in the chair. Mayor Sim has a leave of absence all day for personal reasons. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Zhou. You have quorum, Acting Mayor Bly.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to begin today's council meeting with a proclamation for Emancipation Day. Emancipation Day, which is celebrated on August 1st, marks the actual day in 1834 that the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 came into effect across the British Empire, including Canada. On Emancipation Day, we reflect on the tremendous suffering inflicted on Black and African people and communities through slavery and the ongoing impact on these communities today. We celebrate their strength, resilience, and contributions. Without those who fought enslavement, our society would not be what it is today. Present today to receive the proclamation are members of City's Community Advisory Committee for Anti-Black Racism and Cultural Redress. And if my fellow council members will join me, we will read the proclamation. So as typical with our practice here, we are a team as councillors, and happy to be presenting this as acting mayor in the absence of our Mayor Kinsim. So I'll pass it along to Councillor Montague to start us off.
Emancipation Day. Whereas between the 16th and 19th century, an estimated 12.5 million Africans were forcibly removed from their homes, separated from their families and communities, transported as slaves to the Americas, Europe, and Caribbean, and Black Canadians have been part of Canadian society for generations.
And whereas people of African descent and other Canadians have recognized and celebrated Emancipation Day since August 1st, 1834, when the Slavery Abolition Act 1833 came into effect. And in March 2021, the Government of Canada declared August 1st as Emancipation Day across Canada.
And whereas the City of Vancouver is committed to being the city of reconciliation and acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh nations, and the city recognizes the historical relationship between Indigenous and Black communities and is dedicated to strengthening relations between Indigenous, Black, and people of mixed heritage by listening and learning from their histories, stories, struggles, and triumphs.
Whereas Emancipation Day serves as a solemn reminder of the painful and shameful history of slavery, a chapter that must never be repeated. It also provides us at the City of Vancouver with an opportunity to reflect on how the legacy of slavery continues to impact Black communities today through racism, discrimination, lost opportunities, and unequal access to resources.
And whereas the City of Vancouver's commitment to address anti-Black racism is rooted in the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent, 2015 to 2024, the city acknowledges the historical and ongoing efforts of local Black and African diaspora communities to raise public awareness of the enduring impacts of slavery, erasure, and discrimination, as well as the importance and necessity of seeking redress.
And whereas the City of Vancouver acknowledges that anti-Black racism exists within the city and has impacted city planning, operations, and services both historically and currently, and the city continues to work towards an anti-Black racism multi-year action plan, a reflection of the importance of recognizing the impacts of anti-Black racism and of advancing work to address it.
And whereas the City of Vancouver celebrates Emancipation Day as an invitation to everyone to join in the ongoing action against anti-Black racism and to reflect upon the imperative to continue committing to eliminating racism and discrimination in all its forms.
Now, therefore, I, Rebecca Bly, on behalf of Mayor Ken Sim and the City of Vancouver, and on behalf of all of Vancouver City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, August 1st, 2024, as Emancipation Day in the City of Vancouver. And I'd like to welcome all community members that are present here today up to receive the proclamation. You're welcome to say a few words and we'll take a photo. Valerie, I love your vibe.
Thank you.
Christine. Hello again. Nice to see you. Yes. Yeah.
Lovely proclamation.
Hello.
And Jackie, Jackie, human relations.
Might have to tighten up a little bit.
Come on. Sort of all on in. Everybody. And here, if I can pass you.
That'd be good.
Thank you, everyone, especially city, all the members of our committees. Everybody's name, it's too much for me to say right now, but I just want to thank you all so much. I was the first Emancipation Day proclamation writer for the city when Emancipation Day started in 2021. And this year on August 1st at Emily Carr University from 2 to 8 p.m., we're having an Emancipation Day celebration, party, voguing, ball house, food, come and hang out. It's free at the east side of the campus. And this is just the start, you know, we have a lot more to do. So thanks, everyone. Steph, do you want to say something?
I'm Steph. I'm actually the chair of the Reese Committee, and I'm really happy that I got to be here. We have a lot of work to do, like my coworker said here, and the Reese Committee is committed to do a lot of this work as well, along with everybody else who's here.
My name is Neville Thomas, president of BACOCA. That's British Columbia Organization of Caribbean Cultural Association. Thank the city of you for putting on this occasion. Something that I think I should cherish. I've lived in British Columbia or Vancouver for the last 58, 59 years. So I've seen many come and go, but I think it's quite forward thinking, and I greatly appreciate this. And hopefully, you know, we practice what we preach. Thank you.
My name is Rafael Tachi. I'm the immediate past president of the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers. And more importantly, I'm an East Van kid. And I grew up in Vancouver not knowing that I had a history. I've left, gone and built a practice and come back to Vancouver in the last few years. And I think what the city is doing with initiatives like this makes Black and African diaspora, Caribbean diaspora, we see ourselves in this province. We recognize our history here, the Hogan's Alley Society, and the work that's doing with the city. You hear complaints. I think as a city council and as a city, this is an opportunity to say you're taking incredible step forward. As a community, we appreciate that, and we hope that we are your partners in the work that you're doing.
Okay, we're going to continue on with our agenda for our council meeting today. So I'd like to start by going over the plan for today. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first, last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items, including an in-camera mode, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent. We have 1 item of unfinished business, 1 communication, 8 reports, and 2 referral reports, 13 bylaws, notice of council members' motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today is to break at noon for lunch, then followed by in-camera meeting. Return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and if needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the updated agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 1 are from the Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee meeting on May 21st, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, second. Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Minutes 2 are from the Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee meeting on June 4th, 2024. Are there any corrections? Someone like to move? Councillor Klassen, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries unanimously. And minutes 3 are from the Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee meeting on June 18th. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, can I get a thank you very much? Councillor Meisner, Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay, and that motion carries unanimously. And not last. Okay, minutes 4 are from the Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee meeting on July 2nd and 8th, 2024. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, can I get a mover? Thank you very much. All those in favor? Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Minutes 5 are from the Nomination Subcommittee meeting on July 2nd. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, can I get a mover? Thank you. Second. Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries unanimously. Minute 6 are from the council meeting on July 9th. Are there any corrections? Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Thank you, Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed? That motion carries. Minute 7 from the public hearing on July 9th. Are there any corrections? Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That motion passes. And then minutes 8 are from the council meeting following standing committee on policy and strategic priorities on July 10th. Are there any corrections? Move adoption. Thank you. Someone needs to first it, not me. Sorry, I said that. That was weird. Okay, Councillor Zhou, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, that's the end of that. Thank you. So council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have communication 1 reports 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8, and referral reports 1 and 2 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Noting we will hold reports 1, 2, and 5 to hear from speakers. And I see we've got councillors on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Montague.
Yes, just like to hold report 3, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Carr.
Oh, sorry, I was going to hold number 3. Did you say you're holding number 2? No. So that's fine. 3 was what I wanted
2,
to hold.
yes, because we have speakers.
Yep, great, thank you.
Okay, so council may adopt the recommendations for the communication and reports 4, 6, 7, and 8, and referral reports 1 and 2 on consent. Does any member wish to hold, well, we've done that. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none, as mentioned, we have reports that I have already called out, so we are now looking for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Thank you, Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Thank you very much. So the following reports have been adopted on consent. Communication 1, changes to business license hearing schedule. Report 4, Chinatown Housing Partnership Grants. Report 6, grant to Amakai Co-op for below market lease option at 1047 Barclay Street. Report 7, Vancouver Heritage Foundation Heritage Conservation Grant Program Annual Report 2023 to 2024 and grant release for 2024 to 2025. And Report 8, Vancouver Heritage Foundation Board Annual Report 2023, along with Referral Report 1, Short-Term Rental Regulations, and Report 2, Rezoning of 4708-4742 Joyce Street and 3604 Tanner Street. Okay, so moving on to our held items and items to complete today. We have one item of unfinished business, a CD1 rezoning of 5455 Balsam Street. At the public hearing on July 9th, 2024, Council closed the speakers list and receipt of public comments and referred additional questions to staff, debate, and decision to the council meeting on July 23rd, 2024 as unfinished business. And before I continue, I just want to ask Councillors Boyle and Klassen, you were absent for the public hearing on July 9th. In order to participate in debate and vote on the application, I need to confirm that you have reviewed the referral report and video clip related to the item. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I unfortunately haven't been able to review all of the correspondence, and so we'll just step out for this item and hope someone will call me back after.
Okay, we will do. Thanks. Yeah. Councillor Klassen?
I have also not been able to review all the proceedings, so I will not be voting on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will let you know when we are completed with this item. So on July, and I see there's others on the queue. Let me know if you need to come on right away, otherwise I'll continue on. On July 22nd, Council received a memo from the General Manager Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability on this item, which has been posted to the public website. The memo contains a change to the original recommendations in the report. Team members will now speak to the information contained in the memo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to reiterate that prior to adjourning the public hearing on July 9th, Council asked staff to develop additional conditions of approval relating to the pool amenity area, tree retention, standards of maintenance, and temporary construction parking. Staff have provided a memo with these additional conditions of approval for Council's consideration. If Council considers these proposed amendments to be appropriate, then a councillor should move the recommendation in the memo. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So council members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. And I see we do have people on the queue. So Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, I know a number of us sent in amendments, and so I just want to ask staff for some additional explanation on the yellow memo that we received, if I could. And I know myself, Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, had all sent in amendments, and I think that draft ones to staff, and I think that staff were clearly listening to the public and to the concerns raised by council. So I wonder if you can just explain a little bit what this means in terms of the requirements for this proponent in this yellow memo to fulfill the conditions here, and can you assure that they have to be fulfilled before they could be issued a development permit? So just for clarity for everybody, because I think this is really important for all the folks who came out to speak, the yellow memo would put requirements, if council were to pass this, that the proponent has to ensure the outdoor swimming pool is retained and maintained as operational, seeking the safe retention of specific trees as identified in the arborist report. I think really clearly, which is a great concern to me, ensuring that the existing rental building, which has had issues, be in compliance with regulations with respects to doors, windows, gas appliances and systems, heating systems, and the electrical system and the standards of maintenance bylaw. It needs to be certified to the satisfaction of the city building inspector, and that the arrangements for the off-street parking, which I know is a concern we heard a lot about, also have to be consistent with the conditions before the DP can be issued. So can you just clarify, if the developer doesn't meet any of these standards, then they cannot proceed with their development, the DP is not issued?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Robert White, rezoning planner. Outlined in the memo, and as you've outlined, thank you, there are two sections to the conditions of approval. One is the conditions of approval of form of development. And with that, a DP cannot be issued unless those items are met. So that's the ensuring the outdoor swimming pool is operational and retaining the trees And then the part two piece is the conditions of bylaw enactment. So the applicant would not be able to proceed to CD1 bylaw enactment unless they have met those conditions to ensure the building is certified to the satisfaction of the building inspector and to make arrangements for that offsite parking.
Can you advise why, particularly things like the building operations, like they can get the form of a development approved before the building has to be certified, and why that's a bylaw enactment and not approve as a condition, a stage of the approval of the form of development?
So bylaw enactment would occur prior to a development permit issuance. And so having that satisfaction, having the maintenance operational piece met even before.
That actually sequences first.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, it's just the way the memo's written, and that's why I'm asking for clarity for the public's sake. It sort of shows conditions 1, and then these are numbered conditions 2, but that actually has to happen first.
Yes, exactly. And even the bylaw enactment piece will come back to council to consider the bylaw for enactment, similar to the agenda today. There are other unrelated bylaws.
Okay, thanks. And I will come back on for comments after. Thanks. After questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And thank you for this. And just, I have two questions. The condition of enactment 2.12, which is effectively the amendment that I had submitted, but I note that it's changed from the original language I had in it was chief building official, and now it's city building inspector. Can you explain if that is a substantive difference or not? It was language I worked on with city legal at the time, so.
Understood. Thank you for the question. We did work with our lawyers on this as well, and found that the city building inspector to be the role that was primarily referenced within the standards of maintenance bylaw. So using the consistent language there.
Okay, I appreciate that. Could you, just for the benefit, because there's been a lot of interest in this file, and we've certainly heard a lot about conditions in the existing building, what the effect of the standards of maintenance bylaw should do, and perhaps why it hadn't captured some of those issues previous to now?
I'll maybe look to Grant to see if he can help respond to that question. But I'll say as far as my understanding, the standards of maintenance bylaw was working effectively. Inspections staff were receiving cases and responding to them and following up with the building owner to respond to those issues. But Grant or any other staff, if you have any further background.
Just connecting to our legal team online. I'm going to just pause your timer until we know we have a connection. Right, so just asking our legal team, Grant Murray. I see that you're on the WebEx, but we can't hear you. Okay, well, that is a question for legal, so Councillor.
Yeah, sorry, it's Grant Murray. I just had some trouble rearranging my screen so that I could
great, we can hear
unmute
you. That's
and
great.
put on the video. Sorry about that. So I'm not entirely certain that I understand Councillor Fry's question, but it's about the standards of maintenance bylaw. I mean, the building should have been in conformance with the standards of maintenance bylaw up to this time. My understanding is that a number of files were opened and closed in relation to this property. But what we're essentially saying in this condition is prior to the enactment of the CD1 bylaw, it has to be certified according to the chief building inspector as being in conformance with this. It should already be in conformance with this, but this is another tool to enforce the bylaw in this manner.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that. I'm not sure it was really a question for Grant in the first place. It was really, I think, more possibly a question for Saul or for our chief building official, and just how the building had gotten to the state that it was in, effectively, with the issues that have been reported to us in the files open. But I'm looking for surety that this will in fact affect that change and why it hadn't in the past. But I will leave it at that because I'm getting into stuff that's probably beyond the scope of this.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Fry, for the context. We're going to move along to Councillor Carr.
Yes, actually, Chair, I was intending to move a amendment, but I understand that there's still speakers to it. So perhaps you can add me.
So this is questions. You can come off the queue and come back on when the questions are, if you don't have any questions to staff, Councillor.
Okay, this is just questions,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. No questions?
No.
Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I have an administrative question through you to staff, and could they confirm if the applicant is here? While I appreciate that we referred this to unfinished business and closed all the speakers list, is the applicant actually here today and present for debate?
So just to clarify, we're not able to ask questions of the applicant?
No, I know that. I'm just curious if the applicant is actually physically present.
All right, I'll
Good meeting.
We're just waving right there from the gap.
Desiree Druitt, Senior Rezoning Planner. Yes, the applicant is present in the room.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's all, Councillor Dominato? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Oh, hang on a second. So we had Councillor Kirby-Young and then Councillor Carr, but I don't know why everything got... I'm just going to add both back on. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendations with the yellow memo, and is this the appropriate time to speak to it?
Yes, so the motion has been moved with the yellow memo, and we'll need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Zhou. And we're going to now move to the main queue. And go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I want to, first of all, really want to thank and appreciate all the members of the community and the residents for coming out and speaking. This was a really difficult process for council to see, and I know extremely difficult situation for the residents to be in. I am not impressed, I will be honest, with this applicant. And council has a challenging job in terms of the construct that we have to operate within, because we're supposed to consider an application as to whether or not it does or does not meet policy, and this one does. Having said that, the concerns that were raised were real, and I think that the community did a Herculean job in expressing those concerns and making them known to council. Had we not had this response from staff or that incorporated, I think, all the points that were raised by the community and by councillors, and they were incorporated into this yellow memo, I would not have been comfortable in voting for this application. Even though to the letter of the policy, it may have technically met it, I don't think that the spirit was there for the applicant in terms of what they're trying to deliver. We desperately need new rental housing in the city, and you don't want to be against that, but taking care of existing renters and particularly seniors in our city, I think is fundamentally important. I think as a society, we are defined by how we take care of our older persons, and to leave people in situations where it is quite clear to me from what we heard that the conditions of their day-to-day living were degrading, whether it was cutting off the pool or whether it was issues with heating or whatever the case is. It was quite frankly very difficult to hear, and I think it was quite deplorable. So council, I think, is doing the utmost that it can within our policies and that in order to address the concerns of the resident, and by placing these additional approvals for the form of development and at the bylaw enactment, and hopefully that was clear to everybody and the questions that were asked and as explained by our staff, are the levers that we have to ensure that the existing residents' concerns are addressed and that they are taken care of. I would encourage the community to continue to communicate and share concerns if those points are not addressed, because I will say, and I hope that the applicant is hearing this, that it is the full expectation, I think, of this council. I would be surprised if anybody disagrees that these be not just met, but exceeded, and they should be done in the spirit of supporting the members and the residents that have lived there for a long period of time. So I want to be very clear and unequivocal about the process, and I think that oftentimes when we have these public hearings, applicants have the chance to step up respond to these comments. And again, I didn't hear that in the presentations. And so I feel like council was sort of forced to take this step. I would have preferred to see that the applicant proactively came forward and did it. But now there's an expectation that they deliver. And I do really want to commend and appreciate our staff for responding to what they heard and for the number of different amendments that are being circulated by different councillors that were clearly indicating that we need to build more housing, but we need to ensure that our existing residents, and especially our older persons who have mobility challenges, who want to continue to be part of the communities that they have built, that provide connectivity and joy for them every day, are taken care of. So I will support this now. I would not have supported it if it didn't have the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want to thank staff for putting together this yellow memo. It is appreciated. I think it does capture, as Councillor Kirby-Young alluded, many of the back and forth and the consternation we had with some of the issues that were reported to us. I want to acknowledge the folks who have written to us, who have been tagging us on social media about this. We recognize it's a complicated issue. I want folks to realize too that because it's a public hearing, we are legally obliged. We cannot respond on these matters. So when folks have emailed us and implored us to consider and respond and so forth, we legally cannot, or we have to recuse ourselves from this conversation. So I want to make that totally clear. We're following this in a very legal context. But we did hear the comments that folks came to us with at the public hearing, and we considered all that. And this yellow memo really does capture that by ensuring that there's new conditions to the enactment of this rezoning, and in fact, that the existing building where there are problems, and we know that there has been, boiler maintenance issues and fenestration and all the kind of pieces that have been let slide by this landlord are going to be addressed as a condition of this redevelopment, including issues around parking and tree retention and all those kind of things. So this is now captured in a legally binding piece. So just so everybody's clear how this yellow memo affects the outcome of this. And I recognize that it was a complicated piece, and I recognize that there was a lot of the campaign in opposition to this was related to other properties that the developer happened to own and hotels and stuff that was unrelated to this particular application. And we are, again, legally obliged to focus on the application before us as it's presented. That is the legal context that we're operating in what we call a quasi-judicial format. So with all that said, I'm very appreciative that staff have heard our concerns, have heard the community's concerns, have captured it in this yellow memo. I think on the whole, this development as being proposed, forgetting this the existing building for a moment, I think it's actually a good development, and I think it does do a lot to kind of capture some balance around maintaining some of the green space and adding more housing. And that's why it had to be sort of re-articulated in this approval. I want to also just recognize that there is this sort of prevailing narrative around we need to deliver more housing, the urgency of delivering more housing. And I hope that through this, we're sending a signal that yes, we definitely need to deliver more housing, but it's not a race to the bottom either. We're not throwing folks under the bus. We're not allowing substandard building conditions and sort of abusive tendencies to further that agenda. So I really do appreciate where we've landed on this, and it does give me the confidence to support this development because I know that the existing landlord will be obliged to follow through and do the decent stuff on the building that they have now, and the tenants that are there now will be, I think, have some more security and confidence in how the outcome of this will go. So thank you again, staff, for putting this yellow memo together. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much. I'd like to start first by thanking the public who came. There may be members here, but the public came out and was very articulate in describing how wonderful their lives are in this particular, well, not the building that's already on site and this location. And that had a very definite impact to listen to those speakers. When I read the report, it was clear to me that that the report itself that we were using as the basis for making a decision had clearly said that would be retention of that green treed area on the site as well as the pool. So for me, it was surprising when in the conditions of approval, the details around that weren't there, which is why I put forward an amendment at the time of the public hearing to add that in. I want to appreciate staff in terms of responding back and giving the proper language, the legal language that's necessary in the conditions of approval in the bylaws. So very appreciative of that. That support too. I would have moved the amendment again today, but it was moved at the same time as the recommendations. So it is on the floor, and I'm speaking in support of the whole motion, including the amendment that had been forwarded at the time of the public hearing by Councillor Fry, which also was moved just as part of the whole recommendations today. So we don't need to table any new recommendations, or sorry, any new amendments. It's all in one. I too think the development itself is a good development. I like the form, the structure of it, the amenities that it offers, and so am fully in support of the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Similar to my colleagues, I just want to express thanks to all members of the community who came and spoke directly to council during the public hearing. Some of you, I think, are here today, and also those who phoned in. I wanted to reflect that I listened very carefully to the comments. I read the correspondence. I noted some of the correspondence during our public hearing session. And what I heard was deep concern over building maintenance of the existing building and concerns over neglect, and having those considerations reflected in this public hearing. I think staff heard our questions. There was obviously some work around some amendments. The yellow memo reflects additional conditions of enactment in advancing this application. But I think that there's a couple of messages to take away today is that this council isn't going to rubber stamp applications. And so when we hear there's concerns from the community, particularly in this case around concerns over neglect of an existing building, we're going to take some actions, and that's reflected in the amendments in the yellow memo. I also think what you'll hear today in your hearing today is that we're also trying to strike a balance. We also know there's an incredible need for additional housing in all neighborhoods across the city. And so these conditions of approval are to strike that balance, to address concerns that were raised by community members, but also to still deliver much needed housing. And so with that in mind, I'm prepared to support the amended application, but I did want to reflect those final comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'll be quick. Same as also my other colleagues, I'd like to thank all the speakers. I think your concern were very objective and also very clearly articulated. So that tells you your participation in the public hearing or policy making can really make a difference. It was really a tough decision for me last week. So, I think one hand, we need more housing. We are in a housing crisis, and this is a very valuable 145 rental units. I don't want to see we lose those units. And also, I want to see that this project meet the policy requirement. So it is very difficult to directly, reject this project without any other consideration. But on the other hand, your concerns from this the existing building very reasonable. Parking, garden, the swimming pool, everything. So, to be honest, I'm not satisfied with the answers from the applicant in the public hearing 2 weeks ago, and also I'm not satisfied with all the conditions with this existing application. So, but I really want to thank staff for put forward this new yellow memo with the amendments. I think it strike a very good balance between the housing and also taking care of our existing tenants, especially the senior residents in the areas. So with that, I'm gonna support this project with this new yellow memo and amendments. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Zhou. And I am going to make my own final comments. Clerks, who do I cede the chair to? Oh, okay. If anyone can, actually, your duty, Councillor Kirby-Young, do you mind taking the chair? Thank you. I just want to make my own closing comments because this was an important discussion 2 weeks ago at the public hearing. And like others, I really appreciate hearing directly from the residents in terms of day-to-day impacts related to how things have shifted since the new owners took over the management of 5455 Balsam Street. And I also want to acknowledge the staff work to hear directly from that hearing in the public, and also the concerns raised by councillors and them responding with this yellow memo that I think in large part addresses many of the concerns. And just to sort of be brief, I think this housing is important. Of course, and so finding ways to move forward with the project. Rezoning at the public hearing stage is pretty preliminary. There's still a lot of work to do between now and a development permit. So I think we just have to keep remembering that this is sort of sets the framework or the guardrails around how the project will move forward. And there's still at least 2 more decisions of Council 3, perhaps even including the bylaw passing and the development permit stage, where checks and balances can be put in place to make sure that the requirements laid out in the yellow memo are fulfilled to their entirety. And I hope, particularly around the parking issue, I really hope that it's addressed. It's a very curious condition in my mind in terms of how that is going to be satisfied. That's going to be in the best interest of the residents that currently live at 5455 Balsam Street. And so I really just implore staff, and I believe we will hear about it from the public if there's any concerns, but just to make sure that the sort of expectations are set to a bar that has the tenants held in the highest interest in terms of how that moves forward. So I think that this is an interesting project in the sense that it engaged the public. I think Councillor Dominato said it perfectly. We don't just simply rubber stamp these projects. There can be opposition at times, of course, but this type of advocacy that was required to the benefit of keeping an eye out in terms of the best interest of the day-to-day residents that live in the buildings that are this building particularly impacted by this application is clearly what council is responding to. And I'll just close with the consideration, as I know the applicant is here, is that there is many precedents of purpose-built rental buildings in our city that are a real offering of secured rental housing for folks, for those that live in purpose-built rentals built in the 70s that are allowed to then age in place with affordable rents. These are incredibly important pieces of our existing housing stock. And there are also examples of purpose-built rental buildings built in the 70s adjacent to park space that now have a brand new development on that site. And the landowners have done an incredible job of integrating both the tenants from the older building and then the tenants from the new building. And you know what the connection piece is there? A pool. So using the pool as a public amenity for both buildings to then create a real positive network of connection and relationships to integrate both the residents in both buildings is an opportunity and should be seen as that and invested in like that. So I really hope that given, because it's a feature and it's there and it can be upkept and renewed and seen as a real bonus for everybody living in this. And we heard from residents that they sit by this empty pool and they connect and socialize coming out of COVID. So why not make it a real positive for that small community of the 2 buildings that potentially can learn to live together and support one another, as we hear is already the case for those that live in the building that exists right now. So I look forward to seeing a really great development where both the residents, the applicants, city staff can feel really great, and council can feel really great about the outcome down the road. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'll take back the chair. And we can move to a vote. And that has passed with unanimous support of all those present. Okay, thank you very much to the staff team. And thank you, Council. So we can actually let Councillor Klassen and Councillor Boyle know that we're going to continue with the agenda. So we're now moving to report 1, the seniors housing strategy. And before we start, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? And seeing none, this item does have a presentation, and we do have our team members present. They're just coming in the chamber now to present on this item. So we'll just give everyone a minute to get settled. We do have a number of speakers to this item as well. So I see we've got Dan Garrison here at the microphone to introduce the item.
Thank you, Council. I'm Dan Garrison. I'm the Director of Housing Policy and Regulation in the Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability Department. We're very pleased to be here today to present to you Vancouver's first seniors housing strategy. The strategy has been developed over the last year or so in close partnership with our partners at other levels of government, with the Health Authority, with the nonprofit and private sectors that deliver housing for seniors. And we're very pleased today to be here presenting this to you. I'm going to turn it over to Alison Lasoka on our team, who was the lead planner who developed the strategy, and she's going to walk you through both the background and then the proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Alison Lasoka, Planner in Housing Policy in the Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability Department. The presentation will take about 15 minutes. I'll start with some background, then go into key findings and actions on the seniors housing strategy. There are 6 recommendations in this council report. Recommendation A is to approve the seniors housing strategy. B is to approve a new seniors housing rezoning policy. C is to remove seniors housing from the interim rezoning policy in former Community Visions areas. D is to approve the new resident relocation policy for community care and assisted living residents. E is to approve new design guidelines and repeal previous guidelines. And lastly, F is to request that the mayor write a letter to our provincial partners to request changes to programs and additional funding to better serve seniors. As a bit of background, older adults are the fastest growing age demographic, with more older persons in the city than ever before. More than 196,000 people, or 30% of the city's population, are 55 years or older, with this number expected to increase significantly over the next 20 years. Seniors are also getting older as a cohort, with higher proportions of people aged 75 plus in the coming future. If approved, this strategy will be the first senior-specific housing strategy in the City of Vancouver. The Seniors Housing Strategy is an implementation of the Vancouver Plan and Housing Vancouver strategy. The strategy follows the Vancouver Plan housing vision to advance an equitable housing system, including by increasing housing diversity and options in all neighborhoods, while prioritizing those who need it most. This work falls under Direction 1.1, Housing Need, which directs staff to explore demographic-based housing strategies and meet diverse housing needs. This is the first such demographic housing strategy coming forward. So what is seniors housing? Older adults live in all types of housing. Many live on fixed incomes and will need to consider changing health, accessibility, and housing needs as they age. The strategy includes seniors housing across the spectrum, from housing without built-in supports, which is where most older adults live, and includes ownership, market rental, and social and co-op housing, to housing with some supports, which includes independent living and supportive housing, to residents that support older adults with complex care needs, including both private pay and subsidized assisted living and long-term care. For the development of this strategy, we undertook comprehensive engagement with older adults as well as organizations that serve them. Out of this, we have 3 key findings which I'll highlight for you today. The first finding, older adults who rent face serious affordability challenges. A recent BC Seniors Advocate report, Aging Matters, stated there is an urgent need for financial relief among the 1 in 5 BC seniors who rent. In Vancouver, this need is higher, with 30% of older adults renting and some facing serious affordability challenges. Older adults who rent experience greater core housing need, as you can see in the graph. This tends to increase with age for renter households from 23% of those aged 55 to 64 to a peak of 41% for those 75 to 84 years of age. There is also a significant and growing number of older adults on the BC Housing Social Housing waitlist. In 2023, about 43% of people were 55 plus. And significantly, 21% of people counted in the last homeless count were 55 plus. With almost half first experiencing homelessness when they were already a senior. The number one reason given for seniors' homelessness was lack of income to pay rent. Second, the majority of older adults in Vancouver are homeowners, about 70%, and want to stay in their homes and neighborhoods as long as possible. Over 2/3 of these residents no longer have a mortgage. Overall, we heard a higher level of satisfaction with their current housing situation, with greater security of tenure and less affordability pressures. Many older adults plan to remain in their homes and communities for as long as possible. This includes both homeowners and renters. However, many need more housing options and especially more supports to be able to do this. And lastly, many older adults will need key health and other supports as they age. It's important to note while there is a relatively high level of satisfaction among seniors with their housing situation, older age groups tend to experience different challenges than younger seniors. Supports needed could include temporary supports after a fall, health services, or ongoing social supports to improve overall health and well-being. For older adults who require complex care, there's a shortage of long-term care and assisted living in Vancouver. According to VCH, Vancouver Coastal Health, in 2025, there will be a shortage of just over 3,000 subsidized long-term care beds and 90 subsidized assisted living units. And without further action, this could grow to 1,500 long-term care beds and 350 assisted living units over the next 10 years. In addition, we also heard leaders in the nonprofit sector expressed a serious lack of mobile, often temporary supports to assist older adults living in social housing after suffering from minor health incidents. There's a lack of culturally appropriate supports in care settings. For example, there's only one long-term care building with specific programming serving Chinese seniors. We also heard experiences of discrimination in care settings, particularly from the 2S LGBTQ+ community. Older adults often find navigating systems related to finding affordable housing challenging, and neighborhood houses, senior centers, and other senior serving organizations play a key role in helping with this. And that factors including racism, ageism, and lack of accessibility make it difficult for some older adults to access appropriate housing. As a result of these findings, the Seniors Housing Strategy has an overarching goal to ensure elders and older adults have the housing and supports needed to allow for aging in appropriate and affordable housing in their community. This means encouraging new housing and care options that are appropriate and affordable to older adults, enhancing existing housing options by advocating for the needed health and rental supports, noting that we found that for this demographic, it is important to create affordability and bring supports into their existing homes so they can remain in their homes as they age. And lastly, prioritizing those who need it most by focusing on affordable housing. The strategy includes 5 key directions to meet this goal, with 24 actions nested underneath them that will help to directly address some of the most pressing challenges and key findings from engagement. I'll highlight a couple of these actions for you today. Under Direction 1, increase the supply of and renewal of affordable and appropriate housing. Action 1.4 is to develop policies and practices to support new and redeveloped long-term care, assisted living, seniors and senior social, co-op, and supportive housing in partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing. This includes streamlining and expediting subsidized long-term care and assisted living projects within city processes, exploring the development of a campus of care model, including both senior social housing, subsidized long-term care, or assisted living, including opportunities on city-owned land, working with community leaders to advance a project serving Chinese and Indigenous seniors' needs in Chinatown, and partnering to increase supportive housing programs for seniors that meet the needs of older adults experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Under Direction 2, improve home and building supports for older adults. Action 2.1 is to support the BC Seniors Advocate in calling on the Ministry of Health to eliminate the daily rate to receive home supports, so all older adults can afford at-home assistance, reducing pressure on the long-term care system and supporting healthy aging in place. This would allow older adults to remain in their communities and homes for as long as possible. Many other provinces already have this in place. Direction 3 is to increase deeply affordable housing, rental subsidies, and other services for older adults experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Action 3.1 is advocate for continued improvement to the Shelter Aid for Elderly Renter program, or SAFER, for older adults who rent in the private market. The province made improvements to the program earlier this year, which is a step in the right direction, but more is needed in Vancouver. If the program was further updated for local conditions, it could create immediate affordability for those in urgent housing need and at risk of homelessness. This includes a one-time increase in rent ceilings to reflect real market rents, a formula for regular increases to keep up with inflation, and an increase in the income limit to $45,000 to capture more older adults in need. Appendix G of the report includes an analysis that estimates the financial impact of these Vancouver-specific program changes for the province, with an estimated $25 million per annum cost, much less than the billions that may otherwise be needed to develop new affordable housing. To illustrate the current program challenges, a senior with $35,000 in income and rent of $1,700 a month would only receive about $55 per month under the current program. This would leave them paying 55% of their income towards rent and in crisis, unable to afford rent, groceries, transportation, personal care, and other services we need as we age. Direction 4 is about improved access to information to connect older adults with housing and services. We heard older adults who rent may not be aware of their rights or feel empowered to pursue them. Action 4.2 is to investigate opportunities and partnerships with the Tenant Resources and Advisory Center, TRAC, senior serving organizations, and the provincial government to improve renter knowledge and offer better supports for adults who rent. The purpose of this action is to allow older adults who rent to stay in their homes for as long as possible. And lastly, under Direction 5, continue advancing other work to make Vancouver more equitable for older adults. We have Action 5.4, which is to investigate opportunities to foster and support naturally occurring retirement communities, also known as NORCs, when undertaking future area planning processes. NORCs are areas or buildings with a high proportion of older adults. The map identifies Vancouver's local areas that have higher proportions of people aged 55 plus. Council has directed staff to advance the Vancouver Plan Villages work item, and this action ensures that staff will bring a senior's lens to this work. Now let's move into new policies and guidelines also coming to Council for consideration today. These are actions under Direction 1, increase supply and renewal of affordable and appropriate housing for older adults. The Seniors Housing Rezoning Policy aims to create more housing options, including both private pay with supports and subsidized options with and without supports within neighborhoods for older adults as they age. This is the rezoning policy map. The yellow areas represent Vancouver Plan villages, neighborhood centers, and rapid transit areas. In these areas, for nonprofit, government, and privately owned uses, up to 6 stories is allowable both on and off arterials, with FSRs ranging from 2.4 to 3.5, depending on the type of housing and location. The blue areas represent community plans and major project sites. In these areas, seniors housing will be allowed up to the heights and densities of that specific plan. The recently adopted transit-oriented areas legislation and rezoning policy may create additional opportunities, and staff will work with applicants to help determine what is allowable under each policy. In addition to the allowable heights and densities, the policy also includes additional flexibility for affordable or subsidized uses that are owned by a nonprofit or government body. We heard support for this item, and this acknowledges the challenge of and funding required to make these projects work and the deep level of need for these types of buildings. Oops. Next is the new resident relocation policy for community care and assisted living residences. The city's existing tenant relocation and protection policy does not apply to these uses, and so this policy helps ensure existing residents are protected during the redevelopment process. The province's residential care regulation and assisted living regulations include some requirements, and Vancouver Coastal Health has additional building principles guiding resident moves for subsidized long-term care buildings. The city's policy builds on existing regulations, with key requirements being earlier notification, so residents and their family contact are made aware prior to public notification, assistance with moving with all expenses paid, ensuring new accommodation that meets the needs of residents is secured, and the right of first refusal for residents at the same level of service and unit type where possible. And lastly, we have the new seniors housing design guidelines, which will be a replacement of 2 existing dated guidelines. Some of the key changes are modernization of language and the consideration of long-range planning and future anticipated area changes when reviewing an application, the addition of resident-centered design, such as the provision of crown-level community space where broader community can come in and interact with residents to encourage multi-generational connections, and some improvements to accessibility, such as by encouraging accessible outdoor walking loops, which are especially beneficial for residents with dementia. BCH also has long-term care design guidelines for their buildings, which we understand to be some of the most progressive in the country and which the city guidelines encourage applicants to also look at. Before I move on to next steps, I'd like to share a summary of the feedback we heard on the draft strategies and policies. Overall, we heard fairly strong support. People expressed that they feel the actions will help meet the needs of seniors across a range of income and health needs. Strong support for the focus on low-income renters and seniors experiencing homelessness, and agreement with the advocacy actions specifically to help people age in their homes and communities. Overall, we heard some concerns, namely about a lack of implementation detail and timelines, a general desire to see governments work together better, and a desire for more supports for older adults experiencing homelessness and more options for seniors in the downtown east side. A number of changes were made from the draft to the final versions you see before you today because of this process. Now moving on to next steps. We have laid out numerous city actions, but this work requires partnerships. The housing and supports needed to ensure the well-being of older adults fall under multiple jurisdictions, and all authorities need to work together. We have spoken to our partners, some of whom are here today, and we know that seniors housing is a priority at every level. As a next step, we will work together with BC Housing and Vancouver Coastal Health to get more seniors housing and care delivered, explore opportunities to further homelessness outreach for older adults, and explore seniors-only shelters or spaces as an interim step to permanent housing. We will also continue advancing the needs of older adults in Vancouver through analysis and working with the community. Some of this will be led by the new strategic lead of older persons. This lead is currently preparing a draft framework for a new older person strategic action plan. This comprehensive action plan will continue advancing broader work in response to the aging population. It will build on the city's age-friendly action plan and be grounded in the World Health Organization's Age-Friendly Cities Framework. Housing is one of the 8 domains of an age-friendly city, and the seniors housing strategy, its actions, and all of the related engagement that took place will inform the creation of this broader action plan. This action plan framework is expected to be brought to council later this year. Should council approve the items before you today, the city's first seniors housing strategy will become a guiding document for future work, with most actions explored or implemented in partnership over the short to medium term. And with the new seniors housing rezoning policy, resident relocation policy, and updated design guidelines coming into effect immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So we do have questions now to team members. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, staff, very much for the presentation. There's a lot here, and I'm very excited that we are taking some bold steps to support older adults in our community. I wanted to know if you had a sense of, and I'm sort of carefully using the word beds versus doors, and beds sometimes is the nomenclature to describe either assisted living or long-term care, and it doesn't really refer to independent living. But do we know? Do we have a kind of a rough inventory of how many beds that we have currently in the city, and what we anticipate is coming in the sort of years to come. This would include also both private and government operated.
Yes, thank you for the question. I'd also like to introduce Sarah Jordan. She's the Director of Long-Term Care in Vancouver Coastal Health and here to answer questions as well today. So I'll pass it over to her.
Thanks.
Good morning. Vancouver Coastal Health funds 36 care homes in the city of Vancouver for a combined total of about 4,200 residents. So that's the publicly subsidized long-term care homes in the city. The Health Authority operates 7 of those. Providence Healthcare operates 6, and the remainder are contracted care homes, largely operated by nonprofit societies. The private pay sector in the city of Vancouver is much smaller in number, likely a few hundred.
And do we know what our projections are for kind of net new beds? I realize a lot of these buildings are quite old and are being replaced.
Yes. Vancouver Coastal Health has prioritized 8 existing care homes for redevelopment, and every time the ministry approves capital funding to redevelop existing care homes, we add net new. So in the current state, we're short about 300 publicly funded long-term care beds in the city of Vancouver. We expect, with the forecasting that our data and analytics team has done at the Health Authority, a 45-degree demand curve over the next 10 years. We're working on several strategies to meet the growing demand, and redeveloping care homes is one of them.
How are the costs of land impacting Coastal Health's ability to create these beds?
So the cost of land is a limiting factor for sure in the redevelopment of long-term care homes. The 8 homes that I mentioned as a priority for the Health Authority is a combination of land ownership between nonprofit societies. We have 2 care homes that are on city leased land, which are of particular interest in this setting. And then owned and operated, our Health Authority owned land. So we're not acquiring any net new land in the priorities for these 8 redevelopments.
So you did say that there are going to be, there is a strategy to build more beds. Do you have an approximation of what those numbers look like?
If we secure ministry funding for the capital costs for redevelopment, we're expecting to build a net new of about 500 long-term care beds over the next 5 years.
500, okay, about 100 a year.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much on that. Just having a question around the NORCs, the naturally occurring. Thank you for your responses there. I may go over, so I'm going to ask that perhaps, can I move that we have a second round of questions? Thank you. All in favor?
Those in favor say yay.
Great, thanks.
Any opposed?
Awesome, thank you. Do we have have we assessed where naturally occurring retirement communities exist currently in the city?
We've looked at a map, and so we know where there are more higher proportions of older adults in Vancouver. We haven't specifically identified which ones we would consider NORCs, and we also know that NORCs could also be just buildings themselves. So I think that's something that, as area planning moves forward, would be a consideration when the geographies come forward for area planning.
You, in your presentation, you talked about how additional density on government and nonprofit projects will be made to work through more density. How would the density help those projects work better?
We heard additional flexibility helps those projects. As kind of Sarah Jordan alluded to, most of it is on existing land. So we know some of them might not be the most ideal land coming forward, and they might want additional flexibility. We also just want to maximize the number of subsidized beds that can be brought forward on the land that's already existing, and so want to provide kind of extra flexibility that allows for that.
Okay, thanks. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Classen. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Maybe I'll follow up on that just to say, can you speak a bit more to what a naturally occurring retirement community is? That was the first time I understand the concept from the term, but was the first time I had actually encountered the term.
Thank you for the question. Yes. So naturally occurring retirement communities, or NORCs, just refer to communities that over time have an older proportion of older adults, so therefore they're kind of naturally occurring. But it may also include communities that are designed to have a concentration of older adults, so it's kind of a broad definition, but it could include, an apartment that, again, naturally has more older adults, or a social housing building. And so the idea with NORCs is to kind of make sure that those areas have the services and other amenities that are needed to allow for older people to continue to age in their communities healthy. And so, yes, it's a broad term and definition, but an interesting one.
And I imagine we want to be balancing, making sure we're providing those services with also supporting young families moving into a neighborhood, so that mix of ages provides another kind of social infrastructure and support that's good for a neighborhood?
Yes, definitely. And we have an action under the NORCs action, kind of a sub one, that does speak to the importance of continuing to add diverse housing types for younger families as well in those areas. We did hear a lot about the importance of multi-generational connections and how there can be social well-being benefits to that as well. So it is also important to consider. Yeah.
I'm going to take one step back to ask, is 55 plus the commonly used age category for talking about seniors housing? It seemed very young.
Yes. Yes, seniors is also a definition that changes. Often it's 55, 60, or 65 maybe is the most common. However, we wanted to go with a broader definition to capture more of those in need. And we also know some populations tend to age earlier. For example, people experiencing homelessness or some people with disabilities may experience aging faster. And I would note that the BC Housing definition for older adults, senior social housing, is 55 plus as well. So we are aligning with that.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I'll deal with my own emotional reaction separately. Thank you for that. I'm interested, the report mentions a partnership with BC Housing to advance a project serving Chinese and Indigenous seniors in Chinatown. Is that in a stage where we can hear more about it? Sounds exciting.
Answer broadly, or we could say there's two community organizations that have approached the province to develop a specific project for serving Chinese and Indigenous older adults in Chinatown or in the downtown east side, and the city has been part of those conversations, and those are kind of moving forward, and we're looking at opportunities to support them. I don't know if there's anything else to add.
Okay, great. Yeah. I will look forward to hearing more when we can. My last question is just wondering what the timeline is on the proposed seniors housing rezoning that mentioned in the report, like allowing up to 6 stories for seniors housing in the yellow areas of the map. Is that a rezoning proposal that will come to council?
Yes, with the rezoning policy, if approved today, would become effective today.
Okay.
So projects could come in, and those would be rezoning, so they would all come to council for approval.
We're not pre-zoning for that. It would maybe just help me understand, would each of those projects still require a site-specific public hearing and rezoning?
Yes, those projects would be required to come through a site-specific rezoning. There is work happening more broadly to pre-zone for social housing, and so if it was a senior social housing, when that work comes forward next year, that would be captured under that. But this is the kind of general community care and assisted living projects would still come through specific rezonings, and we understand they're all a bit different as well. So. And there's not a large number of them, so they would kind of continue to come through rezonings.
Okay, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go back on the list, but curious to hear what difference what we're approving of that today makes if each project still has to come through its own public hearing, but not leaving you enough time to answer, so I'll come back on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the report. It's a very comprehensive piece of work. I have a couple questions on a couple of the specific recommendations, and in the spirit of trying to understand about striking the balance between supporting the community and not over-regulating in terms of where the city's jurisdiction fits in. So my first one is on the tenant relocation policy. So it's in, I think, Appendix D. And I'm just wondering if you can help us understand where the province ends off and where the city begins, because it says, for example, assisted living residences are regulated by the province's assisted living regulation. A notice of written closure must be provided at least 1 year prior to the date of closure, and a plan on how the residents' needs will be met during redevelopment, and so on. So can you speak to what is theirs not doing and what is our proposed tenant relocation policy proposing? Because I'd like to understand the difference, and is there any overlap?
Yes, the city's proposed resident relocation policy would build on the existing regulations. So under the Provincial Residential Care Regulation and Assisted Living Act, there's a requirement for 1 year notice of closure, but we know through the city's kind of rezoning processes that happens, the public gets notified a lot earlier, so this would ensure before public notification at the rezoning stage. So it's earlier information to people. It also is just requiring moving expenses being paid. That would be in addition to the provincial regulations now. It's something Vancouver Coastal Health does for subsidized long-term care already. And then other additions would be...
Is it the right to return and the moving expenses that are not?
Yes, the right to return. But again, Vancouver Coastal Health already allows for that. So that would just be for private pay residences. The right to return and moving expenses would be the addition over top the requirements under the province now.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that. So you said it already allows for which piece? The right to return or for the expenses? I just want to be very clear. Or is it based on the type of care?
Yes, it's based on the type. So Vancouver Coastal Health subsidized care already has those built in. So our policy would align. It would be for private operators who aren't required to meet that, though they may be meeting that as well.
Okay, but we don't, but there's no current, without this piece, the private operators would not have the same obligations that the public sector currently fulfills. Is that?
Yes, yeah, that would be
correctly?
correct.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to clarify that. Thank you. The next one is on the design guidelines, which I think is Appendix E. And again, similar question here, because we're going through a process of trying to repeal a lot of our regulations and streamline and peel things back so we're not duplicating. I appreciate there's very unique needs in here. There's a lot around the need to have ramps, the width of spaces, all of that. Again, how much is already covered in provincial guidelines around these facilities? And do we need to have this additional guideline piece here? Because are not a lot of folks, whether it's the private care folks or coastal health, do they not already have design guidelines they follow?
Yes, so similar to the residential care regulation for subsidized long-term care, for example, coming through Vancouver Coastal Health, they have very comprehensive guidelines that we refer to. And as a result, our guidelines for long-term care are more streamlined, I would say, than theirs, which are kind of 90 pages. So we've selected some of the most important kind of design aspects for health and well-being and included them in our city guidelines. But generally, again, it builds on the regulations, so it doesn't overlap with them.
So what is, I guess the question is, what is new and why do we need these in addition if they already have them? Exactly. Like, I'm just trying to drill down into, if we didn't have these, like, what does this give us that is not already in place?
And I think your questions on this and the previous, to some extent, it is about streamlining. It's about ensuring, because some of the genesis of this strategy was actually we started to see rezoning applications come in with no policy to support them, with no guidelines for staff to use. So it was actually difficult for staff to figure out how to assess those applications. So the adoption of these, while they may not be wholly different than what's already required in provincial regulations, they provide clear instructions to staff about how to handle these applications, and that is intended to speed up the process, not to add requirements.
Okay, and it wasn't feasible, I'm just gonna ask this question a different way, it wasn't feasible to just say City of Vancouver staff will follow the provincial guidelines?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point. I mean, I think for us, our experience is that having guidelines written in sort of city language that the planners understand is helpful in moving a project like that through the system. So that's why we've developed them this way.
So, well, okay, I'll come back on, because thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I got a couple of questions for the Vancouver Coastal Health. Thank you. Do you know what is the average wait time and wait list for the senior housing for Coastal?
We prioritize based on degree of urgency. So the clients who are assessed with the greatest urgency wait in the current state around 4 to 6 weeks. The province has a provincial policy around accessing publicly subsidized long-term care. And if folks meet the eligibility criteria and do not have an urgent need to move out of their homes, they have the option to wait at home for what we call preferred care homes. People can choose up to 3 preferred care homes in BC. That wait time is much longer because the growing demand for long-term care, it really is the people who have the greatest priority that are accessing the publicly subsidized bed in the current state.
Okay, so how many people are waiting on the wait list? How many of them are actually able to meet within the target?
We have a provincial target of a 30-day admission for high priority clients, and VCH is meeting that about 90% in the current state.
Pretty good. And how many people waiting on the wait list right now?
If we look at just the high priority people waiting, so those are folks in the hospital who have stabilized from an acute episode and folks in the community that their current arrangements are not sustainable, I would say today we would have about 125.
Okay, how about those non-urgent patients? How many on the wait list?
Several hundred, because those are folks waiting at home for preferred care homes. I would guess 300 to 500.
Okay, so I would assume because of the aging population, this number will be growing up quickly in the next few years.
That's right. That's what our forecasting shows.
Okay, do you know what is the wait list in the private sector?
We don't have any sight lines into the private sector. I do know that it's a much quicker access because occasionally the health authority turns to private pay when we're needing some temporary beds for winter surge, for example. We call the private providers to see if we can temporarily purchase to increase our inventory. So I don't expect there to be much of a wait at all to access private pay.
Okay, but there is a wait list for the private sector as well, right?
Well, they're site-specific wait lists because they're private operators.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So my next question is for our staff. Thanks. Have we done any engagement with the private developer, when we socialize this policy?
Yes, thank you for the question. We did have workshops with long-term care providers, both private and public, and we've also had several meetings, both early on in the process to kind of understand the project and scoping the work, and more recently on the draft strategy as well.
Thank you. So my next question is, so how do we balance this private and public sectors operators? Because really you saw the wait list from both sides. So if we have more private developers, private operators, that would actually release the pressure from the public sectors. How do we balance that from staff's perspective?
Yeah, I would say the seniors housing strategy supports both private and subsidized operators. We do recognize the need for private operators. As you noted, it does take away pressure from the subsidized long-term care sector, and for those who can afford it and want to live in private long-term care, the strategy supports that as well.
Okay, so is this support reflected in this report strategy?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, the rezoning policy does allow for the private care up to 6 stories in broad areas of the city, similar to the nonprofit operators or government operators. It just provides a bit of additional flexibility for the nonprofit and government operators.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to the queue. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Show. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. Generally speaking, with obviously senior renters are an incredibly vulnerable population, probably more vulnerable than most renters in the city of Vancouver, who are also very vulnerable. How are we specifically supporting them with a lot of this a lot of tenancy issues seem to be so complex, and certainly with the pace of change that we're seeing, are we kind of directing them to seek out help from the RTB or track or something, or do we have a specific program where we're supporting senior renters navigating some of this space?
The strategy identifies kind of an action to explore maybe those future partnerships to better support senior renters. We do, fund the Tenant Resource and Advisory Center and work with them quite closely. So we have had conversations on how we can better support senior renters who come to them. But I think it is also a conversation that could happen with the residential tenancy branch and how they support senior renters as well, because we did hear a lot about that. And we also have an action to kind of explore how to better support those community organizations that already do support senior renters, because we know that's where they get a lot of their information and support as well. But a big, I think, action through the strategy is that the safer advocacy action, which would really support those low-income renters who are already paying too much on their rent to live in their homes affordably.
And just for clarification, the safer threshold is about $40,000?
Yes, it was recently increased to $39,000 from about $32,000 under the province.
Right, which does seem quite low, so I can appreciate the advocacy piece to request that, although I am concerned that a lot of this just kind of asks the province to utilize the RTB or increase safer and stuff, and what more we could do. Speaking of partnerships, though, one of the interesting things that I've kind of identified is the renter, and with regard to the NORCs, the Renter Protection Fund from the province of British Columbia through BC Housing. Do we have sector partners that potentially could step in and actually, so the Renter Protection Fund, for the benefit of everybody else who might not know what it is an opportunity for BC Housing to supply funding to a not-for-profit who would go in and buy an existing rental building and kind of keep it in the market, but also theoretically could preserve these NORCs. Is that something that there is sector capacity for locally? Do we have groups that are in that space?
Yes, there are a number of nonprofits that serve seniors through their organizations. The Rental Protection Fund is definitely something the city would support, and nonprofits being able to do that. We understand from nonprofits that the funding might not be there through the Rental Protection Fund to buy buildings in the city of Vancouver due to the costs. So that is something we're looking into in the future and how we can kind of better support those to happen, because that would be a great outcome.
Yeah, agreed. A couple of concepts that that's fine. A couple of concepts that I didn't see captured in here that I'm curious about are different housing forms. One colloquially referred to as Golden Girls housing, where we allow groups of unrelated people to live together as roommates. And is that something that has kind of flown across your desk? Are you familiar with the concept?
We've heard about a number of different concepts, kind of different innovative concepts like home share, and I think generally the city would support those kind of different innovative solutions as they come forward. For example, the home share program has a charitable organization that is operating in Vancouver now, so that's allowed under regulation. So generally, kind of those innovative concepts we would definitely be interested in exploring with nonprofits that come forward.
Right. So I think one of the challenges for the Golden Girls housing style is that it technically runs afoul of our existing kind of roommate allocation. I think more than a certain amount of unrelated people living together, which I don't know off the top of my head.
I was just told it was 5 people.
Right. So I mean, potentially there could be opportunities to amend some of those restrictions possibly to allow NORCs that happen to be Golden Girls type living situations?
There could be opportunities. I don't think that's come up during this strategy of the kind of need for that. But
well, I can dive a little bit more. Oh, here comes Dan.
Yeah, the only thing I'd just add is this is work that we're also looking at through the council motion related to the equity review of bylaws. And so there is work underway on this issue, or work that we're looking at starting on this issue. It is a tricky little technical piece of work in our bylaws, but it is something that we're looking at.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. That's your time, Councillor Fry. And just as we're about to start our second round of questions, we do have speakers, and with the number of speakers we have, we should be able to get through them all if we start on them relatively soon, within the next few minutes. So with that, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll be really quick. Just interested to understand the rezoning piece around seniors housing that we're approving today, how it speeds up or improves the process if projects still are required to go through public hearing?
I would say it's kind of speeds up the process in creating the kind of box that we're comfortable with projects coming forward with, so it's clear. Right now, it's very unclear. The old community vision areas had some language about seniors housing in there, with some projects have been coming forward with, but there's no kind of height limits or FSRs included or other requirements. So this policy allows our staff and the applicants to be clear on what is allowable and in what areas, whereas it was very unclear before, I would say.
Okay, and the work to actually pre-zone to speed projects up so they aren't required to go through that longer process, is that underway already, or is that direction that staff would need from council?
Hi, Edna Cho, Senior Planner in PDS. Yes, that work is underway right now. We're planning to do consultation on that over the fall and bring that back to Council for consideration in Q2 of next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Kirby-Young is not in the chamber, so Councillor Klassen.
Thank you. I'm happy to give our team a NORC 101 after this meeting as well. But just one item example I'd like to cite is 54th and Kerr, which is Champlain Square, used to be Champlain Mall. It has a Starbucks, it has medical offices, it has a liquor store, it has grocery shopping, it has seniors housing, lots of seniors housing around there, in a very elderly community, which is why you see a lot of elderly people sort of milling about there and connecting with others, and that happened naturally, just over time. I just want to drill down a little bit more on the density question that I asked before, just because I want to have a better understanding. Normally, when I hear about density bonusing, I realize that what comes with that are some public benefits, but there are also economies of scale that come with that. So I'm just thinking of a not-for-profit or a government-operated, adding a couple floors or something like that, how that actually makes it, the financials work on that better.
As I mentioned, the forecasted demand for long-term care in the city of Vancouver is alarming to see, and we have been given direction. The health authority has been given direction from the Ministry of Health that for every new care home that is redeveloped, to add net new beds.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you an example of one care home that we're working with right now. They originally planned to replace the existing number of beds, 142. The health authority subsequently asked that they plan to add another floor to their building, which gives us a net new of 36 beds. The cost per bed decreases a couple $100K because of the economies of scales that you referenced.
Mm-hmm. What is the approximate cost per bed in a government-operated care home?
In 2024 dollars, it's running about $1 million a bed.
Okay. Do you know how that compares with private pay?
Private pay can do it for a few $100K less. I don't have an exact figure to give to you today. Dogwood Care Home is the last owned and operated care home that Vancouver Coastal Health redeveloped. In 2017 dollars, it was $500K a bed.
Do we know how many new long-term care beds that have been built in the city of Vancouver since 2015?
There are...
Talking about net new, pardon me.
Yep, probably 150.
And we are looking, I guess our report says something about having to create 1,500 in the coming years.
Over 10 years. Yeah.
But given the fact the last 9 years, we've built a fraction of that with the same projections for population growth, how are we going to get to 1,500?
That's a golden question for the health authority. Redeveloping existing care homes is one strategy toward that. I want to pick up on another comment around Golden Girls houses. The health authority version of that is what we're calling small care homes. We're currently exploring opportunities with BC Housing to buy 10-bedroom houses in the city of Vancouver, making some minor renovations and making it small care homes. We support moves from existing care homes for folks whose conditions have actually improved with time. They move into a smaller environment of 10 other people, thus then freeing up the complex care beds behind them.
You know how many people are on waiting lists for private pay right now in the city?
I don't have any sight lines into that demand.
Okay, but there are waiting lists for those sites, to your knowledge.
It's site-specific wait list, and there's no oversight by the health authority on those. My reference to buying temporary beds from those homes indicates that there wouldn't be much of a wait list because of the availability in private pay.
Now, you did indicate earlier that private pay beds are sometimes used for surge purposes. Are there not quite a number of beds over time that have become subsidized beds?
In order for VCH to add net new beds, it needs to go through a public procurement process. So we purchase temporary beds for a season of time and then add net new through the public procurement process.
And I heard a comment from staff that says that our private pay beds actually take away pressure off of subsidized beds. Would you believe that?
Yeah, for a proportion of the population. We know that it's the lower income aging population that the health authority primarily serves. But there certainly is a market in the city for private pay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick few follow-ups. So just finishing up on the design guidelines, just when we ran out of time. So just looking for affirmation that these will not add additional time to processing applications?
No, they will not. There are existing design guidelines now for all of these uses, and so we've actually cut down on those quite a bit and created this one guideline for clarity. They do not overlap with the provincial guidelines significantly, and are mostly focused on things like the neighborhood compatibility and kind of building form, which are outside of those as well.
Okay. I was going to ask that question every time we add guidelines as a general rule, not specific to seniors, but in general, because we're trying to streamline. Thank you. My other question is, with reference in the document, a couple of subtle references to the campus of care opportunities and being explored. I think it was touched on earlier. Broadway Lodge and Falls Creek South, is that one of the ones under contention and consideration in terms of expediting that as an opportunity?
Yes, that is one of the top identified sites by Vancouver Coastal Health as their priority sites. So that would be one of the considerations coming under kind of the policies to streamline and expedite as well.
Okay, that is very good to hear. I know the community's very supportive of that. And then my third and last question is really around just better understanding new acronym, NORCs, Naturally Occurring Retirement Communities. I learned a new acronym in this report. Can you just explain a little bit around sort of the benefit of taking advantage of that? Is it supporting people where they're at versus wanting to keeping people in their home communities or wanting to build diverse communities that have different age groups and, you have more social connectivity? So I'm just trying to kind of qualitatively understand a little bit more about that.
Yes, I would say all of those things are true. I kind of think about them similar actually to the complete neighborhoods idea through the Vancouver plan, where there are services so people can both access services and age in their homes if they like, but there might also be opportunities for new apartment buildings or condo buildings so that people can stay in their neighborhood as they age when maybe their existing home is no longer appropriate for them or too unmanageable. So it's both adding new and kind of providing those services or commercial spaces so people can stay in their neighborhoods and access services as they age.
Okay, so something could be a NORC, but it could also be a diversified community in terms of demography, age, et cetera, right?
Yes, yeah. And we do hear a lot of benefits from the diverse community as well in terms of helping neighbors and having other people close by and things like that as well.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. That brings us to the end of the question list. So we will now hear from registered speakers for this report. A public speaker should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. And I'll also ask speakers if they are a resident of Vancouver, if it's not indicated on the list. And our first public speaker is Mark White, Chair of the Older Persons and Elders Advisory Committee. And we do have a PowerPoint presentation with this report.
Actually, there's not a PowerPoint,
Not a PowerPoint.
presentation, but there is a copy of the oral presentation,
Great.
and that could just be circulated.
Yes, it will be.
So that would be fine.
Great.
It could be put up in case others that are watching have an interest in following it, but it's not critical to the presentation. Hello, Acting Mayor and councillors. I'd like to convey the Older Person and Elders Advisory Committee's enthusiastic support for the seniors' housing strategy and fully support the recommendations A to F. The seniors' housing strategy is a landmark document. Embedded in the document are important partnerships and commitment with Vancouver Coastal Health, BC Housing, Ministry of Housing, and community partners to work collaboratively on the goal of taking tangible actions towards creating and sustaining safe, affordable housing and strengthening the continuum of supports needed for older persons to age well in their homes and in their communities of choice. The very real heartbreaking challenges of the growing homelessness of many seniors in Vancouver, including many homeless for the first time in their life at the age of 55, and the high risk of homelessness facing seniors who are evicted or face eviction due to poverty, and the lack of any affordable housing for seniors on basic income supports requires urgent action. The short, medium, and long-term action steps will only become meaningful if there's a clearly defined, dedicated team in place to create and sustain a strategic planning and implementation alliance with multiple stakeholders. We hope that one of the outcomes of this dedicated team could include the co-creation with strategic partners and philanthropists a fundable large-scale demonstration project using new build technologies to support rapid build of desperately needed temporary and permanent seniors housing. In our committee's work last term on the Canada-wide age-friendly jurisdictional scan investigating best practices, the most successful municipalities were those municipalities that set up operational steering committees involving key partnerships with government, health agencies, senior serving organizations, senior organizations, nonprofit housing developers, and academia, as well as formal reporting processes to council and the seniors community. It's our committee's expectation that a well-resourced, sustainable city staff-led planning and implementation team is needed to build and strengthen the developing strategic alliance and move the report from important words and planned actions to tangible outcomes. The Strategic Housing Strategy report makes it clear to OPIAC that the City of Vancouver can no longer passively wait for funding support to address the urgent capital investment needed to build nonprofit housing. A much more active, community-engaged effort and targeted approach is necessary. The draft letter to the province, Appendix F, is commendable. However, to actualize these recommendations require sustained efforts in strategic collaboration with many community voices. We thank the seniors housing team for their brilliant piece of work. It's an exemplary example of listening closely to the community and co-creating a community-informed strategy that moves beyond housing, recognizing and taking action steps necessary to better meet the real comprehensive needs of seniors to age and live well in their homes and in their neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Mark, and thank you for your service on our advisory committee for many years. We are now going to move to speaker number 2, Public Body Representative Dan Levitt. And I am hearing that Dan is not on the line at this time, so we will go back through the list at the end when we've heard from other speakers. So speaker number 1 on the public speakers list is Laurel Gaudette. Hi there, you're welcome to start when you're ready.
Okay, there's the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That'll just take a moment to start there. Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm a low-income senior living in Vancouver, and I support this report, particularly with regards to SAFER. Next slide. My presentation today deals with my experience over the past 15 months. This has truly been a long and winding road fraught with multiple struggles. Next slides. I've encountered multiple villains along the way. This sums up my experience in both public and private housing. Next slide. Property managers are really tenant managers. They seem to gravitate to positions of power over others. Here are the tactics they use. Next slide. Next slide. This describes my current residence. Next 3 slides, please. You can see it is very nice on the outside and to some extent on the inside. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. This is just window dressing. Next 2 slides. The City of Vancouver inspector came 1 week ago today. Next slide. She did not inspect the fire escape, otherwise she would have seen that dreadful situation. That was Tuesday. Finally, on Friday, action was taken. There's very obvious mold in my room where it has broken through the paint. Next slide. I had hoped that the City of Vancouver inspector would be helpful. Not so. She said, "From here, I can't tell it is mold." You could take a picture and zoom in. No response. Next slide. They continue to deny that there is mold. I hired a mold inspection company. I expect their report sometime today. How this will play out is unclear, but I should win this battle. I also won the battle at residence too. Because they treated me so horribly, I said that I would go to the media. Next slide. They ended up giving me a rental subsidy. Next 2 slides. In Victoria, Residence 1, I thought I had won the lottery. A really nice, fully subsidized 1-bedroom apartment with patio. I had visions of living there for the remainder of my life. Next slide. Unfortunately, when the weather heated up, a hidden mold problem became apparent. Although I had very strong circumstantial evidence, this is not good enough for the RTB. Disputes are treated like a criminal trial. You must prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. You can also not claim for damages such as loss of secure, healthy, affordable housing. Stress, you can only get reimbursement for sessions with a counselor, such as $150 per hour. Although I hired an inspector to take air samples, it turned out that he was secretly working for them. This is the extent that they will go to win. I was staying at a hostel due to the mold. I had to borrow money from my sister, and so now I'm in debt. I returned to Vancouver in early February. I was fortunate to get a room at Residence 2, otherwise I would be in a hostel or on the street.
Laurel, I'll just bring your attention. You are at your time.
Oh.
So if you just have a closing sentence.
Okay. All of this for the sake of saving a little money by not doing proper remediation in the first place.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we will move to speaker number 2, Devin O'Leary.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Cool. Hello, I'm speaking on behalf of the Carnegie Housing Project. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I approve of this report with the conditions that it actually be implemented with ambition. It's great that there will finally be a seniors housing strategy. I agree with the recommendations that staff made, especially increasing SAFER, implementing the improved tenant relocation policy, and most importantly, increasing the supply of deeply affordable housing. The scale of what is needed is so massive, as you all know, and the report shows there are almost 6,000 people on the social housing wait list. And the hardest thing to effectively communicate is how horrible it is for folks to wait in that limbo. We've seen a lot of surveys in the downtown east side where people talk about being on the wait list for 10 plus years, and nobody will give them an answer for when they will actually get housing. And a big reason for that is because the social housing that exists excludes people who are living on disability and basic pension. The Hills portion of social housing usually only rents to people making over $40,000 a year, and seniors on basic pension only get about $22,000 a year. So for seniors who are going to lose their homes this year and the 1,000 more that wait in fear of eviction, they are living in that limbo unless way more social housing gets funding so it can rent to people who live on social assistance. That means rents at around $500 a month. Supportive housing does rent at rates seniors can afford, and there are the 1,500 new units planned based on the 10-year targets. But because about 700 supportive modulars are being removed from the city in the next 5 years, we aren't going to be in a much better situation by then. And that's only if the senior government funding comes through. We could also lose hundreds more if the SROs that get redeveloped in the coming years only rent at 1/3 shelter rate based on the downtown east side zoning. So what we urge council and staff to do about this is within your zone jurisdiction, use city-owned land as a contribution to develop new pension rate housing, not for revenue to pay for city services. Also require that all social housing include shelter and pension rate units and make sure the redeveloped SROs rent at 100% shelter rate. At the provincial level, there really needs to be broader vacancy control. The reason why it was so important to do that for SRO tenants still applies to seniors who have lived in their home for decades and pay super low rents. We've talked with senior groups who say their members live with constant fear that they are going to be evicted so their landlord can double or triple the rent, and then they'll be homeless. Finally, of course, you know you need lots of money from senior governments to get homes that rent at shelter and pension rate. You can write a letter, sure, but do you think that'll work to get the $6 billion you need for the housing targets? And if those targets are only 18% of the need, then how will you get the $33 billion to actually meet that need? Maybe in addition to the letter, the city could hire lobbyists to push on the province and feds to get that money. The situation is literally life or death for these seniors, so please do everything you can. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for calling in today. We'll now move to speaker number 3, Terry Lake.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Lake. I'm the CEO of the BC Care Providers Association, which represents over 400 long-term care, assisted living, independent living, and home health providers across the province. Importantly, both for-profit and not-for-profit providers. In fact, our chair and vice chair are both CEOs of not-for-profit organizations. We also have Route65.ca, a wayfinder. We were talking earlier about the need for information to access the seniors living wellness and care system in the province of British Columbia, and that website is very helpful for that use. I am speaking in support of the senior strategy with a reservation about the rezoning policy. And I want to start by commending the City of Vancouver for creating not just a vision, but actually a strategy to meet the needs of older adults, enabling them to age in place and enjoy a fulfilled life in their communities. And we hope this will be emulated by other communities around the province. As stated in the strategy, the overarching goal is to ensure elders and older adults have the housing and supports needed to allow for aging in appropriate and affordable housing in their community. The strategy seeks to prioritize social, supportive, and co-op housing for older adults, along with subsidized assisted living and long-term care, while importantly recognizing some need is filled by private pay, long-term care, assisted living, and independent living. In fact, about 10% of long-term care in the provinces of British Columbia is private pay, and as we heard earlier, takes pressure off of the public system, although there are wait lists in both systems, and according to the Canadian Institute for Health Information, we will need 17,000 long-term care spaces over the next 12 years. So 500 for the next 5 years in Vancouver seems to fall far short of that. In reference to the seniors' housing rezoning policy, there appears to be a contradiction in the recognition of the role of private pay, as it does not allow for height and density bonus consideration, only offering this option to government-owned or not-for-profit community care facilities. And it should be noted that many private for-profit community care facilities also include publicly subsidized residents, sometimes on a surge basis, as we heard, sometimes on a permanent basis. If the goal is to create more housing options for older persons in their community, why not extend height and density bonus opportunities, where appropriate, of course, to the private seniors housing sector, as is the norm for other density bonus zones in the city? Height and density bonus payments could be used to fulfill the goals of the senior strategy by creating more accessible sidewalks, more benches, for instance, or putting money towards seniors' activity centers. This isn't a competition. It's not a zero-sum game. We should be trying to lift all sectors of the seniors' housing market. Older Vancouver residents want to stay in their communities where they've raised their children and contributed to society throughout their lives. And while many do not have high incomes, through the fortunate timing of housing purchases, many have significant assets that allow them to stay in their beloved communities if options are available to them.
Terry,
The
this
city,
is your time. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. And again, a high tide will raise all boats. And so I think recognition of that in the policy would be very helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We'll now move to Speaker 4, Gloria Mirandella.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 5, Allison Keller. And Allison, if you wouldn't mind just indicating if you're a resident of Vancouver, as it's not listed on the speaker sheet.
Good morning, Acting Mayor, and yes, noted, and members of Council. My name is Allison Keller, and I'm the Site Development Ambassador for Amica Senior Lifestyles, and we do operate a residence in Vancouver proper. I'm speaking today in support of the report and appealing for an amendment to the proposed rezoning policy. First, we want to thank the City of Vancouver staff for all their work in preparing the seniors' housing strategy. We appreciated the opportunity to provide our input as part of the stakeholder engagement process when the policy was being developed. The resulting report is a timely and significant accomplishment. Over the last year, Amica has had the privilege to be in front of Council a number of times. On these occasions, we have talked about the deficit of seniors' housing and care in the face of rising demand in our aging communities. The scale of this crisis requires each of us to do our part. We hope that the city recognizes the private pay sector as an ally. From our perspective, the seniors' housing strategy that is before you has not sufficiently considered the private pay sector's role within the entire housing and care spectrum. That is a missed opportunity. As we know, there are people in our communities who will elect to live in private pay residences, which in turn can free up space in subsidized care. However, after reviewing the strategy, we are left wondering why the city is not leveraging the strength of the private pay sector by incentivizing it to build more. We appreciate that the new policy allows for the type of community care facilities that Amica has been proposing in Vancouver. This is good news, and we thank you for it. The policy also provides opportunity for nonprofit and 100% government-owned residences to achieve additional density and height beyond what is identified in the policy. This too is good news. However, the same opportunity is not explicitly provided for private pay proposals. We think that that is the missed opportunity. We are therefore respectfully requesting that this policy also unequivocally allows for private pay proposals to receive consideration for additional height and density in exchange for public benefits where appropriate. We appreciate that this will not be possible everywhere, but seek instead to have the opportunity to explore it on a case-by-case basis. Regarding public benefits, we also respectfully propose to Council for Council to consider the model it applies to hotel developments. Like seniors housing, the city recognizes the need for more hotel units and sees the public benefit in land use, irrespective of the hotel operator. Amica has been proposing 6-story buildings for its recent applications. However, in the future, we may want to build higher and denser, or we may need to have to, depending on the changing context. So why not consider future-proofing Vancouver's new policy by making it more flexible today so that it addresses senior housing and care for decades to come? Thank you.
And thank you very much. And Allison, if you could just indicate, are you a resident of Vancouver? I missed that at the beginning.
So myself personally, no, but we operate a residence, Amica Arbutus Manor in Vancouver proper, and we have other proposals before you that have been
No
approved.
problem. I just have to ask that question.
Fair enough.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from speaker number 6, Kevin Conrad.
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 7, Bhavna Solecki. Bhavna Solecki, speaker number 7. Okay, so we'll maybe just move on. We're not hearing that speaker.
Speaker 7 disconnected.
Okay, speaker number 7 disconnected. Speaker number 8, Daniel Kasowitz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
My name is Daniel Kasowitz. I reside at the Fontainebleau at 5455 Balsam Street in Vancouver. I support the seniors housing strategy, but I do not support soulless developer landlords like Larco that care nothing for the welfare of seniors or people of average or low income. Council has just given the green light to Larco to rezone the property at 5455 Balsam Street. The rezoning will demolish our underground parkade that accommodates 110 cars. Larco claimed at the July 9th public hearing at City Hall that there was a close parkade only 10 minutes away from the Fontainebleau and that we residents would have to walk only 10 minutes back to our building. However, I have since found out that Larco has not yet located such a parkade. I contacted Wendy LeBreton, Director of Developments for Larco, and asked her where exactly is there a parkade within 10 minutes of the Fontainebleau that can accommodate all our vehicles. And her answer was, quote, I will ask our property management team your question and get back to you as soon as possible, but to be honest, I doubt they will have specific locations sourced as that process has not yet begun, unquote. In other words, the Larco people have not found any parkade within 10 minutes of our building that can accommodate all our cars. In fact, there is no parkade in Kerrisdale that can accommodate all 110 cars. None. I did my research. 65% of the residents of the Fontainebleau are seniors. We are not suddenly going to give up our cars and ride bicycles or take taxis to all our medical appointments or to supermarkets. Even bus stops traveling north and south are too far away for many of us who have trouble walking. As a result, without parking, there will probably be a mass exodus of residents moving out of the Fontainebleau. We will be displaced. Many of the residents have told me that they intend to do that. Maybe Larco is hoping for such a...
I'm just going to have to pause you. I'm sorry. I wanted to hear from the extent of your comments, but that's related to an application that's already been dealt with. And this report is the senior strategy, housing strategy report. So if you have comments directly related to our seniors housing strategy, it would be good to hear from those from you now on that item.
I'll just conclude by saying if City Council wants to be fair to us seniors, if Council is serious about their proposed seniors housing strategy that encourages seniors to stay in their existing affordable housing, they should deny Larco's permit to build a 15-story high-rise, which will destroy our present underground parkade, and let us stay at the Fontainebleau where the rents are affordable. Period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for calling in. We'll now hear from speaker number 10, Nate Holers.
Speaker 10 not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 12, Jenny Conkin.
Cut you off. That last line.
Acting Mayor and City Council, thank you for having me. I just want to first note my name is Jenny Conkin. I'm the president and co-founder of Wholeway House Society, and I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you. Thank you for visiting our sites. We currently support more than 1,100 low-income seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, and those transitioning out of homelessness in the Downtown East Side, City of Vancouver, Burnaby, Surrey, and Victoria. I want to express my support for the seniors housing strategy, which I had the honor of helping to work on. Thank you, city staff, for your work on this. It's incredibly comprehensive, and I appreciate that. I did serve on the Seniors Advisory Committee, and I still serve on the Housing Subcommittee for them as well. I'm also here as a citizen of Vancouver. I'm born and raised in this city, and I care deeply for my city as well as for those older adults who have come before me to help create the city we get to enjoy today. I want to also just express that we support low-income senior renters to be able to age well in place with the care and dignity that they need and deserve. And very grateful to see a full-page case study on page 28 on the effectiveness of the Whole House model, which is currently operating. But it should be noted that there are currently no stable funding streams to provide these types of support services. We believe we can lower the need for long-term care beds, as we've heard so much about this morning, and also prevent the loss of housing providing these types of programs to allow low-income seniors to age well at home and allow them to have more independence and autonomy. This model is also scalable and extremely cost-effective at approximately only $10 per person per day. I also want to highlight that many seniors, especially those residing in the downtown east side, are becoming increasingly isolated due to many factors such as violence, lack of safe spaces, and lack of appropriate housing with support for them. As we heard, we currently have no shelters designated for seniors. And all of these factors are putting many seniors at higher risk of homelessness. I want to highlight the growing number of seniors with barriers who also need support and are living in SROs or experiencing homelessness and are being lumped into supportive housing, which is not designed for their types of needs. These are inappropriate options for them, and we want to support a strategy like this, which would provide appropriate supports. Seniors deserve to have a sense of safety, and they can be very vulnerable in these circumstances. I'm grateful for the opportunities that I have today, as I said, and I get to enjoy this beautiful city. And much of that is because of many of the people that I get to serve. So again, I want to express my support and gratitude for all those who have worked together to create the seniors housing strategy. Seniors in Vancouver do deserve safety, support, and housing security. We believe having this strategy in place to ensure these factors are being considered for them is key to protecting their homes, their communities, and their dignity. Thank you.
My microphone. Thank you very much, Jenny. Perfectly timed. We are now going to hear from our last registered speaker before we go back through the caller. The list is Speaker 13, Phoenix Winter. Hi, welcome. You're welcome to start when you're ready.
Thank you for lowering the podium. My name is Phoenix Winter. I'm grateful to be on the territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Squamish people. And Tsleil-Waututh. I'm a little nervous. It's been a while. I want to say that qualifies me as a Vancouver resident. I'm a senior. I'm 60 years old. I'm lucky enough to live just kitty corner here in subsidized housing. And I feel really lucky, but I look at the people walking up from Broadway and Cambie. I've seen seniors with walkers, barely walking, with brand new backpacks. And they're obviously homeless, and they can afford a backpack because their pension is enough for a backpack, but it's not enough to cover the cost of housing. And I've seen people in wheelchairs without a leg and without a foot, like sleeping in their wheelchairs on a morning in just right at Broadway and Cambie. And I'm looking at us, and it's great that we're having a senior strategy, but the problem is so urgent. It's not going to just take years to try and work this out and have things happen. And it's like we need more shelter rate housing. We need housing that people can afford. I'm lucky I pay a third of my income and I'm on disability, and very grateful that I can have that. And I want other people to have that as well. And we also do need a shelter for seniors as well, or existing shelters to be seniors accessible, because a lot of them have bunk beds and seniors can't lie down on the top bunk bed, or if there's a lot of stairs. It's a need to make things accessible that's really important. And the other thing I want to talk about is intergenerational housing. Like, there have been different, I'm German, Scottish, and Goan. And I've talked to seniors and people in the downtown east side that are Indigenous, and they talk about the importance of intergenerational housing. And in our housing unit, it's all seniors. And some of the seniors feel so useless, and they have so much to offer and so much knowledge and wisdom, and to learn from the younger people as well is really important. And our building has 1,000 applications for people wanting to get into the building, because there's all the pressure from the Broadway plan and redevelopment, and the 3-story walk-ups that were so good for low-income people are being redeveloped, and the plans are there, but there's no housing for us to move to. And there's always that worry about, oh, in 2 years our subsidy goes out. So it's really important that you guys come up with a senior strategy. I'm grateful that you're addressing the issue, but there's also those of us on the low income end of the scale that can't afford private care homes or whatever, and that are independent for now. So, and I just wanted to say about TRAC, like I've used TRAC, it's really great that they're there, but it gives you advice, but to actually use that advice, it means you have to go against your housing provider, which is a problem. And advocates were really, really useful. So funding seniors advocates or advocates for people who aren't seniors as regard to renting is really, really important. So thank you very much.
And thank you very much for speaking to council and lending your voice to this issue today. So we are at our registered speakers list. I'm going to go through one more time to hear from anyone we missed. So speaker number 2, Dan Levitt.
Hi, I'm Dan Levitt. I'm a BC Seniors Advocate, and I have lived in Vancouver for over 40 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I also want to acknowledge the City of Vancouver staff who took the time to brief me on the seniors housing strategy a few weeks ago. They provided an excellent overview and walked me through the details. I'd like to first start by commending the city for creating this plan. I can tell you on a first-hand basis, watching my great-grandparents and grandparents age in their neighborhood, in their apartments where they lived, and eventually needing assisted living and long-term care only a few kilometer radius from where they spent most of their life. We hear so much about the housing crisis in BC, but we almost never hear about its impact on seniors. When I toured the province to meet with seniors firsthand after starting in this role in the spring, affordability was the number one issue I heard about. A fundamental element impacting the high cost of living, particularly for seniors who are on fixed incomes, is housing. And the seniors who are struggling the most are people with low incomes who rent. They are afraid they will have to move out of their neighborhoods and communities to find affordable housing, leaving behind the friends and supports they know and love. Some are afraid of becoming homeless if they are evicted because their incomes haven't kept pace with the increasing rents and other rising costs of living. I was very pleased to see the draft strategy focus on the redesigning of the SAFER program and increasing seniors' subsidized housing, assisted living units, and long-term care beds. My office has made recommendations to the province to address these vitally important issues in recent years. However, government has not made substantive changes, but we are continuing to advocate for improvements. As we know, the seniors population will be growing substantially in BC in the coming years. Together, we can amplify the need to act now to address these issues for seniors. I also support the call for more affordable and accessible home support, particularly eliminating the high copayment fee for seniors. Our office has recommended home support services in BC be restructured in order to provide better service for more seniors and eliminate the financial barrier so everyone who needs help can get it. Many provinces such as Alberta and Ontario don't charge seniors for home support, and we are urging the provincial government to do the same in BC. We know seniors want to remain at home for as long as possible, and they need affordable rent and home support to help them live safely and comfortably as they age. I recognize that addressing these issues will require a major amount of funding and an action by many people in government, industry, community, and seniors organizations and others. However, I congratulate you on taking this important step. This strategy is a vital tool to guide your work on improving housing for seniors within the City of Vancouver. It's a process I encourage other local and regional governments to undertake. Housing is certainly a good start, but we want to see the communities where the housing is located to be both age and dementia-friendly, where no matter what postal code you live in the City of Vancouver, you can enjoy the same opportunity to age well.
That is your time. That is your time. We're over the 3 minutes, Dan. If you have a closing sentence, just to wrap it up.
If we're lucky enough, we'll all be seniors one day, and this housing strategy will hopefully help all Vancouverites. Thank you.
And thank you very much. So I will just call on our public speakers we did not hear from. Speaker 4, Gloria Mirandilla.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Is that Speaker 4? No, okay. Speaker 6, Kevin Conrad.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
If that is a speaker on the line, you'll have to mute what you're listening to. There's a slight delay in terms of the broadcast of the meeting. So that was speaker 6, Kevin Conrad, that I called.
Speaker with phone number ending in 7550 has disconnected. Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Thank you very much. And I'll just, yes. Okay, and that's just a second. Okay, Councillor Klassen. All those in, well, let's see how many speakers maybe we have on the line, and there can be another motion if there's a will to finish the item. Is that okay? All right, so all those in favor say yay. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. So speaker 7, Bhavna Solecki.
Hello.
Hi there, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I got cut off previously. Thank you for the opportunity again. Hello, I really appreciate the acting council and all the councils to bring me back again. It's great to see the city's first dedicated initiative and effort to address the unique housing need for the seniors. I'm really impressed by all the work the city has been doing. It underscores the city commitment to improve the overall well-being of older adults through targeted housing actions alongside broader initiatives with city partners. What I would like to really see is the natural broad spectrum which was discussed of the communities living together, and especially the seniors in a diverse community where we can support each other. Seniors have a hard time sometimes navigating things. They're not very tech-friendly. So I think that part of the proposal is really awesome to see, and the collaborative partnerships with other community members. I would really urge the council and the elected mayor to not ignore any of the horrendous behaviors of any landlords who are not ready to work with this vision which the city is looking at, the senior housing strategy. An accompanying rezoning policy to enable the development of senior housing in neighborhoods across the city is nice to see, but the whole vision and the strategy for equitable housing with diversity is what I would really like the council to really work on. My closing sentence basically is that there is a housing crisis. I'm not against any more buildings, but there has to be a proper infrastructure to support that and community engagement. The housing crisis is also because of unaffordable housing available in the market, which a lot of residents cannot afford. Not just the seniors who are on fixed income, but our youth too, who is studying and working and cannot afford the market value rents. So I think it will be nice for the council to look at all those aspects before going through any rezoning applications. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Thank you for your persistence in calling back in today. We will now move to Speaker 10, Nate Holers.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. Please feel free to start.
Oh, okay. So just to speak on the relevance of the seniors housing strategy to the rezoning decision of 5455 Boston Street, I think that property is pretty clearly an example of a NORC, like a naturally occurring retirement community. And one of the things that is said in the report is that a solution to help NORC is to ensure that there are live-in managers in the buildings. And this is super relevant to 5455 Bolton because kind of the underlying issue with all of Largo's building management has been that they removed the existing live-in manager and they only employ people that come in like twice a week. And so I was just wondering how this policy could be used to compel landlords to provide a live-in manager when they have shown that they're unwilling to do so by themselves. And yeah, I think given the outrage of many of the senior tenants who might have to leave their building as a result of council's decision today, I think they deserve to know what council is going to do specifically at 5455 Boston Street to ensure that it's in accordance with the seniors housing strategy, if the policy is approved. And yeah, because you have like a perfect case study of a naturally occurring retirement community here, where the city has just made a decision which is, I think, very contradictory to the report's direction to allow seniors to age in place. I think we should just get some answers on, once this policy is approved, if it is, how do you plan to make that better at this property? And I just personally think that it should be the first building where this policy is enforced. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you calling back in today. So that does bring us to the end of our speakers list. Council, it is past noon, and we do have an amendment on this item. Because the motion that was passed was to complete, to hear from speakers, we'd actually have to rescind that motion and then have a different motion to complete the item if that was the will of council. So. Okay. Oh, sorry, reconsider, not rescind. So, cement. Motion to reconsider, that's what's put forward. Yep, and seconded by Councillor Zhou. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, great. And now I need a motion to extend to complete the item. Okay, opposite. Okay, so Councillor Zhou to move and Councillor Montague to second. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, great. So we're going to move ahead. So we're now at the stage where I'm looking for a mover of the recommendations. Okay, so great. So Councillor Klassen, Councillor Boyle, just seeing Councillor Klassen, you're on the queue. So I'm actually going to move you to the main queue. If you can put yourself back on the queue, and anyone that would like to speak to the motion. So Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. You might want to move us to an amendment queue, and I'll do my quick pitch on.
You're moving an amendment?
I am moving an amendment to.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll move to an amendment queue. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll try and be as brief as possible. I know that we're sort of going into lunch hour here. First of all, I am extraordinarily excited about this work. I think that this is an accumulation of a lot of progress that has happened over time. We know that we started with the age-friendly city policy that was over 10 years old, but we've done a lot of really interesting work, and I was actually attended some of the public consultation, and I could see the enthusiasm from the community and people like Mark White, who do great work chairing our older persons and elders advisory committee. Where I felt that there was a missing piece was expressed by both Terry Lake and Allison from Amica, is that this is a genuine crisis that we are facing in terms of the quantity and the availability of housing and beds for people in their later years of life. The representative here from Coastal Health told us how many beds have been built in the last decade, and it's not very many. And right now what we're seeing is a lot of older beds that are being replaced with modest increases in new beds. What we have seen during just this term alone is we've already approved 2 seniors housing projects with over several hundred long-term care beds integrated into communities that have been lacking seniors housing. And I would like to see that continue. And I think that it's really important that we have all players involved in supporting them. Now, when it comes to working with the private operators, there is a slight covenant in the sense that we are asking them to contribute a public benefit in order to be allowed for any density. Schedule 4.1 within the rezoning policy explains what all the criteria are, so I don't need to kind of repeat all of those. So this essentially would allow us to meet those criteria, but also work with our private pay operators who are really filling a gap. And truthfully, they are doing two very important things. They're creating space for publicly subsidized beds who need that public subsidy, that affordability, and they're also potentially freeing up detached homes where people are technically overhoused, is the expression, where they're living in a home that they've been in a long time. They're becoming increasingly isolated with friends and family that are more distant or have left their or passed away. It allows them to be part of communities, and you hear story after story about how people's quality of life improves over that from having that. So I've gone a little bit long here, but I am putting this amendment forward with the hope that my fellow councillors will support it.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Zhou. Councillor Fry.
Chair, I'm wondering if through you I could ask some clarification of staff, since this is a pretty substantial amendment. Because this is giving very specific direction rather than a report back. I'm wondering if you could explain, because I understand that Amica was active in this work with you and in consulting, but 4.1 says basically additional height and density will be considered for seniors housing types that are 100% owned by a nonprofit corporation or on behalf of the City of Vancouver, British Columbia, or Canada. Why was for-profit not included in this, and does it make a difference to the existing?
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, so what we developed in the rezoning policy is a rezoning policy that goes up to about 6 stories, which is typically the height and density we've seen, right? So we understand that form, we understand those projects, whether they be private or nonprofit. What 4.1 does is provide some additional flexibility to go higher, more height, more density potentially for nonprofit and government care providers to reflect essentially the cost and the need for flexibility. I think Sarah Jordan spoke to the cost per bed, that can be reduced through that kind of flexibility. So, and this is a typical structure of rezoning policies that we've used on the housing side for sort of nonprofit housing. That said, I mean, the interesting caveat in the motion around contributing a significant public benefit, I think, is a piece to this that it just essentially would enable us to look at these projects on a case-by-case basis, do the pro forma reviews, see how they're performing, and see what public benefits could be delivered through them. So I think that's the sort of balance with that sort of a public or nonprofit benefit that we're trying to enable in the currently drafted policy.
So, if I may, Chair, just to follow up, so then you read this significant public benefit as an actual quantifiable public benefit, not just sort of a conceptual public benefit because it's housing for seniors.
I mean, my sense is that is how staff would enable this if this was approved, that we would look at the sites as they come in through the application process. We would review the project. We would work with real estate and services and work with the applicant to determine, look at financial performance. Again, we understand that pretty well under 6 stories, and under the 6-story table in here, there is no negotiation. It's just a almost nominal flat rate fee that gets paid. In this, I think if we were looking higher, more height and density, we would be seeing what a commensurate public benefit might be achievable is, and working with the applicant to determine that.
Okay, very much appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I had my trepidations around how this might impact the general policy as far as supporting not-for-profit and government-owned. But I'm confident hearing from Dan Garrison that, in fact, the public benefit would be factored in here and it would be considered, because obviously some of the more expensive for-profit private developments aren't necessarily a public benefit per se. So if that is baked into this, then I'm happy to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If I can ask a clarification question through you as well to staff. Yeah, and I just want to reflect this question as well, just so everyone has the same understanding. So specifically in Appendix B, I think it is, on page 9, looking at point 6, it says, community amenity contribution policies apply to privately initiated rezoning applications, and CAC requirements vary by seniors housing type as outlined in the community amenity contributions for rezonings policy. So building on Councillor Fry's questions, CACs will still apply.
Yes, and we've specified in this policy that if they come in under the 6-story form, there's essentially a flat rate institutional, I think it's in the range of $3 or $4 a square foot. Yeah, that would apply. So I think in response to this, we would be saying it would be a sort of more negotiated approach if we exceeded that.
So this would allow more density, aka more needed beds to be built, but there would be a commensurate higher CAC than the flat fee for something above and beyond 6 stories.
That would be my interpretation of this. Yeah.
Okay. And just building on the other question too, like would it all be cash, or let's say hypothetically thinking multi-generational, an applicant proposed a CAC like a childcare on site. In addition, because they have gardens, they have other things, right? It's positive to hear kids playing. Would we consider something like that in kind in addition to cash?
I mean, that would be pretty standard practice, right? A in-kind delivery of a public benefit with a commensurate value we actually generally prefer in-kind delivery because it's an efficient way to do it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you see that kind of thing as an opportunity?
That's a follow-up point of information.
Oh, sorry, as a follow-up point.
Okay.
Yes. Do you see that sort of thing as a feasible opportunity?
It'll be interesting to know. I mean, it's sort of what I was getting at, where we understand the under 6 stories. We haven't really done a lot of work on the economics of higher density forms of this because we haven't seen that many of them. So I think that'll be one of the interesting points to explore further.
Okay, thanks for the follow-up question. And speaking generally to the report, I just want to commend staff for a really solid piece of work. I think referenced earlier when we're having the discussion around the one rezoning application that I think how a society looks after its seniors, or is sort of, that's how sort of its level of compassion and community, I think, is measured. And so I think it's really important to have this piece of work articulated. Huge heavy lifting as well to the seniors, or sorry, I should say older persons now, committee. I was wondering actually as a comment as to why we're calling some of these appendices and policies seniors policies, and yet our committee has been named older persons now. So just noting I'm seeing inconsistency in language and we're calling it a seniors housing strategy. Anyway, but kudos to our older persons, elders advisory committee. Really appreciate their ongoing, consistent championship and work. We always hear from their representatives, and that is really very much appreciated. I think it's comprehensive. I really like the fact that it zeroes in on what the city can do in terms of enabling delivery of that housing. Appreciative of the answers to my questions around, are these guidelines going to help and not add additional regulations that we don't need as we continue our work to streamline permitting and actually get it built. But I think there is nothing more important than the security of your living and home space, particularly when you are older, because it becomes exponentially, I think, scarier for people. The idea of not having stability and the idea of change. So I'm very grateful for that. And I also like the way that the advocacy pieces are very clearly laid out. I think somebody suggested, one of the speakers, that council could probably hire a lobby firm or an advocate. I think that's part of council's job, is to be chief lobbyist for the city. And so this, in addition to the letter from that's requested from the mayor, lays out our asks very clearly, whether it's increasing the SAFER program, recognizing the differential in rents between the two different types of folks that are living in older buildings versus new, and the cost of average rents in Vancouver. So I think that's something that council could take away in all the conversations that we have ongoing with senior levels of government. But yeah, it's very clear that the wave is coming. You can see it in the demographics. People are living longer, which is great. But they sometimes also require additional care as they age. And we're just simply going to have a bigger seniors population and one that sticks around for longer. So we need to look after them. So thank you for all the work. I appreciate it.
Great. Thanks very much. Councillor Carr, we're on the amendment.
Thank you very much. Yes, I really appreciate the amendment and the language of the amendment that does differentiate between just building for profit beds and instead does add the language, also contributing significant additional public benefits. So that gives me a comfort level, and especially in the answer of Dan Garrison to Councillor Fry's question, affirming that this is something in addition that we are going to be looking for at the council table. If there is additional height and density, makes sense to me. It's not just the private beds. It is something else beyond that we will be looking to make those decisions. I just want to take, I'll take just a moment to speak generally in closing comments, as well as just to say thank you to staff for an incredible, and for all the people who have participated in this report. It's a very thorough report, and it's it's a good and strong piece of work that will guide decisions in the future. Really thank the speakers who came out, and the older people and Elders Advisory Committee for both speaking and for the work that they do. I think the point was well taken by Mark White about really needing to focus on a coordinated, strong effort to seek more funding from senior governments. It's impossible for us to do this alone. With the resources we have at the city level. And I think just everybody should keep in mind the stats that Dan Garrison started with are pretty scary, or maybe it wasn't Dan, but it was a staff person that started, in the beginning. They're pretty scary, 43% on BC Housing's wait list are 55 or older. 21% in the last homeless count were seniors. I mean, that should give us all pause to reflect on what we need to do, and this report does.
Great, thank you very much. So that does bring us to a vote on the amendment. Thank you very much. So that motion does pass with unanimous support. Thank you very much. And so now we're back on the main queue to the amended motion. Councillor Klassen, you have the floor.
I know I'm between council and their lunch, and so I just want to summarize just how incredibly thankful I am for the work that has gone into this report. It gives a very strong indication that we are taking the challenges of our older aging population seriously. We're taking measures to promote affordability. We have a very clear lens on enhancing quality of life through making sure that our communities are safe and accepting and provide services for older adults. And we're also really doing a great work, I think, to help foster community connections. I think the ability to create aged care housing is going to really make a huge difference, especially when we're seeing such increasing demand. And I also, to Councillor Kirby-Young's comments, I'm really pleased that we are advocating strongly to senior levels of government to try and make sure that they're very clear that it's important for us that we support seniors, not only in the city of Vancouver, but right here throughout the province and throughout the country, as we are all faced with an aging demographic. And then finally, I'm very thankful to council for supporting the amendment. I think providing housing choices is really important, and we're seeing new options that are coming on stream here because it becomes more affordable, especially people who are downsizing for homes that have built an enormous amount of equity in the last couple of decades. So just in summary, I just think that the seniors housing strategy is going to be crucial for ensuring that Vancouver seniors have safe, affordable, and supportive housing. And again, I'm very appreciative of staff for the work that they've done and for the public who engaged and brought their ideas forward. Our goal here is to make Vancouver a jurisdiction where we can proudly say that seniors matter and where we are building an age-friendly city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. So we are now going to go to a vote on the amended recommendations from staff for the senior strategy. And you can vote on screen. And that passes with unanimous support. So thank you to the speakers who came to speak and also to staff. Council, we are going to have an abbreviated lunch as a result, but I think that's great to have not had a break for 3 hours for our staff and speakers on that item. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock in camera and back in council at 3 p.m.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Sorry, you're a little faint.
Hi, Rowena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 1, 2. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So welcome back to the council meeting for this afternoon, and appreciate the patience as we went late in our in-camera meeting. So we will begin with item 2, 2023-2026 capital plan midterm update. And before we start, I'd just like to ask, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, this item does have a team member presentation. We have a full complement of our team members in the gallery, so I will invite, yes, great, thank you very much, to go ahead and present the presentation, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, Colin.
Great, thanks. Colin Knight, Director of Financial Planning and Analysis at the city, and I have a presentation here, and I'm joined with Lon Leclerc, Director of, or General Manager of Engineering Services, to deliver this short presentation. And really the purpose of this is to follow up from the earlier presentation on June 26th around the capital plan midterm update. And for today we're seeking council approval on the final adjusted 2023 to 2026 capital plan. So this presentation will summarize some of the direction that council has provided at the previous meeting that has been incorporated into the staff recommendations. So as a note, the presentation from June 26th is available on the web at this link, and I won't repeat all the content from this presentation, but it summarizes all the elements of the report for today. And in terms of timing, I'll recap this, which is from the earlier presentation. And so we're just at the final stage, which is the council approval. And you can see the stages leading up to this point. So for the next section, I'll summarize council's direction that we received on June 26th and how it's been incorporated into the recommendations being brought forward by staff. So just in summary, is the council provided direction on allocations for the $20 million in unallocated funding through a number of motions. And so we've taken that direction and we've incorporated it into the report recommendations. And as well, just have a quick update on some of the direction with respect to report backs. And then finally, a summary of the MTU as it sits in the staff recommendations. So just quickly, in terms of some of the report backs, one of them was around the Fire Hall Arts Theatre. And so again, to summarize that, staff will be reporting back to council, further to council's direction in advance of the 2027 to 2030 capital planning process. And then for the next item, which was specific to electrification to support EV infrastructure, I'll ask Lon to come up to speak to this one.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. This was an interest, I think, from Council in terms of our ability to repurpose the city's electrical, which is currently used to power the lighting. So as we transition from high-pressure sodium lights to LED, that does free up some capacity for the power in our system. However, it's specific to the interest of EV charging. This isn't really of a capacity that would really help in that front. It would help in terms of additional decorative lighting or ad panels or things like that. And then the additional challenges related to metering. It's not to say that we couldn't do this in some places, but across the city, this would be a significant challenge. I'll pass it back to Colin.
Great, thank you. And there was a request for additional information around opportunities for savings with respect to fleet replacement. And so, again, to summarize that there are opportunities and staff will be evaluating those and bringing options for council consideration as part of the 2025 operating and capital budget process. But again, to note that, that we have looked at opportunities around deferral, and in some cases, that the deferral of renewal actually costs us more if the maintenance and parts, et cetera, get to a certain point in a vehicle's life where it doesn't become cost effective. So that is one thing that we have to consider, is that in some cases, it wouldn't make sense to defer further. But I think that, but there are potential opportunities that we will be looking at, and that'll be considered through the operating budget, and so that will be coming forward to council in future. And then just to summarize that there around the 20 million, you can see the different areas that council directed that staff allocate the $20 million in funding, and that has been incorporated into the report recommendations. And with respect to the Uplifting Communities Fund, staff have included additional information around the scope and potential project allocation. And so for the next few slides, I'll ask Lon to come up again and walk through this Uplifting Communities section.
So council directed some increases in streets rehabilitation. So those are pretty straightforward for us on the local streets. We would be looking at high priority local streets, which are ones on busy bikeways or close to schools or hospitals, but also on those local streets where the need is most severe. There was some questions specifically around the Uplifting Communities Fund, which we see this as a very targeted spend in the centers of communities. And we would identify some general themes around what we would do. One is that these would have very high impact, so that these locations where we see lots of people, the centers of communities. General focus would be on infrastructure renewal, but it could include some additional improvements. And another key criteria for us would be the capacity to deliver, and that is that this is money that we really need to spend within the next 2 years. And just to remind Council, we are active in a number of community centers right now. In the existing capital plan that we had put forward, included the Butte Robson Plaza, which is implementation of that is underway. The Gastown work, we have the pedestrian pilot underway. We have sidewalk improvements and the First Nations cultural visibility work. A rather large or significant project on Davie Street with significant sidewalk widening in the heart of Davie. And then we have the 4 plazas that were funded through the Growing Communities Fund on Hastings, Main and 14th, Cambie 18th, and Granville and 14th. And of course, I believe the inspiration for the whole notion of the Uplifting Communities Fund was our experience in terms of the investments in Chinatown. We also have a number of conversations underway right now with West Broadway, Hastings Sunrise, Punjabi Market, a rather significant project in Kerrisdale, which is the intersection of the Arbutus Greenway and 41st Avenue, where a significant change there to the geometry and design of that intersection will cause vast improvements for walking, cycling, and transit priority in that area. And in addition, we also are in a good situation where we've just done a survey of the 2,200 kilometers of sidewalk across the city. So we do have an up-to-date condition assessment of those. And we're also able to overlay that with high-use walking areas. So thinking about the locations where we have trip hazards or sidewalks in need of repair, and in locations where lots of footsteps are falling on those. And now I'll pass it back to Colin.
Great, thanks. So I'll conclude with, again, the summary information which is contained in the report that shows the adjusted capital plan after factoring in the reallocations based on council's direction, as you can see. And then just a quick summary of the recommendations that the council is asked to approve. So the first recommendation seeks council's approval for all the adjustments to the capital plan as summarized in the report detail and the presentation. And as a result of all those adjustments, there's some decreases and some increases, but the net increase, if approved by council, would be an increase to the capital plan of 139 million, which again is not from additional tax funding or utility fee funding. It's from largely partnership funding and reserve funding being deployed to help deliver projects. And then a recommendation B, so generally the capital plan would, as projects in the capital plan become ready to commence, they would be brought forward to council as part of the annual budget process or through quarterly budget adjustment reports for the actual project budget approval. And so that's the approach that we will follow here. So projects will come forward to council for budget approval in future as they are ready to commence. However, there are a number of projects where there is a timing urgency around the approval. So in those cases, we have brought forward a recommendation for council to approve the specific budget, which would allow those projects where delivery would be impacted if were it not for the budget to be approved. We're putting forward a recommendation to council to approve those budget items only so that they can proceed without impact to timelines. And then the remainder of projects would follow the normal process to come to council through the annual budget process for budget approval. And then to conclude, again, as a result of this adjustments as recommended to the midterm, as part of the midterm capital plan update, this will enable delivery of initiatives by allowing funding for projects that, for a variety of reasons, can't proceed to be allocated to projects that can, as well as addressing new and emerging needs in areas such as cost escalation, so that we can advance delivery around needed infrastructure for growth and renewal. And as I mentioned before, we're doing that within our existing funding envelope, so this does not result in additional increases to tax or utility fees to implement these adjustments as recommended by staff. And with that, I'll conclude the presentation and go to questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. You do have questions, Councillor Carr?
Yes. First question, on June 26th, there were amendments made to this capital plan. The mayor and all ABC councillors tabled motions that added up to the 20 million in discretionary funding. What options do councillors Boyle, Fry, and myself have if we wanted to prioritize some other thing that is not in the plan? Fire hall theater, for example.
Yeah, I think council can amend the adjustments to suggest other
What if we're
allocations.
aware that, for example, there was an item included in the plan that the park board, for example, voted on Monday night, last night, which actually they decided not to proceed with the West End waterfront reallocation of space to more cars on the road, $6 million. Is that available for us to be able to reallocate here?
So as part of the direction, so again, the report includes the recommendation from staff that proceed because the direction from Park Board was more recent than,
So
than
there
the
is that.
report. But I think that it could be a discussion of council to make amendments to reallocate from that specific project.
Okay, that's good, thank you. The report talks about proceeding with producing, renewable energy. It's part of this just in general. I don't see any line items about the production of renewable energy. Is that something that we are considering doing, but we just haven't got any funding in place for it?
Did you want to try that? I think, go ahead, Lon.
We do have investments going on at the landfill for renewable natural gas. So that is underway in partnership with BC Hydro.
Oh, okay. Good. The climate our climate report, which is coming up on the agenda, does talk about the need for increased resilience, particularly in coping with heat, extreme heat, which means the tree canopy would be a key factor, for example. So do you know of anywhere in this report that does, in terms of capital expenditures, look at increasing the capital expenditures on adding more trees, for example? Is that, I tried to find it, but I couldn't see anything.
Yeah, and so I think with respect to trees, I think there had been information requested by council and shared by staff with council, and I think I can summarize some of it, and I think we have Tina from Park Board that can speak to some of the specifics about the trees, but I think the summary is that there is funding in the capital plan that relates to trees, and there is work underway, and so Tina, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you. Hello, Tina Mack, Director of Planning, Park Development at the Park Board. So work is underway, planning for the planting of up to 100,000 additional trees. Staff at the Park Board are doing some analysis and will be reporting back to council in the fall with a more detailed plan to increase the canopy coverage. So we don't have that information yet. More work needs to be done to determine what species where in the highest need areas, and need to do that analysis before they report back to you.
Okay, so that is coming.
It's coming.
Great, okay, thanks. I'll leave it there, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a quick follow-up question actually for Lon, related to the reference of sidewalk repairs. And I'm just curious, you mentioned the intersection at 41st and Yusa Carousdale specifically, or sorry, 41st and West East Boulevard. And then there's also the sidewalk repairs, and it notes Vine to you. I think arguably the repairs need to happen right up to West Boulevard there. So can you just?
Sure. So the project is quite large in that section because we are looking at combining the two intersections of East and West Boulevard into a single intersection and accommodating the walking and cycling and providing the transit priority. The extent of the work is something that is kind of variable. It's similar to the situations with the plazas that we're doing at the local street intersections on the various locations. Often what we're doing is we're bulging into the parking lane, and our ability to widen the sidewalk beyond the plaza itself is an option. If sidewalk renewal is also very obvious in a panel or like around the corner in a side street, this is where it's ideal for us to think about using the uplifting communities or the additional sidewalk funding, because we do get that reaction a lot when we work and people see a brand new sidewalk and they say, well, what about this over here? I'm tripping on it all the time. And so this is, it's a significant fund, just so you know, like in terms of our sidewalk renewal, in the 5-year capital plan is $5 million in total. So $6 million in uplifting communities fund to be spent in the last 2 years is a significant amount.
Okay. So sounds like it's going to be sort of greater, more encompassing than simply just you, Divine, depending on what happens in that intersection is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and as we would interpret the motion around uplifting communities is to actually take a number of different projects and kind of make them add up more than the individual pieces, if you could think of it that way. In the way we did Gastown, we focused cut repair so that they could see, utility cuts being improved in the area. That's something else that we can do. We can focus, neighborhood cleanup. We talked with our solid waste group in terms of coordinating that type of work. So the idea is to focus a number of different funds and kind of fill in the blanks with the Uplifting Community Fund.
Okay, and one more clarifying question related to this work, particularly around the high streets, is that a number of them are located in existing BIA sort of areas. And there has been concerns raised over the years that that there'll be sort of a tree removal and that the BIA sort of is finding out from its members or, and things like that, or even a tree planting perhaps. So what can we commit to in terms of engagement with BIAs, particularly through the executive directors and the staff teams that then have broad communication with their members just to be proactive in what's coming?
Yeah, absolutely. So, in fact, on that slide where I showed the map, I was kind of focused on areas where we've already have close conversations with the BIA, so we have a real sense of what they're looking for. In terms of the amount of locations in that map, that's probably about 4 million. So that's still a lot of kind of allocated, if you want to think of it that way. And of course, we don't know exactly what those projects are, but we were identifying those ones as high potential because those conversations were underway already. But in neighborhood centers or high commercial streets that may not even be part of a BIA, if we're hearing real concerns there, then we would want to kind of speak to that particular area and get a sense of what's kind of most needed.
Yeah, and I'm just referencing what's already been identified here is just that these are the sort of low-hanging fruit, if you will, that we've got ongoing conversations happening.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Colin, just want to follow up on an email conversation that we had, and this is specifically the West End Waterfront Parks Phase 1, the Beach Avenue enhancements. So that was reopening Beach Avenue west of Denman. Of course, I saw $6 million, thought, perfect, fire hall. But as you replied back, $4.5 million of that is specific for TransLink. $1.5 million of that is specific DCL for transportation, and I guess $500,000 is unallocated. Is that about the gist?
Yeah, I think that's roughly correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And the TransLink funding had a specific purpose related to active transportation. Yeah.
And I appreciate your reply, and I'm just teasing it out because it was maybe not everybody saw that reply, but as far as council, so specifically, it's the TransLink MRNB and BICCS programs to support other projects from the Active Mobility Plan. And potential projects include Adnac Street Protected Mobility Lanes, Ontario Greenway upgrades, Butte Greenway, and Arbutus Greenway upgrades. So my question is, does that require direction from council today, what to do with that $4.5 million? And if so, does Lon Leclerc have kind of suggestions as to where that might be reprioritized?
Yeah, so I'll answer the first part and then I'll pass it to Lon for the second part. So in terms of, yes, the process today, so council could provide direction to reallocate, or council could provide direction to report back, or we could just, like I said, just because the plan is approved, we have a second step before the budget, before we would actually commence work. So for an example like this, if we had funding approved for something that didn't proceed, then council could at any stage in the future provide direction to reallocate, or could do it today as part of this discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Helpful.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just further elaborate. So the increase in transportation is quite significant in the midterm update, and largely that's because of the funding available from TransLink. And so the BICC money is for the generally cycling improvements. We would still seek to allocate those to cycling projects. If that wasn't happening, and we'd want to spend it in the remaining 2-year window. Of course, we do have a long list of potential cycling projects with Portside, with Arbutus, lots of upgrades potentially across the city. We saw this as the highest priority if we could get to it.
Okay, and if you could indulge me with one theoretical then, would it be possible for us to reallocate the mayor's uplifting $5 million and swap it with this, and so that this TransLink money could go towards those improvements that are articulated in the uplifting, and we could move the uplifting money to, say, the Fire Hall Theater?
Well, the money from TransLink is very specific what it can be spent on.
Okay, so it wouldn't cover the stuff that was articulated in your...
No, it would have to be spent on walking and cycling improvements on streets. Or if it's the transit work, like in Kerrisdale, it has to be spent on bus priority.
Right, but now what's being proposed for the uplifting is largely sidewalk improvements?
Yes, and in sidewalk, they have a very small fund, which is it's called WIT, which is Walking to Transit. And those funds are typically right near station areas where local streets might not have complete sidewalks, or in locations where busy bus stops have poor connections to traffic signals and things like that. It's a very oversubscribed program.
Super helpful. Thanks, Lon. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also am curious about those West End waterfront improvements in the plan there, because my memory is, and forgive me that my brain is a bit full these days. My memory is that what council approved and what the park board approved didn't align, and so now we approve capital funding, but park board has a different idea of where they'd like to see it spent within that West End waterfront plan. I think this is probably kind of an unusual jurisdictional quagmire. So can you give us some sense of what is going to happen there?
I might ask, Tina, if you want to speak to the question around what will happen next, and then I can respond to the other question.
Yeah, thank you for the inquiry question. It depends on what's decided today in part, but the park board has directed staff to report back on near-term options for allocating the existing capital plan funding of $10 million in CAC funding for the West End, potentially to Phase 4A and 4B. They've asked us to report back, but we're interested to learn of the outcomes of today before we take that next step.
Okay, so council is being asked to direct money to the specific piece of the Phase 1 changes around the waterfront plan. If
Maybe I could back up a little bit. So council supported Phase 1 implementation of the proposed West End waterfront vision, whereas the park board approved the vision and not Phase 1. So when we went to the park board on July 8th, they, again, did not approve Phase 1 of the implementation, for which the MTU funding is aligned with. It asked that park board staff report back on capital plan funding outside of that might be available to direct to other portions of the West End waterfront vision that don't involve street works.
So if what's before council passes today, but that Phase 1 is not approved by the park board, I'm still lost.
Yeah, you maybe Colin can
Respond to
help
that.
explain the funding.
Yeah,
Thanks.
like from a funding perspective, council has the ultimate determination on how the funding will be allocated. So council can make that decision today. And as I noted, the staff recommendation, because it was written before the Parks Board direction, and it recommends that it has the recommendation that we make the adjustment for the West End waterfront. But I think that, so from a technical point of view, council can just leave it as is and leave the money allocated for that project. I think to summarize, Tina, that from a practical point of view, that there are steps that would be required, and so it wouldn't, if that funding is left for that project, there would be barriers to it advancing, and so we would have the funding, but not necessarily the project moving forward, and so that is something for council to consider.
Okay, and if we don't redirect those funds, the park board doesn't have the ability to spend them on a different piece of that plan as is?
Yeah, I think the procedurally, the park board would have to make requests of council to consider allocation of funding to different priorities. And normally, again, we would handle that through the capital planning process for the next capital plan, or through the budget process for reallocations within the existing budget.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
It's largely clearer than it was a few minutes ago to me. So thank you for that explanation.
Councillor, if I can just add, to supplement the comments, I think, as you've indicated, this is a very unusual circumstance that we're facing here. We have funds that were already in the capital plan. There's additional funds that are being recommended through the MTU. We have a disagreement between the two elected bodies as to what actually build, and there's a very complicated set of funding sources here with restrictions. As Colin indicated, council could make the decision today to reallocate some or all of that 16 million. I would recommend against that, given how complicated this is. We're happy to report back on kind of really what's happening here and what the options might be. There is further work that's happening at Park Board that may play into this. Council may decide to support that or not. So I think that's an option. Right now, there is essentially $16 million in this midterm update that we don't have a path to actually spend. But trying to reallocate that today on the floor would be quite complicated.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that helps at all, but we can certainly report back with more detail and options into the future.
And that report back with detail and options is what will happen. It doesn't require additional direction.
No, we will come back.
Okay. Great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And so we will move to hearing from speakers on this item. And we'll start with our first registered speaker. Oh, yes. Okay, great. Thanks very much, Colin. Our first registered speaker is Donna Spencer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, Acting Mayor, and Councillors. You've already heard my name is Donna Spencer, and I think I've spoken with many of you before, and I don't know if I'm grateful to be here speaking again for the same thing, but I'm back. As you know, and as you continue your deliberations on the midterm capital plan adjustments, I'm asking that the Mayor and Council commit a dollar figure today to finally allow the badly needed physical accessibility upgrades to the city-owned building to move forward. I'm asking that the City of Vancouver provide financial support, not just words of intention, to ensure respectful physical accessibility to the theater, to the public toilets, the dressing rooms, the mezzanine bar areas, the rehearsal studio, and the administration offices. And I want that to happen, if I can have it, as soon as possible. And I know you're not Santa Claus, but I am making a wish. Patrons justly lodge their complaints with our staff when their wheelchairs don't fit through the 1906 side door, or they have to tell staff they need to use the only slightly accessible washroom and then be helped to it, and then our staff wait for them and return them to their seats. This destination of going to the toilet, I think most of us prefer to make our own choices on. And wouldn't it be great if those who come to our theater could make their own choices on that as well? When they complain, we do ask them to let the city know about their experience, and so they contact 311. And then I'm not sure what happens, but I have heard about one mother complaining when her daughter's wheelchair wouldn't go through the door and she couldn't come to see Reflections on Crooked Walking. That's not good enough. That is really not good enough. But we keep on working to encourage them to feel welcome and to come back. Some of them do, and some simply don't even consider coming again. Artists and potential staff with mobility limitations cannot work for us, even if we want them to. And as a number of elders increase in our city and in our neighborhood, it is difficult to honor them as well. At a recent event at our location, that local MLA, Joan Phillip, and several elders had difficulty accessing an event because of the many stairs they needed to climb to get to them. So I'm asking you, and I'm a bit nervous about this because I've asked you before, I'm asking you as someone who has made all of the stairs in the building my aerobic workout for the last 40 years, to take action on behalf of all audiences and artists who have physical challenges that do not allow them to run up and down stairs. Help us to serve all Vancouver audiences and all the artists we could work with. Help us to ensure audiences, as they age, can keep coming to the Fire Hall. Make an investment in this heritage building that is owned by the citizens of Vancouver for the citizens of Vancouver. And through this investment, help us to keep helping our neighborhood and the many restaurants, cafes, and stores that benefit from the audiences we draw to the neighborhood. Feasibility needs assessments have been undertaken twice for this project, and the expense of undertaking the actual work needed keeps increasing. Please let's not continue to go around and around in a circle on this project, which has been going on since Fire Hall staff first started working on this with city staff in 2009. Working in the arts, we know careful planning is important, as is the choice to invest in a project. But surely the 117-year-old Fire Hall building and the Fire Hall Theatre Society, which celebrates 42 years, we bring in an average of 200 performances to the Fire Hall stage per year. Surely we have proven that this building is worth the investment and value to Vancouver. All the best of intentions won't count if Council and the City of Vancouver staff continue to put this work off from one capital plan to the next. As the old adage says, don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today, for tomorrow may never come. Please show the citizens of Vancouver that you mean to realize your intentions and not just contemplate them. Thank you for listening. Thanks to my fellow speakers and all of those who have written, emailed, and phoned Council to encourage and support this urgently needed upgrade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Donna. Thank you. Next, we have speaker number 2, Stephen Litton.
Can I help me adjust this? There you go. Thank you, sir. One moment, ladies and gentlemen.
No problem. Take your time.
This is great. I'm honored to be here today. The People's House. Thank you, Acting Mayor, council members. I'm very honored to be here today to speak on the issue of accessibility. We've come a long way, but we've got a long way to go. But thank you for the opportunity of having me share today. I'm here today to ask the City of Vancouver to take action on upgrading Fire Hall building so that it is physical accessible to all who travel in chairs, scooters, and difficulty with stairs can enter the theater through the front door. The fire hall has been a leader in Canada in welcoming Indigenous artists and audiences to the venue for production that speak to my experience. It has been a leader in welcoming audiences from the downtown east side, and its value to our neighborhood is immeasurable. If you care about those who cannot climb the stairs for whatever reason, if you care about those who with mobility support chairs, scooters, and canes, to be able to have access to properly equipped and actually accessible washrooms throughout the support of caregivers or fire hall staff. Please act now. Put the money in the budget so that this can begin today, not in 5 years, but now, so that folks like myself and so many others can participate in classes, in receptions, in productions, as a performer and as an audience member. Recognize the value of what the Fire Hall has been doing in leading the way for a better culture today and tomorrow and beyond. Understanding and for what it is for many, a gathering place where Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians and those around the world can hear stories, reflect on all, reflective of all, not just a few are shared. Show us that City of Vancouver, show us that the City of Vancouver leadership believe in investing in this heritage city owned building to finally be physically accessible is long overdue, and it needs to be addressed and get on with making this happen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, council members, acting mayor, for your time.
And thank you very much, Stephen, for coming in and addressing council.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we are going to now hear from speaker 3, Gordon Bird.
Hello, good afternoon. Da bonjour, Anishinaabe. Nanade, Wapchigid, Wabashashi, then Wema, Lac La Ronge. My spirit name is Circle Dancing Eagle. My government name is Gordon Simeon Bird. I want to thank you. It's an honor to see everybody sitting in a circle. That's a traditional value, by the way. We sit in circles. And it shows equality. It shows that we're actually seeing eye to eye. We're all also at the same level. I'm also a pipe carrier, so I understand This has been around for thousands of years. But today, I forgot to stop my timer. I only have 3 minutes. I want to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm also the maintenance man at the Fire Hall Arts Center. I'm also a dancer. I do choreograph. I've done theater myself. I know what it feels like to be in front of the spotlight behind. And I also know the challenges that our community faces when it comes to dealing with proper accessibility to a venue, to and from. And also, I've also also worked for MP. I'm also a lead patroller. So during the time when winter rolls around, I'm outside. I stand outside when it's -20. I also make sure that the cars and everything that are there. If we have people that are strangers, I walk up to them. I ask them, "How are you doing? Is there anything I can do to help you?" I know that they don't belong to that bicycle because those people are inside the theater. So I provide security as well. When it comes to accessibility for our patrons, elderly and or young, something that does happen, we have to take them outside. They have to go all the way to the outside, back into the building to access around the backside. They have to sit on the side rather than have accessibility to any part of the venue. And it's beautiful inside the interior. Yes, it is a very old building, and I love architecture, and I love the fact that I'm here in Vancouver. Vancouver is a beautiful city. Yes, we do have our challenges. I work also as a frontline worker in the downtown east side as well. So I also see all the different people that live in the area, whether it be demographically, whether it be addictions. But I understand that these things do happen, but there is ways to deal with them and help to do it in a balanced way, to be objective, and to see that is very important. I live in the downtown east side, so that's my background. That's also where I play, that's where I work. So I take great deal and diligence and being very respectful and doing my best to help elevate people's lives. I also come from the world of addictions myself. I spent over almost 20 years. I've been homeless. I've been in jail. I've done everything that they've done on the streets, so I have a unique perspective. I know how they feel. So when I see them in front of the center, I have to ask them very kindly, please don't smoke here. They listen to me. Then I've also helped people when they're where I work, where they want to put that in. Okay, I have 10 seconds. Okay, 10 seconds, 5. But at this time, I also want to put a smile on your face. It's a beautiful day outside. We live in beautiful British Columbia here. So thank you for your time, and thank you for listening and all my relations. Hi.
Thank you very much, Gordon, for coming in to speak to council. Great to hear your voice today. We now have speaker number 4, Shay Kubler.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 5, Tristan Foy.
Hello, thank you, Council, for listening today. My name is Tristan Foy. I am an employee of the Fire Hall Arts Center. I'm a casual employee who works front of house as well as bar and box office. And I'm here today simply just to convey my experiences working on the front line at the Fire Hall in regard to accessibility. And just to be frank, I think that it is incredibly inappropriate for a city-owned building to be as inaccessible as the Fire Hall Arts Center. I personally have had to escort patrons who have come to the theater with mobility issues outside from the box office, down the sidewalk, and into the back entrance, because that is the only way that we can get them into the building. And it is, for me, it's embarrassing because I don't think that anyone should have to go through that experience of being dehumanized as, oh, sorry, the only way to get into the theater is going up these steps, so we're going to take you on this other path, which is othering. And I feel terrible having to do that and having to tell those patrons, you know, we want to make these upgrades and we want to make this building accessible for all. However, we can't do anything until the city does something because the city owns the building. And so until this council makes a decision to fund these badly needed upgrades, it will continue to get kicked down the road. And these are changes that needed to have been made yesterday. These are changes that needed to have been made years ago, because every person, regardless of their physical or mental ability, deserves to be able to engage in culture and the arts. And to have a city-owned building that is so inaccessible is just, I personally, I think it's a disgrace. And so I passionately implore you to consider making these funding changes so that the Fire Hall Arts Center can become accessible to every person, regardless of their physical needs or accessibility needs, rather. And if you've never been to the Fire Hall Arts Center before, I highly encourage you to visit so that you can see for yourself what it is like to walk into the building, have to go up multiple steps, and then go down another set of steps just to get into the theater. And if you want to get a drink or a snack, you have to go up another set of stairs. And I'm just about to run out of time, but it is something that I think is urgently needed and needs to change. So I hope that you will consider making these changes and amendments so that these changes can be done now. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Perfectly timed. So we are going to move to speaker number 6, Ashley Giffen.
Hello, my name is Ashley Giffen, and I'm an OG Cree woman who has lived in these territories for my entire life. I'm currently employed at the Gathering Place Community Center as an activity leader where I do Indigenous programming for the city. As well, I have worked at the Fire Hall Arts Center for almost 4 years. Today, I'm here to oppose the decision to delay much-needed renovation funding in order for the Fire Hall to not only work efficiently, but to provide our community and patronage with safe and accessible facilities. The Fire Hall Arts Center is filled with a passionate and talented community of both employees and patrons that I've had the honor of working with and witnessing important artistic developments and achievements. As an Indigenous artist in Vancouver, I have witnessed the importance of the Fire Hall as a pillar of the Indigenous arts community in Canada. Donna Spencer has created space for Indigenous artists to tell vulnerable and critical stories in times of unknowingness. I have witnessed and been a part of the embarrassment we have all felt at the Fire Hall when we have elders enter our space and we cannot provide them with the accessible needs that any elder in our community should have absolute rights to. The Fire Hall is a neglected City of Vancouver-owned building. I believe the decision to delay funding any further is a shameful and irresponsible one. More recently, the city was under fire for increasing the VPD's funds and making Vancouver cops set up to be the best paid in Canada, and yet doesn't seem to have enough trust or criticality to provide financial resources to programs and industries that are actually doing the work to provide healing, diverse, and decolonial spaces of artistic development and community outreach. You cannot expect us to outsource funding when we have been in urgent need for years. This is not a matter of informed, responsible delay, but a repetitive pattern of financial irresponsibility. How can you expect your own community to take this council seriously when the former standing mayor takes over public space for an in-office gym, prioritizing his own health and wellness, but denying others the same access to wellness and dignity? It is my understanding that there is a legal responsibility for our municipal governments to respond to calls of actions in regards to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in prioritizing Indigenous health and safety. It is your task as caretakers of this heritage building to provide the basic needs that the Fire Hall is asking for in order to provide safe services for our patrons and to thrive as an art center. Again, I say basic. Again, I remind you of your legal responsibility to provide wheelchair users the proper and dignified means of access as per BC accessibility requirements. As an art center that works so deeply with Indigenous artists and more crucially Indigenous elders, I believe this decision is in violent and ignorant defiance of those calls to actions and requirements that I'm speaking of. I implore you to give the Fire Hall the basics of support before you wait even more time, which will waste even more money, both ours and yours, embarrass more patrons and workers, and ultimately lead to even greater lack of reliability from this council and their priorities. Thanks.
And thank you very much. Also well timed. Thank you for speaking to council. We have speaker number 7, Adam Grant Warren.
Can I go lower? No. Thank you. Councilors, Acting Mayor, my name is Adam Grant Warren. I'm the co-artistic director of Real Wheels Theatre in Vancouver. And I'm going to come off my page for a second and say that I didn't expect to take this microphone so angry. I know you've heard a lot thus far about the inaccessibilities of the fire hall, its washrooms, its lobby, its narrow and segregative side entrance. You've been hearing those stories for years. I don't want to repeat unnecessarily, but I will mention an evening when, before a premiere run of one of my own shows, I wet my pants because there was no one around to help me through that side door and into the washroom. I'm a senior artist. Those are all very real reasons why I oppose your choice not to renovate the fire hall, but my own singular passive exclusion and humiliation in the face of everything the building lacks is arguably not worth a $7 million investment. So what is? Councillors, there is so little accessible space for art in Vancouver. Here I'm talking about more than audience seating. I'm talking about dressing rooms and rehearsal halls and backstage crossovers and tech booths and things that none of you, I'd wager, think about. Even at the Newmont, the Dance Center, the Roundhouse, at best, some of these things are accessible some of the time. I could ask you to lower the bar and make just the audience space at the fire hall independently accessible. But please, think about what the building could be for the city. It could be a place for artists with disabilities to gather and engage in artistic process from any position on the team. That kind of space doesn't exist. It could be a hub for mentorship so that I, for example, can not only make work, but mentor new artists start to finish in the space where their work will live. It could be that this impossibly rare venue, it could be this venue that puts artists and patrons with disabilities on genuinely level ground with typically bodied folks. Let me close with a commitment. Make this fire hall. Make the fire hall the place for everyone to gather. Make this investment, and I promise it will pay off. There will be strong art from voices you haven't heard before, and there will be learning for those who haven't been able to access it yet. Not just the artists the city needs, artists, more artists, but new arts leaders who can finally take charge of a fully accessible theater where they don't need anyone to help them through the doors. Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming to speak to council today. Our last registered speaker is Chris May.
Good afternoon to Mayor and Council. We often come in contact with each other. In my day job, I am the General Manager of BC Place, working with all of you very closely on the FIFA World Cup. But in other parts of my life, I am a resident of Strathcona, of the 700 block of Union Street, a walking distance to the corner of Hastings and Main and to the Fire Hall Arts Centre. And I'm also the chair of the board of the Fire Hall Arts Centre. And I wanted to speak today about the vital importance that the Fire Hall Arts Centre provides to the downtown east side, about the cultural importance of our city and that neighborhood which we all profess to be incredibly important to our city and that needs effort and energy put into it. Many of the things that you've just heard, all of them in fact, are absolutely true. We desperately need help with accessibility to make sure that all people can feel welcome at the Fire Hall Arts Centre. We need to remember that Arts Centre is a beacon of hope at times in that community, that it has done incredible work with trans artists, the LGBTQ2+ community, with Indigenous artists, that has provided a start to numerous artists that work on a global scale now. It's vitally important to remember that we need to support as a city and as a community that the next Taylor Swift, or the next Ryan Reynolds needs every bit as much support as the next Wayne Gretzky or the next Lionel Messi. And it's really important that we don't lose sight of that. I will say that I have, over the last couple of weeks, since an initial decision was made, spoken with many of the councillors, with the mayor, with the chief of staff, and I'm really hoping that when we get through this today, that there will be a change and we will have necessary funding committed. And I appreciate the work that has been done by mayor and council to come and tour the building, to look and to try and understand what the fire hall does. And I really hope that over the last couple of weeks, you've taken that opportunity to learn and to think about how we could approach things differently. Because simply pushing to another review or another report will not service our community, will not serve the desperate accessible needs. And I've said all of that without bringing up the fact that this is one of the last surviving fire halls that honors first responders in our country, and that we need to keep that piece of history alive too, that the frame and history of that building and honoring the history of that building is great, and so is having the Arts Center and a thriving theater company in that community. So we are hoping, and I hope that we get good news today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris, for calling in. I will just call on our registered speaker 4, Shay Kubler.
Speaker 4 is not on the line, Chair.
Thank you very much. So that is the end of our speakers list. Just like to say thank you to everyone who spoke to council. I'm now looking for a mover of the motion, and see we've got Councillor Kirby-Young on the queue. So moved by Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. And Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm going to move us to the main queue so we can move to discussion. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So now that the main report has been moved and seconded, I would like to propose an amendment to the report. And I have sent that in to the clerks, and I'll look for them to bring that up on screen so people can see it.
I'll move us to an amendment queue.
Lots of queues.
I don't see you on the queue, but go ahead.
There.
And we will need a seconder.
Okay. Do the clerks have the amendment?
Councillor Klassen, thank you very much.
Okay. I'll start speaking to it while we wait for the technology to catch. The screen's gone dark, by the way. Okay. All right. So I really appreciate the speakers that came here on the Fire Hall Arts piece. I know that this has been a live discussion, both in my last term on council and this one. And we have a lot of aging infrastructure in the building, but I think as the speakers shared, it's becoming an egregious situation at the Fire Hall with respects to accessibility. But we also recognize that this is an aging and an older building. And so I know there was previous discussion with respects to amendments around dealing specifically with accessibility. I think the fire hall deserves that and more. I think it deserves a little bit more love. And I know that when you're looking at aging buildings, often there are unexpected costs that come up. And I think there's other improvements that can be made in what is a beloved and historic building, but is honestly an aging one. So I'm going to read the motion for the record and then provide a couple of final comments. And this is what I'm submitting for council's consideration. And it reads that council affirms the important role of the Fire Hall Theatre in Vancouver's art scene and its value as a community asset, and recognizes the Fire Hall Theatre is in need of renewal and upgrading to enable accessibility and to ensure its use for generations to come. And further, that council seek to direct up to $10 million in our next capital plan, the 2027 to 2030 capital plan, for the renewal and expansion of the Fire Hall Theatre, contingent on submission of a fully costed and completed feasibility study and building assessment that considers both accessibility and required upgrades for the building as a whole, and that these be brought to council for consideration prior to our approval of the 27 to 2030 capital plan in 2026. And further, that we encourage the Fire Hall to continue doing their good work, and as we've seen, they're passionate advocates, and that they've been encouraged to continue pursuing additional funding commitments from senior levels of government. And so the intention here is that council is putting its stake in the ground to spend $10 million. We don't want to, as I said, limit it just to accessibility. That's a critical need. We've heard that for dignity and just in terms of basic rights. But I suspect there are other things that need to happen in this building as well. I know that there's funding available to, and the work is underway on looking at what needs to be done in the accessibility plan. So I think this is about giving some framing and direction around the scope of that work. And a clear timeline in terms of the path of doing that. We're sitting here at the middle of 2024, so I would fully expect that by the time that work is done and that this is when the money would actually need to be spent in terms of actually affecting the repairs, just understanding the pacing and normally of just in, very practical terms of how these projects go. There's planning work, then there's sort of costing, there's approval, and then there's actually doing the work. And so what the hope and intention here is that this actually lays out a plan and doesn't just deliver on the accessibility, but it provides us, and I really want to emphasize this point, some additional life to an aging building that I fear is going to continue to have for anybody that's toured through it. And I think almost the majority of council have now, these older buildings continue to show other issues and problems as they age. And so it makes sense to me to get us a handle on what those are and what we're looking at in terms of the full scope to keep this beloved gem right sort of in the heart of the downtown east side going so that people can continue to go there and it can be a hub not just for artists to participate but for audiences as well to come and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to the amendment, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a question to the mover of the amendment. Just to ask, the amendment directs staff to seek to allocate. I'm wondering why not just allocate? What does seek to allocate mean?
I think that's just staying within our lines is that council still has the right to approve a full capital plan, and that's a very big piece of work. As you know, Councillor Boyle, each council inherits one and sets one. And so it's an intent not to fetter the entire capital plan, but the council has to take a subsequent decision around that, right?
Okay. Thanks for that answer. I will just say, I share the disappointment and frustration that we heard from a whole number of speakers on this item. I had moved a month ago, as council knows, that we fund these upgrades now within this capital plan rather than pushing it further down the road. I was disappointed that didn't pass. I will support seeking to allocate funding for the next capital plan, but I really don't think it is nearly strong enough language. This is a civic building. It's a beloved civic building with a huge amount of importance, and we should be doing better than this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, for bringing forward this amendment. I have a few questions through you, Chair, to staff with regards to the capital upgrades and the plans. Clearly, what I'm hearing is I think all the council here would like to try and see work done as soon as possible to try and move the Fire Hall Art Center into kind of a state-of-the-art facility. When I did the tour, I noted, windows that don't close on the second floor. That's not directly involving accessibility. That's a building that is in dire need of actual upgrades to try and put in modern window systems, retain the heritage. So my sort of quick question is, what money do we have currently allocated to Fire Hall Art Center in terms of planning and design and work that would allow us to at least have a clear path forward to try and get it built?
Thank you for the question. We've got an allocation of about, just in the realm of about $700,000 that we're going to use to start the planning process. A lot of feasibility work has already been done, so we have a fairly good idea of the work. We've got an ability to now start planning how we actually do the work, so that will be part of the whole plan and the feasibility. And staff have already started working on that. So we've actually already toured the theater a couple of weeks ago, and I've actually got staff to start working on a construct that will allow us to actually plan out what the first phases of work will be. So I think we're in a fairly good shape right now. We've got enough planning funding anyway that will allow us to actually do the feasibility, do the cadence on the procurement, and then see how we phase it all out. Because it's a fairly large amount of work, actually, given the state of the building.
And that's my sort of second question. It seems to me the accessibility part, which is so critical, is a part of a larger amount of work. Again, I'm not an expert on building retrofits and heritage retrofits, but my distinct impression was there was a lot more work that needed to be done at all
Yes.
levels of the building.
Yeah, we're focusing on the accessibility, but we're not going to negate our responsibility to look at all of the other. And so it doesn't make any sense for us to go in and just do the accessibility. It makes a lot more sense for us to actually do a more comprehensive view of what we actually can.
So I want to just focus
Work
in
on.
on the timing because it's the summer, it's July 2024, we're talking 2027 capital plan. When we make these kinds of commitments down the road, are we able to start negotiations with other levels of government, actually potentially start work before that 2027 date? Is there things that we can get done sooner?
I'm going to let Colin speak to some of that, but I believe that some of the work in looking at other senior levels of government funding to actually augment what we're potentially going to be able to allocate, I think could probably start sooner. But I'm going to let Colin
And
Be
I'm
quick
speak.
about
happy
it,
to
Colin, 'cause I
allow
have a
that,
couple
Councillor
more comments,
Klassen. I'll just note that points of information is to gain information
Yeah.
that will help you make a decision on the amendment versus what happens.
And this is where this is going for me.
Just
Thank you.
making sure.
So yes, I think in terms of timing, so the key thing is that the funding has to be in place and approved before we can commit it to actual project work. But that being said, that there are opportunities regularly through the quarterly budget adjustment process and the annual budget process to assess if funding becomes available. And certainly if funding is available and committed from senior governments, then that could be
Thank you,
allocated.
Colin. All I was looking for is a ray of light, truthfully. And what I wanted to say is that this site has needed, and council after council after council has not done the work needed to try and get this this gem of a cultural facility back to the state of the art that it deserves to be. And so I'm very supportive of this motion with the idea that we are going to be able to commit as a council to trying to get the funding to try and get those retrofits done.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I can't share the confidence or sense that this is a commitment at all. Back in 2019, we approved $700,000 for the planning for this implementation that was supposed to come in this capital plan. Since that time, we've passed, we just passed the seniors housing strategy today. We passed the equity framework, the accessibility strategy. The provincial government passed the Accessible BC Act. All these things have happened since that time. And yet here we are kicking the can down the road, potentially maybe to 2027 or maybe 2030. It does come down to priorities. Of course, we didn't know back in 2019 that we'd be hosting FIFA and that we would be, dedicating a significant amount of our capital budget to upgrading the amphitheater so we could have VIP suites for FIFA Fan Fest. We didn't anticipate that we would be putting so much more money into other new emergent priorities. So I don't feel that this really puts that commitment there. And frankly, I'm just disappointed in the entire midterm capital update. We've seen a lot of sort of lack of funding to East Vancouver, the East End specifically. I mean, I realize that many of these things are beyond our control, but this is one piece that is in our control. And I think that, with all due respect to the mayor's $5 million for the uplifting Vancouver kind of general idea of throwing money into noble causes, for sure, this is an actual very specific need, a very specific cause, and a long overdue situation. And I just feel that this is such a non-committal, kicking it down the can kind of approach. I mean, I'll reluctantly support it because it's better than nothing, but frankly, it is only marginally better than nothing. And I'm very disappointed, and I think that we could do so much better with an actual commitment and actually throwing money in now in our midterm capital update, where we had a significant amount of money that was discretionally available to us, and this was on the recommended list for $7 million. And instead, this council majority chose to ignore that and go with new priorities. And that is the will of the council majority. I'm not very supportive of it, but here we are.
Great, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yes. Chair, I have an amendment to Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment.
Okay, I'll move us to an amendment queue. Put yourself back on the queue.
And further that, staff continue to work diligently to identify funding to begin work as quickly as possible this term on upgrading the Fire Hall Theatre for accessibility. I don't want to feel like, I think that staff could possibly come up with a way. There may be some shifts in budgets. There may be some opportunities with funding. I don't want to put it all on the Fire Hall Theatre Society to seek federal government or senior government funding. We have a role to play in that too. And I just think that we should not give up with wanting to move forward, not in the next capital plan. I'm worried it's in the next capital plan. It doesn't start right away. I mean, it will be like it's 2.5 years to the next next council. It'd be like another 2 years from that. That's a long time away. So I'm just saying there may be opportunities, and I don't want staff to think they don't have to consider those possibilities or pursue them or include it in conversations that they have with government officials in the arts community, et cetera. So that's my motion, just to keep this going.
Did someone second that? Councillor Boyle? So that is seconded. And Councillor Klassen, over to you.
Yeah, it was just, my only comment was that I think that the upgrades to the Fire Hall Art Center it includes accessibility, but it is it's a retrofit. It really is going to be a heritage retrofit to make this into a full state-of-the-art more modern facility for arts. So I realize that accessibility is one of the priorities, but I think the priority is to actually, and what we heard from the deputy city manager is that doing this work, for economies of scale, essentially makes more sense to do all the work at once and begin the work of trying to rebuild and renovate the building all at once, not just this one part. So I'm only just making that as a comment. I'm not necessarily determined to make any changes on them, but I just wanted to be clear that that's what we heard from staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, can I ask a point of information through you to staff? Chair? Thank you. I'm just looking for some clarity and following up. I think it was on Armin's comments around just looking so that everybody has the same information, that clarifying that the work is underway right now. There's more work in the feasibility study. Do you have a sense of timeline around what those sort of steps look like? Like how big is the scope of the work to complete and look at the feasibility, right? To think about phasing the work, to do things like going through procurement, planning, et cetera. Like, can you maybe phase that out a little bit? Because there's the $700,000 that is allocated in this capital plan already. That work money is going to be spent, but can you give us a little bit more of a sense around that?
We're starting in earnest actually on August 15th. So we've actually got a committee together to actually start looking. So there'll be other folks from the city that will be part of our group. So we'll have a pretty good idea, pretty well by December, what the cadence of that work is going to actually look like. But if I were to take a guess, we look at accessibility, you look at the kind of upgrades that we're looking at. We're not going to have the funding available, obviously, to start the work, in earnest, but we could probably have a fairly good plan by the spring. We could probably have a very, very concise plan by the spring. Yeah.
Okay, and is it conceivable we could start working, if you have a plan, and then council approves the plan, and if that plan is funded, depending on what that looks like, fully, is it conceivable work could start in then 2026? I guess it would be, because we're
I think that's
down
what
to a
we-
matter of months then, I think, between
Correct.
this capital plan and the next capital plan, literally,
Correct.
right?
We couldn't procure anything either, right? So we would have everything ready to go, but we couldn't actually physically procure. Yeah.
Okay, and then a quick follow-up point of information that we'd still have to do procurement, if I can, Chair, through you, and that money would be spent in that next capital plan, because that's when we would actually be doing the work, like just based on what you're laying out, right? That's when the bills would come and it would need to be paid, basically?
Correct.
Okay. That makes sense to me, and that was why the amendment was crafted. So thank you for the point of information. That was why the amendment was crafted that way, and I just think it's helpful to everybody to lay out the steps. I often wish, and my comments on this would be that things move faster coming from private sector, and I wish they did, but I'm learning there's a lot of processes, particularly with old buildings and other steps. So I just wanted to kind of level set on some of that information. And to Councillor Fry's comment around spending money on FIFA, I think that was the last council that made that decision to participate in FIFA. So again, just level setting on facts and putting it out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry, you're jumped on the queue.
Yeah, I mean, since the FIFA thing was brought up, there's actually in the midterm capital update, there was a significant amount going to the amphitheater upgrades in time for FIFA, and that wasn't contemplated in 2019.
Chair, point of information, if I can, just in terms of...
Point of information is not...
Oh, sorry, a point of personal procedure, I guess. Sorry, it's been a while on some of these points. Can we get clarification that the amphitheater project and what was presented to council is proceeding because of the value of that project on its own merits? It's not being done specifically for FIFA or being done in time for FIFA. It's being done because that project had its own merits. I just want to make sure we keep here on facts. So can we get that fact checked with staff?
Manager to respond.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Confirming this sequencing. Okay. Councillor Fry.
Yes, so by spring 2026, as the report indicates. Yeah, so just to be clear then, I just, in support of this amendment, I just want to level set that, yes, there are major upgrades necessary for the Fire Hall Theater, but I think what we heard loud and clear, I mean, I think what needs to be the most salient point is around accessibility. You know, for those of us who have been to the Fire Hall Theater, and let alone for those of us who are here and heard the firsthand testimonials about the lack of accessibility and the shame felt and the challenges that presents, it is about accessibility. And so let's make that the focus. And I appreciate this amendment for at least naming that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. We will move to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. And that passes with unanimous support. Thank you, Councillor Carr. We'll go back to the amendment Q1, which, Councillor Carr, you still have the floor to the amended amendment.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to just speak to the final thing.
Okay.
I'm fine on.
Okay, so seeing no one else in the queue, we can go to a vote on the amended amendment. And that amendment does pass with unanimous support. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. We are now moving back to our main queue. And Councillor Kirby-Young, you have the floor to speak to the amended motion.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Klassen.
No, thanks very much. Made my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
We're on the final as amended. Yeah. Yeah, just to make it very clear that this has been a frustrating process. It's always exciting when you look at a midterm update to the capital plan and staff puts forward the opportunity for councillors to provide some extra direction. And it was a $20 million budget that was stated as having some opportunity for council to identify the priorities. And it came as a surprise. There was no advance warning. We thought it was going to that would happen today, but instead on that day, June 26th, the mayor and all the ABC councillors put forward their amendments to this budget totaling exactly that $20 million, which meant that councillors Fry, Boyle, and myself had no opportunity to provide any input on the plan. And it's very on the update to the capital plan. And it's very clear, as you can see, that the capital plan is a very difficult piece of work to amend without knowing what the sources of funding are, as my question around the sources of funding for the waterfront plan that was voted on by the park board last night identified as. It's not just a matter of, yes, there's an amount of money. There are restrictions to many of the sources of money. And so it just simply wasn't possible to make or to find another source of funding in that plan. And that is the source of frustration, knowing that there had been, as I say, $20 million that we could have chosen at that time to use more fully around the needs of the Fire Hall Theater, but also other needs. I just do want to also, though, thank staff for that identification of that funding. That I think is a very generous offer to council to say, look, there is some money here where you can tell us what you are really prioritizing that that otherwise we would not necessarily. I really want to thank the speakers for coming. It really makes a difference, I think, in democracy to hear from the public and the people affected by decisions that we make. And in general, I really like the fact that our capital plan goes to the public and that the public votes on our capital plan at every election. It is an opportunity to review really the kind of priorities that a council has in terms of the 4 years for a term of office. So with that, I'm frustrated about the process, as I say, that around the allocation of that extra 20 million. But I'm supportive of staff's work on the capital plan and the identification also of elements of that plan that have to do with tree canopy, with climate action, with safety in housing, in terms of resilience for people. We know people, over 100 people died in this city during the heat dome, most of whom just were in buildings that did not have any kind of cooling. So there is work in this plan that will be funded that will make the city more livable and safer, and I appreciate that. So reluctantly because of process, but supportive of the staff work on this, I will support.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of comments. I just realized that in terms of the broader, the fire hall is a very important component, but we also have a fulsome capital midterm update. And I just wanted to provide a couple of comments on that and appreciate the work. It is an opportunity to look at emergent pieces and opportunities. We see things like the rapid bus improvements where we receive sometimes, we have capital adjustments because we're successful in securing funding from senior levels of government, and such as the almost $11 million that we got from Mayor's Council to advance the 4 priority bus corridors that are moving forward and will be completed by the end of 2026 with 4 of them: Granville, Kingsway, Hastings, and 49th. And so it's great to have those opportunities and see them adjusted here. And I think it's also an opportunity that staff are responding to the priorities of this council. There's a lot going in here. I appreciate in terms of adjusting our aging infrastructure. We heard about sidewalks. Sidewalks might not seem sexy, but they are super important to people. And so we've had a lot of conversation today about accessibility. And when you have those tree roots growing up, or sort of they're starting to really push up, that can be a huge issue for people with mobility challenges, for seniors, and for others. And so to have that opportunity is great. It's also a recognition of projects. For example, it was contemplated that there could be childcare with the aquatic center. That was deemed not to be feasible. So it gives us the opportunity to make sure that the money is used for a lot of the purposes. So happy to see things in like investment in aging infrastructure like sidewalks. Happy to see the expansion of public plazas that are beloved. There's a lot of the BIAs that are doing some great programming, and they're becoming go-to spaces for communities. And as people increasingly don't have access to their own outdoor space, people are living in smaller spaces. It's a point of connection and community place for people to sit. And so I think there's a lot of good pieces in here. I really appreciate that. I'm also always listen acutely to the comments around the table. I do think it's important to reiterate that so that we have a lot of members of the public listening on comments about things like the Peony Amphitheater. That project stands on its own merit in terms of the business case, and finishing that on that timeline also puts less financial loss on the PNE, because they're not losing a couple of summers without the outdoor concerts. They're getting the parking area back that is a revenue generator where they have to provide staging materials, et cetera. So there was a whole case that went into that one. And then with respects to the comment around the capital plan, it's really something that each council inherits one, and then each council gets to set one. And that really rests entirely with council and reflects the priorities of the council of the day. The electors don't vote on the capital plan. They actually vote on the borrowing authority and capability, which is only part of the capital plan, right? So it's the part that is borrowed, not necessarily the component that comes from DCLs or CACs or senior level government funding or all those other inputs that go into the capital plan. It's sort of really the borrowing piece. So I always find that these are really good discussions to have around the council table because it's good for the members of the public to be able to see and understand that. But I want to appreciate staff for the work, and I'm happy to support the midterm update. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. So with that, we can go to a vote on the amended recommendations. And that passes with unanimous support. So thank you very much, Council, and thanks very much to the staff team for the work on that item. I'm going to propose, Council, maybe that we take a break for 30 minutes at least. There is dinner here, and we do have speakers and more items to cover tonight. So if that, or we can go the full hour. I'm looking for. Yeah, I've heard from some members that a break is needed. We've been going nonstop with not very much time to break, right through in camera. So I'm going to say that we do take a break, 30 minutes or 60 minutes. Okay. Great. So we're going to come back at 5:30 to finish off the agenda. Okay, so welcome back. We are going to continue on with our council meeting agenda from today, and we are at item 3, Vancouver's next climate plans. And before we get started, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? And seeing none, I will hand it over to our team who has the presentation.
There we go. Great, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm Brad Bedelt, Director of Sustainability with the Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability Department. I'm really pleased to be here today to share our annual 2024 update on our climate work, as well as the proposed scope for the city's next 5-year action plans. Before I dive in, I'd like to first acknowledge that we are on the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. I'm thankful and grateful to live, work, and play on these lands that they've stewarded for thousands of years. I think we're all well aware that Vancouver has a long history of climate action. It can be difficult at times, though, to see the impacts or shifts that these actions have resulted in. But if you step back and look at the difference from the city 20 years ago to the city today, the shifts are dramatic. 20 years ago, electric vehicles were very, very rare in the city. They were a novelty. Today, nearly a quarter of all light-duty vehicle sales in Vancouver are for EVs. As we speak, many gas stations across the city are installing EV charging, something that would have been unimaginable just 10 years ago. The shifts in the building space are probably even more dramatic. 20 years ago, our buildings were not very efficient here in Vancouver and elsewhere. Today, we've improved efficiency by 80 to 90% in those buildings, and many of the new buildings are relying on clean, renewable energy for their heat and hot water. 20 years ago, most people used a vehicle for their trips. Today, it's just the opposite. Most people walk, bike, or take transit. All of this to say that we are making headway in Vancouver. We have built a lot of momentum, and the challenge and opportunity ahead of us is to build on that momentum and continue to accelerate these shifts. At the same time, we're already seeing the impacts of climate change here in Vancouver and BC. To the question of why do this work, we're already seeing why. At this moment, there's 300 wildfires burning in BC, wildfire smoke warnings across much of the province. In the last few years, we've seen a number of events like this. In 2021, the extreme heat dome was the most fatal climate-related event in Canada. The atmospheric river that same year nearly cut off the main access route to Vancouver and the Lower Mainland. And last year was the most costly, damaging wildfire season in BC history. This slide here presents the latest carbon pollution emission data for the city. There's 2 stories on this graph, and this is community-wide emissions, not just corporate emissions. This graph really tells 2 stories. The first one is that we've cut carbon pollution by 17% compared to 2007. That's a significant reduction, one that puts us ahead of many North American cities. That reduction has come at the same time that the city's population has grown by nearly 20% and that our economy has grown by even more. The second story here is that we're still not on track for our targets. So if we implement all of the remaining actions in the Climate Emergency Action Plan, we're on course for a roughly 40% reduction by 2030. Again, a significant reduction. The opportunity now is to build on that momentum and try to close that gap. Before I dive into the 2024 highlights, I wanted to just briefly mention some of the other benefits that come from climate work. When we talk about climate work, we often focus on GHGs and carbon pollution. There are a number of other benefits that come from it. So the photo that's on this slide is of the Vienna House. It's a rental housing project under construction in East Vancouver. It's a partnership between the city, the province, and More Than a Roof Housing Society. It's being built to the Passive House standard, so it's going to emit very little carbon pollution. But for the renters in this building, what they'll probably notice more is low utility bills. They'll notice clean air, even during a wildfire smoke event. And they'll notice quietness, despite being next to Victoria Drive and a SkyTrain line. I'm going to shift gears now and look a little bit at the successes we've had over the past year in our climate work, and then I'll move to looking ahead to 2030. I'll start the highlights by looking at our carbon pollution actions, and I'll say this is something that we've shared every year for probably 15 years now. So just a quick reminder, the Climate Emergency Action Plan, which was approved in 2020, is built around 6 big moves, and it really focuses on the 2 biggest sources of emissions in Vancouver, the first being buildings, which make up about 60%, close to 60% of our emissions, in transportation, which make up around 37%. So there's 4 success stories I wanted to point out here. The first is to do with enabling mass timber. This is referring to a council approval earlier this year for mass timber incentives for development applications. That approval sent a clear signal to the market that we expect will result in lower embodied carbon and over time potentially reduced construction cost. The second one is the domestic hot water regulations, which were approved in June. Signals a transition to highest efficiency water heating equipment with potential savings in terms of carbon emissions of up to 15,000 tons by 2030. The third success is to do with EV charging, also in June. It was the approval of a report that provided more flexibility for use of city streets for third parties, including BC Hydro, to install EV charging. And what that did is it enables an expansion of our public charging network without relying exclusively on city investment, opening it up to other partners to do that work. The last success to highlight is the Water Street pedestrian zone pilot, approved earlier this year and of course implemented in early summer, meant to enable more pedestrian movement and really bring a lot more vibrancy and inclusion into that neighborhood. And as anyone can attest who has been down there this summer, it's been a really big success to date. A few areas of partnership and advocacy I'd like to highlight. This is an area that we're trying to strengthen in our work. And recognizing the city's role. So the first one is a BCUC decision earlier this year regarding renewable natural gas. The city, along with a number of other local governments, participated in that. And it led to a decision that had 3 parts. One was to continue with the voluntary RNG purchase program. The second was to approve a blending of RNG in the base rate for all Fortis customers. And the third was not to support the use of RNG in new construction, which enables it to be used where we really need it, which is in existing buildings and industry. The second piece I'd like to highlight is the provincial housing legislation, which, along with the Vancouver plan, along with the R11 multiplex zoning, has really given a big boost to Big Move 1 for our climate work. The last one I'll speak to, which council might be a little less familiar with, is earlier this year, the city through engineering clarified that we do not require underground servicing for multiplex applications. The reason this is significant is because it really then makes the decision simpler. The decision to underground or overhead goes to BC Hydro. The result of that is we're seeing less pad-mounted transformers and we're seeing faster processing time. Right now, we're seeing less than half of the multiplexes triggering pad-mounted transformers, and we're seeing processing time on par with our own processing time for multiplexes. There's more work to be done in this space, but it was an encouraging first step. I'm going to shift over now to the climate adaptation side. I'll highlight some of the actions we've implemented over the last year in this space. So a quick reminder here, Council saw the adaptation strategy just in March, but it's built around the 5 biggest climate hazards facing Vancouver: extreme heat, poor air quality as it relates to wildfire smoke, drought, extreme rainfall, and sea level rise. And those 5 hazards are all nested within our hazard and vulnerability risk assessment. So 3 success stories to share. In this one, the first is the Hazard and Risk Explorer, which is a story map developed by our colleagues in VIMA. What it's meant to do is share the results of our HRVA of the hazards with Vancouver residents, and maybe more importantly, provide them with tools and resources so that they can improve their own resilience in response to those risks. The second one is our Climate Friendly Buildings Advisory Committee. It's a committee made up of residents living in multifamily buildings, everything from affordable housing, rental to strata to co-op, and the purpose for that committee is to work directly with residents to inform our building policies, particularly around cooling and reducing overheating in these buildings, to develop policies that will work with the occupants that are living in these buildings today. The third one is the Tatlow Park Stream Daylighting Project, which is a really neat project. It's really turned this park into a great place for families to go. It was funded in part with a $19 million federal grant we received 2 years ago. And in addition to being a great addition to the park, it provides more rainwater capacity and also cleaning of that rainwater before it exits into Falls Creek. 2 partnership and advocacy actions to highlight in this one. The first one is an indoor air temperature report and survey. It's a partnership that we had with the BC CDC and the Vancouver Coastal Health, a partnership also with many Vancouverites. It was a citizen science project through which we got 6,000 indoor temperatures from across the city. Super helpful because we know outdoor temperatures and how it shifts across the city, but indoor temperatures are really important to us, and gathering that information helps us understand which buildings, which age of buildings, which solar aspects we really need to focus on to tackle overheating. The second highlight is a $5 million grant we got from UBCM earlier this year to provide cooling and clean air upgrades to two community centers, the Kensington Community Center and the Carnegie Community Center. Both will provide much needed refuges for those neighborhoods. One last note on the annual highlights. We've got a dashboard that we've left a copy of on each of your desks that provides more details about the work that's been done and some of the indicators. Happy to answer questions on any of that material. All right, shifting gears now to have a look ahead at 2024 and 2025, as well as looking out further to 2030. So our two climate plans today, the Climate Emergency Action Plan and the Adaptation Strategy, they both take us to 2025. All that to say, we have lots of work still in the hopper, lots of work to bring forward through those plans. This slide here shows the council reports that we've got line of sight to through to the Q2 next year related to mitigation and adaptation. I'm not going to go through it in any detail, but again, happy to answer questions. It just gives a sense of the breadth of the reports that we have kind of in the hopper right now. But that being said, we do know that our plans end sunset in 2025 and that we need to extend out beyond that. The question of why do we even need plans? There's a few reasons for that. First of all, it provides us with a transparent roadmap for council, for staff, and for the public to follow. A plan helps us prioritize and focus our efforts. And lastly, it gives us a tool to report back on in terms of tracking and accountability. In terms of our two climate plans, we've drafted a vision here. I'll go through it now. Our climate plans are meant to identify the impactful actions the city will take to reduce our carbon pollution and also to prepare for the impacts of climate change. Responding to this challenge gives us an opportunity to come together to create a city that is healthier, safer, more equitable, affordable, and resilient. And the words of this vision were chosen intentionally to capture some of those objectives that we're working towards. So a bit more about these objectives. You, first of all, might recognize the images from our Women for Climate program, which has been a real success over the last few years. The objectives that we're putting forward, the first is integrated. It's the first time we've brought together our mitigation and adaptation work at the same time. We get asked about it by public and sometimes by council kind of interchangeably between the two, so there's a real value of bringing them both forward at the same time. The second is responsive to the changing context we face now compared to 2020. An example would be housing affordability is a much higher priority now, and that will be reflected in our climate planning work. The second piece is responsive to the plans of senior government. Metro Vancouver, the province, the federal government all have mitigation and adaptation plans that we work with. The third is meaningful. The intent is to bring forward a short list of impactful actions, not a laundry list. The third is achievable, to recognize the city's role in physical constraints. The plan should support social equity and reconciliation. And lastly, the plan should be informed by the public, informed by partners, informed by other organizations across the city. This slide's a little bit busier, but I'll unpack it. This speaks to the project deliverables, what we want to do with these plans. The first piece is that the two plans are meant to be brought forward to council at the same time. The two plans are meant to be coordinated and really speak to one another. And we're aiming to bring the two back to council on the same date. In the mitigation report, we are looking to update the targets for big moves 1 and 3, particularly to make them more measurable and achievable. We're looking to bring forward city control targets. We think this is an important piece to really shine a light on what does the city have control over and what do we not. And we're proposing around 2 to 3 new actions in the plans that would build on some of the existing work that we've been doing. On the adaptation side, it's quite similar, setting milestones and goals, setting city-controlled indicators, and likewise bringing forward priority actions in these plans. Both of them would have partnership and advocacy goals, recognizing the city's role in this, and both of them would have a financial framework. Essentially, the work that we've been doing through the climate budget would be brought forward and updated with these plans. The next slide speaks a bit to what's in scope and what's out of scope. What's in scope is more or less what we've been focusing on over the last 4 years. One notable shift, we're proposing to move Big Move 6, which is focused on carbon sequestration through natural assets like trees, moving that into the adaptation side. Trees' primary benefit is for cooling, and there's a lot of rainwater benefit as well, so we think it's a better home in the adaptation strategy. In terms of what's out of scope, I'll first say that we're trying to be really strategic and not duplicate work and really focus our work. So there's 5 items here that are listed as out of scope: local food, dietary choice, food waste, consumption-based emissions, and biodiversity strategy. There's a mix of reasons for why we're proposing, but some of them are advanced in other pieces of city strategy. Some of them we don't think we have the tools or levers to make a difference on, and some of them actually don't make that much of an impact when it comes to our climate goals. There's a few elements that are going to inform the plans. I'll speak briefly to them. On the technical side, we'll be doing things like carbon pollution modeling. We'll also be doing financial impact modeling. So how will this impact residents as far as costs and savings, and bringing that information forward to council? Economic impact study is similar. How will this impact businesses across Vancouver? And the cost of inaction, if we do nothing on this work, what's the cost in the future to the city and to residents? In terms of engagement, the public engagement is meant to be fairly modest. This is seen as a refresh of our climate plans, not a starting from scratch. We're also looking to engage with experts, stakeholders, other levels of government, First Nations, and utilities. In terms of timeline, we are aiming to bring this back to council in July of 2025. It sets us up well for 2026 to start implementing. There's a few council touch points on this. We'll provide an update to council before we start engaging with the public, which we're proposing to do this fall. We'll bring it back in March of 2025 with a draft summary of what we're proposing and what we've heard from the public, and then aiming for July with the final plans. So before I close, I do want to speak to a couple of opportunities that we see with these plans. The first is we've got the opportunity to keep the ball rolling, to keep building on the momentum that we've got as a city, and to move us closer to those targets and to continue to improve our climate resilience in the city. There's a couple ways we see doing that. One is continuing to use our most impactful policies. I'll speak a bit more to that in the next slide. Also being transparent about our challenges. We're not alone in this challenge to hit a target. I think it's fine for us to be transparent about it and share our learnings and successes with others. We have a real opportunity to clarify the city's role in this work. It's a question we hear from council, we hear it from the public as well. What's the city's role relative to other levels of government? There's a few ways we can clarify that. One is through city-controlled targets. A second piece is to continue aligning our work with provincial regulations in particular, but also regional and federal. And lastly, to really call out those advocacy pieces where we can push towards senior governments, whether it's funding or policy action at that level. We have the opportunity to support a smooth, efficient transition from fossil fuels. There's a couple pieces to this. One is that continue to be outcome focused, whether it's electricity, whether it's renewable natural gas, whether it's neighborhood energy that's drawn from a sewer or drawn from a server heat. There's lots of opportunities here, and I would say it's the outcome that we're focused on. Recognizing that electrification is still a big part of this work, continuing our work with BC Hydro to remove barriers and to support that local energy supply. We have the opportunity to build a plan that considers the city's budget. There's a few ways to do that. One is look at opportunities to regulate. Regulation is one of the most effective, cost-effective ways to advance this work. It is nearly impossible to incentivize our way through this plan. The second is to clarify those expectations for senior government, and thirdly, to look for new revenue opportunities where possible. We have an opportunity to create a plan that supports affordability. The image here is not an accident. It's an image from a bus. It's public transit. We know that supporting active transportation and transit in particular is a great way to save residents money. We have an opportunity to bring down costs by building capacity in the industry, particularly the construction industry, as we're doing with the mass timber incentives. And lastly, providing support where it's most needed. We have an opportunity to bring others along with this work. In some cases, it means centering on disproportionately impacted communities. An example would be working with seniors when it comes to extreme heat and making sure that our actions are really focusing on seniors as one particular group. And providing opportunities for everyone to have a role in climate action. Working with communities that we haven't reached out to as well as we could have in the past, using different forms of translation and different communities partners. To close, we've got an opportunity to take climate action now that's really shaped around the needs and the values of our city and not be responsive to the future based on other levels of government. I'll close just by calling up the two recommendations that are before you today. The first is to direct staff to be guided by the objectives, scope, and process described in the report before you to develop the city's next 5-year climate plans and financial framework to reduce carbon pollution and improve climate resilience. The second is that direct staff to report back with the proposed plans for council in Q3 of 2025. With that, thank you. We'll open it up for questions.
Great, thank you very much. So this is our chance to ask questions of staff on this update. And Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. I always love these reports. I do have a number of questions around, you know, and thanks for the honesty, I guess, really. Minus 17%, possibly now we could get to minus 40% in emissions by 2030. What would be the most impactful way, like, of the different choices we have? I mean, you've said buildings and transportation are the two biggest sources of emissions. So what would be the most impactful choices we could make as a council to give us the best chance to get to that minus 40% that you're now saying we should go for rather than minus 50 by 2030?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So it's buildings and transportation. That's clear through the data that we have, and it's really building on the roadmap that we've been operating off of for a few years now, and really that other cities across BC and Canada are also operating on. So in terms of buildings, we've done a great job on new construction. I would say that work is largely done in terms of making those buildings much more efficient, and then transitioning to low carbon fuel choices for those buildings. Existing buildings are a challenge. It's something that we're proceeding with at a pace that we think residents and industry and owners can work with us on. So continuing that work to advance it. In the transportation space, as I said, EV sales are taking off. So the challenge there is making sure that everybody has access to charging. It's not necessarily the city installing that charging, but making sure the network is getting built out. And then, of course, the active transportation and transit work is super important as well.
What's been so good about the new construction, the regs that we have developed, and particularly you're saying, you know, we're getting to low carbon and low carbon fuel sources. So maybe define what those are and what is it about the rules around new construction that have, you know, brought down our emissions so far?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. Sean can feel free to join me, our Green Buildings Manager. I think the success in that space has been providing a really clear regulatory roadmap for designers, builders, developers, a roadmap that is now the energy step code, a roadmap that is now the zero carbon step code. When you see that 30 cities have now stepped into the zero carbon step code, virtually, I've lost track of the number that are in the energy step code. It's that kind of roadmap that builders and designers really appreciate. I would say the focus on efficiency first is really important. Make the buildings better before you start to look at the fuel source. And then lastly, of course, looking at that low carbon fuel. So it's a really clear roadmap.
How would you define low carbon fuels? Like what are the choices?
Yeah, it depends on the location. So often electricity. We have hydroelectricity here, which is very low carbon. In some cases, it's district energy. With the advent or the increase in rebates for solar and batteries, we might see shifts in where that electrification is coming from, but those would be the two main sources. RNG for existing buildings is likely going to be super important as well.
So that's in the retrofit of existing?
Correct.
Or just for existing, but not for new builds?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I've got some other questions. Can I move for a second round?
Seconder?
Great. Oh,
yeah. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed, say nay.
Thank you. So in terms of you're saying local food, that local food waste, there were other plans, right? But I'm concerned about the local food and the growing concern that people have around food security, given the global, we import most of our food, and the global production is threatened by severe climate change in especially tropical and subtropical countries.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carr. So absolutely. I mean, we saw with the atmospheric river, the vulnerability of our food system to getting cut off with an event like that. We can certainly take that away for something that we consider. I think you'll see more action in that space in the Healthy City Strategy, which is being updated right now. Local food is central to that strategy. So that might carry enough on its own. We can certainly take it away as something we consider for our adaptation work.
Right, right. Okay, and food waste is being covered under the zero waste program. You're confident about that?
Correct. Zero waste is absolutely well covered in the zero waste strategy.
Big Move 6. Actually, no time to answer the question. I'll come back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering if staff could comment or elaborate a little bit on the zero carbon step code and what we have today in place in terms of regulatory framework around new buildings, new construction, and you mentioned cities locally moving in this direction, but could you also comment on sort of the global landscape of what cities are doing?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dominato. Sean, do you want to speak to this one? Thank you.
So depending on the building type for new construction, we're at various places in our move to zero carbon. For low-rise residential homes, the greenhouse gas limits in place for those largely drive the electrification of space and water heating, and the sort of envelope performance requirements have reduced heating energy demands in those buildings by 90% compared to 2007 level code built buildings. So we're quite far along in that part of the market. In high-rise multifamily buildings, it's a little bit further behind. The greenhouse gas limits for the high-rises have reduced heating energy loss and improved efficiency by about 50 to 70%. And the greenhouse gas limit currently only requires the effective outcome is that you would electrify your space heating, or you would use zero carbon energy for your space heating, because it doesn't have to be electricity in those bigger buildings. You can use district energy, which comes from a variety of sources. Commercial buildings are largely decarbonized. So that's kind of where we're at with the new construction. We're pretty much there for low-rise detached homes. For the high-rise buildings, there's a little bit more work to finish up bringing those emissions down for high-rise multifamily, as well as the hotels. The hotels have there's some changes needed there, but that industry is primed to move forward. In terms of the global landscape, Vancouver continues to be a leader in this space. I think when you look at European cities, they're taking a variety of approaches, but it's a similar rate of change and levels of performance that we're requiring here that you see in new construction in Europe. Within the North American context, Vancouver's amongst the leaders, but what we see is everybody transitioning to heat pumps as a technology that not only decarbonizes the buildings, but also can provide that cooling benefit in the summer.
Appreciate that and that detail. So would it be fair to say that in context of whether it be cities in North America, you mentioned Europe, that as part of this energy transition, those cities are trying to move away from natural gas as a means of heating and hot water, and transitioning to you've mentioned electricity. There's other ways of achieving that as well, but by and large, moving away from natural gas because of the impact of methane and the impact of GHG emissions.
Well, in Europe, yes, they are definitely moving away. I mean, there's energy security concerns there that also play a fairly significant role. Europe got quite a bit of a head start in this work on us in terms of that transition to more efficient and lower sources of carbon. That's for the new construction. Similar cities and in Europe are looking for what's the appropriate role of gaseous fuels and how do we decarbonize those gaseous fuels. So that plays an important role for industry and some existing buildings.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Really appreciate the huge amount of work that staff have done so thoughtfully on this. I also have questions specifically about buildings, noting it's our largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. We've heard in previous presentations from staff that one of the pieces of feedback we hear from industry is about the importance of consistency and a clear direction for where we're headed. What would a change in our approach on buildings, zero emission buildings, mean on that front?
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So clarity and consistency is king when it comes to regulations. I would say many years ago, we were less based off of a roadmap. Changes would kind of roll out with each VBBL update. And what we heard from the industry at the time was they wanted to know where we were going. They wanted predictability, and that's essentially what we did with the zero emissions building plan and the VBBL changes. We signaled what was coming for industry. It worked so well that the province picked it up and created the energy step code. So it's the same thing. It's a consistent sort of ladder by which cities across the province can all opt in. Zero carbon step code is the same logic.
That's what I was going to ask next. So the province similarly is creating that consistency that industry has told us so clearly matters for them?
Correct.
Okay. I'm also wondering, because I think sometimes we, there are unintended consequences, of course. Well, let me think about how to ask that question. I guess I'm wondering about the retrofits required down the road for buildings that are built now in a way that doesn't align with where the zero carbon step code is going, or where we know we would likely need to go.
Councillor Boy, absolutely. So the province has been pretty clear that by 2030, they want all cities to reach a zero carbon level for new construction. Retrofits are expensive and they're really difficult. Through our retrofit work that we've been advancing through council, we're really trying to focus on the buildings that have the biggest bang for buck, or to work with buildings to provide them with that long-term plan to make those retrofits. But in general, if we can avoid a retrofit, it absolutely will save owners of those buildings money and time.
Okay, I think I'll leave my questions there for now. I have a bunch on the transportation side, but I'm leaving those for tomorrow's exciting presentation. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Montague, first round, and then we have a second round.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was reading the report, and I've had questions every time we get an update on SEEP or the targets that we're trying to achieve. The report says that the proposed approach will create a city that is, on page 3, it says equitable, affordable, and resilient. But what I continue to hear is that the opposite's occurring, and that our policies are unintentionally, of course, I believe, creating circumstances related to livability in Vancouver that are unfair, more expensive, and susceptible to the very problem we're trying to solve. So I've actually circulated an amendment.
You have the ability to move an amendment when the recommendations have been moved, and we do have a request for a second round. So I just wanted to let you know where the process is at.
Okay, so I have to wait for the second round, or
that's
Adrian Carr.
That
I
is
see
your
Councillor Carr
prerogative.
on the list, so I need to let her go first.
It's your choice because you're next on the queue.
I'll happily let Councillor Carr finish her questions.
Great, thank you. And then you can just go back on the queue. Thank you so much. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. The report does talk about equity and the plans that we need to pursue around equity, in particular, creating, I think, during extreme heat events, but especially extreme heat events, maybe other kinds of events too, that are impactful on human health, that we need to ensure that there are, that buildings will enable people to live through such events and not as many did during the heat dome die. So I'm going to just ask what the retrofit where are we heading on that? Do we have a priority on certain kinds of buildings or some public buildings around places for refuge? But basically, how are we getting to that equity point faster rather than slower?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'm going to answer a little bit. I'm going to look to Sean to speak a little bit more to the retrofit side, but there's a few different pieces to that answer. So it is a very obvious example of equity. The extreme heat dome in 2021, a lot of the people who died were seniors living alone with pre-existing health conditions. There's a few different ways that we're going about tackling it with other departments. One is trying to improve the range and opportunity for cooling centers across the city. On-the-ground programs working with neighborhood houses, literally kind of door-to-door outreach through community partners like that. We do have a retrofit program, which I'll look to Sean shortly to speak to, but it's a program that's really based on support for those buildings to make retrofits rather than a requirement or a regulation. The other piece that we're starting to look into now is what are quick, passive ways to cool buildings. So opportunities like white roofs, passive shading, other kind of quick and dirty fixes to try to cool buildings without a bigger retrofit. I'll look to Sean to give an update on the RARA program if possible.
Yeah, for our retrofit work, well, a number of years ago, we had quite a bit of work in the single-family space to normalize and encourage heat pump adoption. That was quite successful. We are now entirely focused on the multifamily buildings because those are going to be very, very hard to regulate. We're not looking at any, there's one small piece that we might be able to regulate there, but mostly it's going to require voluntary action, and that voluntary action, our work right now, again, focuses on those multifamily buildings because it's where, whether it's an entry level for a new home as a condo or rental stock or even non-market housing. So we have the two big programs that we have in place right now are the RAW program, which is the rental apartment retrofit accelerator, and the NRRG program, which is the non-market retrofit program. So those programs look primarily at sort of identifying the barriers and finding solutions to decarbonize those buildings and providing the supports to the owners to make those choices and move through those retrofits. Now that, when we can overlap that with cooling, we do, but some of those buildings, the cost of doing so exceed the resources we have right now.
Sean, you work a lot with people in the development industry. Can you maybe describe for council if you've seen any shift in terms of the industry itself actually getting on board with the changes that you're working with them on? And I know you are working with them, so you're pacing our changes at the pace I think that you're sensing a comfort level in industry. But I'd love to know how is the industry feeling right now, in your opinion, in terms of moving forward with both new builds and retrofits?
Well, where we're at with the retrofits, I think industry likes the clarity. It aligns with a lot of the investment pressure and interest that they're seeing in that space. So the clarity that we're providing there is really good. In that retrofit space, we're currently really focused on the commercial buildings and especially the office and retail, where the business case to do deep decarbonization is the best amongst all the retrofit opportunities, and so that's why we're acting there first. I think in the new construction, generally interest is people are quite supportive, like where we're at. There are concerns about us going further with the energy step code, so that's making the efficiency any higher because that could drive up costs, and we recognize that. But they're quite comfortable with the zero carbon step code adoption here in the city. Unlike some other communities, the electrical capacity for connections, they're not concerned about those. They're not seeing those on projects here in Vancouver at all. And with the proposed new extension policy that Hydro's trying to advance, should bring the cost costs down quite a bit for those buildings. I think one of the big benefits that groups see is as you move down this path, you need to look at the industry supply chain and you know, for people to make investments, set up businesses here, get new products designed, get them certified, get them into the distribution networks. That takes quite a bit of work. So that clear signal about what needs to be done, it facilitates that confidence in investment that's needed to meet an outcome down the road.
Sorry, yeah, thank you. We're all out of time. Thank you very much. Councilor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a couple more questions. Just with respect to our existing GHG limits on new construction, how does that work if you reintroduce, I know right now there's some permission around natural gas, but how does that work if you are wanting to do, for example, duplexes, multiplexes using natural gas to heat both heating and hot water? How does that work with our GHG limits?
Yeah, I can speak to this. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. So our current requirements, the building bylaw really has two pieces. Part 9, which is detached homes, townhomes. In Part 9, designers can take one of two pathways. The performance pathway really is outcome focused. There's a GHG outcome that they need to hit. How they hit that is their prerogative, which mix of sort of tools as far as envelope improvements and equipment they use is theirs. They are free to use some gas appliances. I would say it's quite limited to hit that GHG outcome, but we are seeing gas cooking or gas fireplaces coming through the Part 9 applications for sure, and some gas for hot water heating if the rest of the boxes are well ticked. On the Part 3 requirement, it's quite similar, although I would say at the moment it's a bit more permissive. So shifting towards more renewable, clean energy, but still allowance for gas in those buildings. And again, our focus is always on space heating and hot water, not on the cooking or ancillary uses.
Okay, great. And then just one more question in the context of, it goes to a question Councillor Boyle was asking around that certainty and the drivers, some of the driver around this is the provincial framework, which is the role provincial government, federal government to set standards to drive change in society. If the provincial government were to change in the fall and suddenly we were to see a different government in power and there was a change in terms of the climate strategy, would staff come back to us with a report back around, well, here's the change? I'm just, again, don't have a crystal ball as to what's going to happen, but if there was suddenly an overhaul or a shift, would that be something you would come back and say, well, there's been a change provincially and report back to council?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dominato. So answering a bit on the fly with this, because we haven't heard rumblings of a major shift like that, but right now the provincial requirement is that every municipality must be at Part 3 as a minimum across the province. If that were to shift through the election, it's certainly something that we would need to kind of process and bring back to council for consideration. It would be a massive change with the building industry across the province, so we would need to think about maintaining consistency with our own designers and builders, but also the landscape that was changing around us.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair, and my apologies for jumping the gun a little there. It's been a long day. So I have circulated an amendment.
So you're going to move the recommendations first?
I'm happy to move the recommendations. And
Second. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Meisner. And we'll move to an amendment Q1. And go ahead and pop yourself back on the queue, Councillor Montague, and we'll please introduce your amendment.
Thanks. Yeah. So the amendment basically would reiterate that we would allow natural gas in new construction for hot water and heating. And the amendment is basically to provide clarity around supporting and balancing council's priorities around affordability, choice, and resilient pathways to emission reductions. And with the ability to create more housing while still in harmony with provincial requirements. So I've spoken a few times here, like I said earlier, about the rapid increase in the need for electricity. I know the last a couple of months ago when our sustainability folks came in, I asked a lot of questions around the ability for BC Hydro to generate enough electricity. And my understanding is about 90% of our electric power comes from hydroelectric generation. And we're reliant on snowpack for that, obviously. but recent droughts have significantly reduced that snowpack, and in turn, our ability to generate electricity. As a result, we imported 20% of our electricity last year. Much of that electricity we import is GHG intensive. And I'm under the understanding that this year we could be looking at 30% import of electricity. We don't have a say how much or where or how that energy is generated and what the cost will be for people. So, and again, further to the energy resiliency argument, when the power grid fails because of climate issues, flooding, winter storms, moments of crisis, or natural disasters, we continue to focus on a single energy source. And how do you ensure access to power when we have those things happen? In 2022, there was a major shift in resource planning because after decades of flat energy demand, that demand has changed and is now rapidly rising. And that's due to population growth and market trends, and of course, increased electrification. As others rethink their approach, it's time we do the same. And the BCUC agrees that a collaborative, coordinated, integrated energy system is needed. The point I really want to make with this amendment, though, is that it goes beyond choice and energy security. This will actually unlock, I believe, will unlock home building and reduce living costs for people. People want to have the ability to choose how they cook their food, how they heat their spaces, and how they heat their water. But they also want the ability to have a choice around how much they'll have to spend to do that. Affordability and housing are top concerns for people right now. We hear that over and over and over again. And affordability comes when there's abundance of energy, not limited to one lone source. So, and we've heard that from BC Hydro directly, our staff directly, that natural gas has to be part of the solution. Our current policy, again, while well-intentioned, I think is causing significant increase in everyday living costs for people. And many of those costs will be passed directly to or will trickle down to seniors, renters, and those who can least afford them. We've been focused on a number of changes to help with the construction of more homes. And this is another one. I think it has been made very clear that limiting energy options is a significant barrier to creating more housing, especially much needed missing middle and multiplex housing because the costs are being driven way too high, higher to construct, higher to operate. And I believe this amendment will reduce that barrier. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. And that amendment was seconded, was it? No, I don't think so. Need a seconder for the amendment, please? Councillor Joe? Thank you. And Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I have a few questions that I'm hoping to ask of
Point of
staff.
information?
Yes, as points of information. Thanks. I'm wondering if this amendment would move us further away from meeting our climate targets.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. This amendment, there's a few potential outcomes. One, it would move us further away from our climate outcomes. I think that's fairly obvious. It would set us back thousands, potentially tens of thousands of tons of GHGs. It would cause some confusion in the industry. We've been pretty careful about signaling changes in the industry. It has the risk of creating retrofits in the not too distant future. And I would say, a lot of the work to do with BC Hydro has been happening over the last few months, particularly on multiplexes. We're seeing the processing times coming down to what our processing times are for those building permits. We're seeing the requirements for pad-mounted transformers, as an example, being much reduced. So that work is happening right now.
So my understanding is staff are doing good work with industry, with BC Hydro in addressing concerns and laying out a predictable, clear and consistent path forward. And this would create a bunch of upheaval on all of those fronts.
Councillor Boyle, it would cause a bunch of upheaval. The BC Hydro challenges, certainly staff has heard those from builders and designers as well. It's something that we've been putting a lot of priority on over the last 6 months, perhaps even a bit longer, working with BC Hydro on our own processes, as well as just trying to improve Hydro's processes to make the best use of the electricity we have right now and not trigger upgrades. So that's something we've been on for several months now, and maybe we could do a better job of sharing updates back with council on that work. But absolutely to your original point, that this would cause, I think, some challenges with applicants preparing to apply or in the queue in particular.
Okay, and move us backward rather than forward on climate.
On the climate front, it would move us backwards.
Okay. There are many others on the list, so I appreciate those answers. I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I won't be supporting this amendment, and there's a variety of reasons, but I mean, I think fundamentally, as a matter of good governance, this isn't the sort of thing to just introduce on the fly. Such a significant rollback of existing city policies, alignment with the BC STEP code, BC Clean Energy. There's a variety of reasons why this is just inappropriate to bring this out as just some kind of last minute amendment. And I would challenge that a lot of the information contained in this amendment is kind of inaccurate, and indeed to Councillor Montague's points about importing electricity in British Columbia. You know, we also export about double the amount of electricity that we import because we're part of an energy grid that goes all the way down to California and all the way over to Alberta. So it's part of the larger energy grid. So to pull that out of context really, I think, is part of a larger kind of misinformation piece that's coming out in this. And obviously there's a lot of information that comes from industry. If we're looking for cheap energy sources, I hear that oil is actually a lot cheaper than natural gas. So if we really want to go for cheap, we could go to oil tanks and heat with oil. But we know that it's moving backwards as far as our climate objectives. It's moving backwards as far as environmental health, as far as personal health. And fundamentally, this just takes us so out of alignment with everything that we're doing. I don't think that it actually does affect affordability in the way that's being proposed in this. I'm going to stick to the fundamentals that I think this is the wrong way to introduce such a significant policy change that, as Brad alludes, would completely upset the entire work that we're doing as a city with the industry, with builders, with BC Hydro. The amount of work we've been doing on these very goals, not just this council, not just the previous council, but the previous councils before that, going back to Sam Sullivan and the Clouds of Change, this is a direction that we've been taking as a city and leading the way. And the rest of the world is heading this way. So to take it backwards, really when we're on the cusp of actually delivering net carbon reductions and affordability, is just a colossal, I think, misstep. And I'm being generous in how I frame this, but I really do think that if one was to really seriously bring this intention about as a political party, say, I think that it should come with substantially more validated information and references and research than an amendment on the fly. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, so I'm also concerned about what I sense is misinformation in terms of the framing of this amendment. So I'd like to ask a few points of information through you, Chair, to staff. First of all, I think the 9% of imported energy that was stated is exceeded. Could you just let me know if it's exceeded by the actual exports, as Councillor Fry noted?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carr. I'll invite Matt Horner, Climate Policy Manager.
Asked, because I got lots of questions, please.
Excuse me, Matt Horn, Climate Mitigation Manager. So last year, BC was a net importer of electricity because of the drought that Councillor Montague referred to. On balance, over the past 15 years, we have been a net exporter of electricity because of the value of those reservoirs. What this year is going to look like, we still don't know according to our conversations with Hydro. So.
Okay. Councillor Montague said that we're importing energy that is, tied to fossil fuels and oil and gas. My understanding is that there is a preferential buying by BC Hydro of the energy we import. Could you explain that?
Historically, when BC would have been taking imports, it would have come predominantly from fossil fuels. What's changed a lot in the last few years has been the boom of solar in California in particular. So when we're importing electricity early in the year to allow the reservoirs to stay relatively full, BC Hydro is generally buying solar from California, which is in surplus.
Right, okay. Could you also speak to, and it doesn't matter which one of you speaks to it, but to the state of, I would say almost excitement in the industry in terms of moving forward with the new technologies, the new kind of zero emission building standards and that kind of thing. I mean, we've been to ZEEC, Zero Emission Innovation Center, meetings where I've just seen lots of excitement around these and the sharing of information about these new technologies. Sean, I think, or doesn't matter.
I'll take a quick shot at it. If I miss something, Sean, please jump in. Thank you for the question. So absolutely, through the Zero Emissions Innovation Center, it's a great example. We've had a longstanding approach of trying to shine a spotlight on those builders and designers that are at the leading edge of it, to learn from them, both the successes and challenges. We've had them tell us good stories. We've had them tell us there are certain barriers we were putting up, but to learn from those early adopters. And I would say there's a lot of interest right now in continuing to push the envelope. We're seeing it brought into even marketing of some of the buildings. The Passive House building downtown, that was brought into the marketing in terms of the quietness of the units and the quality of the construction. So absolutely, we're seeing that excitement, and we're doing our best to kind of shine a spotlight on it and have that those people share with their peers as well.
And in terms of the grid, BC Hydro is looking at, for example, really encouraging production, so decentralized production even. And we are just discussing today this plan that you're talking about, solar, for example. You put solar with heat pumps, you almost pay for nothing for your power.
Yeah, thank you. I'll give a short answer to it. BC Hydro has just put out the biggest call for power in years for clean power. We know that they're also upping the rebates for solar power and for batteries. BC Hydro is looking for a diverse, increased supply of electricity across the board.
Okay, so I'm going to speak against this amendment. I think it's absolutely, well, I should just hold my tongue. It's the wrong direction. It will take us backwards. At a time when the industry and when the public is moving forward, and when the provincial government and BC Hydro, the major supplier of energy, is moving in a unified way towards, especially for new builds, and making sure that we don't put gas and oil in, gas in, especially for hot water and heating, which is what this amendment calls for, which would then require huge costs in retrofitting, because the world is heading this way to decarbonize. Just read it. I mean, it is by necessity, if we care about our kids and their future, is absolutely the path we are on. So I cannot understand why we would even contemplate moving in this negative way when so much momentum and so much excitement is building in this city as a leader and on that positive path to decarbonize.
Councilor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And speaking to the amendment, just a brief commentary about my experience over the last 6 years. When I first decided to run for council in 2018, I developed my own framework of what my personal values were and priorities as a candidate. At the time, I didn't have climate on there. I did have walkable neighborhoods and a few other elements about livability. But one of the things I invested in over the 6 years on council, as well as being on the Metro Vancouver board, I took a real interest in learning more about the climate issues facing our our world, our country, and locally. And in taking an interest, I was invited to participate in 2 different board certifications around climate competency and ESG, environmental social governance. And I say that at the outset because I went on a really deep learning curve to better understand the issues. And while I won't be supporting the amendments, I appreciate that I'm part of a big tent party. And so I respect and appreciate the different views that will be shared by my colleagues here, but I have a different perspective to offer. I think we have to recognize and acknowledge that the point of time we're in today, there is a tension and strain with respect to competing priorities around affordability and climate objectives, and there is growing concerns about energy security. There's no doubt decarbonization and climate transition is going to take time, and from a pragmatic standpoint, we're going to need a spectrum of fuel sources for this transition, including natural gas. That being said, the residential sector, new builds specifically, is the easiest sector to electrify and really is the low-hanging fruit. BC and Quebec are hydro-rich. Now, I know we can't completely depend on hydro, but BC Hydro has acknowledged they'll require more power and are looking at innovative ways to support that. And they've highlighted that we're going to need to reduce our energy demands. Fortis has acknowledged that RNG supply is still quite limited, and the only way to offer it is through a blend with natural gas. And where I do agree with my colleague, Councillor Montague, is that we do need an integrated energy strategy going forward as a province. Vancouver has the benefit of having a moderate climate where electrification of residential sector and using heat pumps is manageable. This may not be the case and the same for transitioning off natural gas and fossil fuels in other parts of the province. And I think we need to acknowledge that even though we're not sitting in Prince George today, they do have different circumstances. And we are continuing to allow natural gas for cooking in residential and commercial spaces, which we heard was incredibly important. There are many building sectors that will continue to rely on natural gas, renewables, and other fuels, particularly transportation, shipping, and industry, heavy industry. I did hear, like my colleagues, that some of the smaller builders doing duplexes, multiplexes are having challenges. They're concerned about the added costs and around hydro connections, which is why I brought a motion to advocate that BC Hydro accelerate their work around the distribution extension policy. Cities around the world are moving to reduce and eliminate natural gas from new buildings. Montreal is the latest city in our country to move in this direction. Globally, BC and Canada are trying to aid countries reliant on burning coal to shift to cleaner fuels, such as LNG, but we can also take steps in our own backyard. And I can tell you, having been on some global forums, there are countries who are grappling with the fact that now we're in a world of EVs, and the only way for them to create electricity is to burn coal, because that's all they have as a resource. We are, as you noted earlier, in the middle of a wildfire season, and while wildfires are a natural process of renewal, they are starting earlier, they're lasting longer, and are effectively more unpredictable and harder to manage. There is a direct connection between the planet's increasing temperature, GHG emissions, and drier, hotter circumstances are making wildfires worse. We do have an opportunity to reduce our demand, to use zero emissions equipment, and to make smart buildings, such as passive cooling that was highlighted. And do we need to be concerned about energy security? Absolutely. We don't want to get into situations with rolling brownouts, but we also need to reduce our demand. Will there potentially be a point where we need to pivot around our strategy and our frameworks? Possibly. Today, I don't think this is the time to roll back on our regulations, particularly as we see greenhouse gas emissions worsening and impacting our climate and biodiversity. And we are seeing the development sector adapting, and we have many examples. You look at the PCI development at Boundary Hastings, they're electrified. The Ella building on Nanaimo, electrified, and they used Shark Energy technology to support renewables within the building. So from my perspective, I can't support this amendment because I think it takes the short view, and we really need to take the long view. And so that is where I stand today on this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I was hoping to ask a few points of information through you to staff, if I may.
Yes,
Sure.
go ahead.
Thanks so much. I want to zero in on the cost difference. I know it's come up a couple times today already. Can you give me a sense of the cost difference between a natural gas hookup for a multiplex building and if it was to be fully electrified? What does that look like?
We'll do our best, Councillor Meisner. So,
I know it's a bit of a complex question.
Yeah, so there are a bunch of question marks in that. I'll take a stab at it and look to Sean for gaps here. So multiplex applications, what we're seeing at the moment is about just under half of them are not triggering a pad-mounted transformer. The pad-mounted transformer is the biggest electrical cost associated with these multiplexes. I will say that that cost is built into the pro forma for multiplexes. It is assumed that they're going to incur the cost of a PMT. So under half are incurring that PMT. The PMT from BC Hydro is around $50,000.
Okay.
The ones that don't incur it, they're not incurring a whole lot of additional costs with electrification. If it's undergrounding, there's a little bit of extra cost with that, but the difference is not significant at that point.
Okay, so the difference between the underground gas connection and the underground electrical connection is negligible.
Would be negligible.
Okay, and you said 50% are requiring the pad-mounted transformer.
Less than 50%
Less
currently.
than 50%. Okay.
Yeah, so one second piece to this. So we have been working with BC Hydro on the distribution extension policy. They are looking at bringing the pad-mounted transformer cost into the blended rate for hydro customers. They haven't done yet because they don't have enough applications to actually do the math on what that looks like. But they have committed to working with us and other cities to look at blending that into the rate in the future.
So that means it would be covered through their monthly bill?
Correct, through the flat rate for your connection and through your monthly bill. So all users would pay, essentially.
Okay, that's interesting information. That's good to know. Thanks for that. And then my other question was around Clean BC. I don't know if you are aware or if you can confirm. I believe the provincial government is aiming to ban new gas furnaces, boilers, et cetera, by 2030. Is that your understanding of Clean BC?
Correct. They have signaled an intent to ban the sale of the gas heat pumps in hot water by 2030.
Okay.
Point of sale regulation.
And there was a comment earlier about the potential that we would be putting people in a situation if this amendment were to pass, that they would have to retrofit a building that was, say, 5 years old with a gas connection. Are you anticipating that legislation would require retrofits, or would it be just probably for new?
The 2030 legislation, if it's as it's been presented at the moment, it's point of sale, so it would not impact a house until that equipment failed. Where you would see the bigger cost is on larger buildings in particular that have a long lifespan. They would be faced with likely costly retrofit requirements, undoubtedly over the cost lifespan of that.
Okay. And one final question is, other cities in the Lower Mainland that you're aware of that have moved in this direction, are there any other cities that have essentially, banned natural gas for heating and hot water heating?
Yeah, a few pieces to this. So I would say 5 years ago, 6 years ago, Vancouver was absolutely leading. I would not say that is the case today. I would say the city is amongst the leaders, but we are certainly not leading. So the zero carbon step code, as an example, 29 municipalities across BC have adopted some form of zero carbon step code. To be clear, we have not yet. Of those, a number, I think it's between 5 and 8, Victoria, Burnaby, North Vancouver have adopted the highest step of the zero carbon step code. So that movement, New Westminster is another one, is happening. Vancouver has not adopted that yet.
Okay.
The energy step, we're at a higher step, but we're certainly not exceptional in that space at the moment either.
Okay, and just to confirm, that zero carbon step code adoption would not allow for any natural gas connection at all?
No, so zero carbon step code currently for the top step would not allow gas for heating or hot water. It would allow it for cooking or for other ancillary uses.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. That's it for questions.
Thank you.
Just on the amendment itself, totally hear the concern about affordability and choice, and there are outstanding, I think, questions around BC Hydro's capacity to supply the required amount of hydro and electricity for everybody to, transition to EVs, be on heat pumps. But I do have concerns about essentially taking a step backwards. And I do feel reassured from what I've just heard in terms of the potential blending of that cost of the pad-mounted transformer into hydro rates, and that gives me a lot of comfort. So unfortunately, I won't be supporting the amendment today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. So what and I've been following this file quite closely for quite some time. I used to write about it when I was a Courier columnist. Since 2010, with the Green Society Action Plan, we have set GHG reduction targets, and we have yet to hit a single one of them. And so we've been in the chamber here together in this term of council going on close to 2 years, and the report keeps coming back that we're not going to be meeting our targets. So to me, with the actual original motion talks about bringing back some work a year from now, and I hope what comes back with a thorough consultation or review of what we're doing, that we can actually achieve our targets instead of keep on sort of pushing it down the road, hoping that eventually we'll get there. BC Hydro right now has a heat pump rebate that essentially all of us are paying for through our rates. And the utility itself, as we know, with the cost of construction of Site C Dam and other infrastructure, has taken on a significant amount of capital debt that will take a long time to pay for. And again, these are all things that we ultimately pay for. In 2021, when BC Hydro and Clean BC were asserting that BC had a significant surplus of green electricity supply, which include a mix of low impact clean power, it was expected that we could actually exceed our exports to our demand through 2030. But then from Q4 2022 through Q1 2024, BC has become a major net electricity importer, and most electricity that BC currently imports is either coal or gas-fired and GHG intensive. And so the GHG per megawatt hour environmental cost to our electricity that we import is larger than the GHG per megawatt hour equivalent cost that we're directly burning natural gas to heat building space and water. So based upon that information, I conclude that this is really not a direction that poses a risk, because if we are actually calculating the amount of greenhouse gases that we are burning, this really nets out almost as a wash, perhaps even lower. Speaking to the development industry, I don't see a big rush for people who are building large buildings to be using gas for a heating and power source. But I do know that we have been hearing a lot from the people who are doing multiplex housing in our city, a policy that our staff have done an enormous amount of work to enable. And that policy itself is there, but the uptake on it is being hampered by the energy requirements of 4 to 6 to 8 unit buildings on blocks that don't have the existing grid in place and have a significant cost. And there's also not only the cost associated with the PMT, the pad mounted transformer, but there's also the square footage that that provides on top of the actual limited lot size. So these are just concerns that have been sort of laid out for me. But at the end of the day, we are talking about choice and affordability. And right now we have some of the highest cost of housing in the world, based upon people's cost of living here and the amount of income people make here on average. And I think the imperative to look towards affordability by also working on continuing the enormous number of measures that the city is already doing to try and continue to work to lower greenhouse gases. I think we can combine those two efforts together by getting more affordable housing and work on a plan that makes sure that we are reducing and incentivizing, asking the industry, as we pledged in our campaign platform, to come back with ideas on how to meet those targets rather than telling them what to do. And so I think we will see innovation that will spring from that and an opportunity to really tackle some of the real challenges of trying to reduce our greenhouse emissions. So I just want to really kind of set the table here by acknowledging the fact that hitting these targets has proven elusive, and we need to try and get on track to make sure we do that, but also making sure that we can afford to live in our city. Thanks.
Thanks very much. And we've got Mayor Sim, I think, online, do we? Mayor, if you're online, you'll need to turn your video on.
Yep. Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, or evening, whatever time it is there. I'll keep this pretty brief. I just want to thank Councillor Montague for filing this amendment, and I will totally 100% be supporting it. I think the amendment brings a balance, which is super important. Look, we all love the environment, and we all have a stake in the outcome, and we need balance. And that we also have an affordability crisis here, and we have a city where people can't afford to live here. Young, like the missing middle, are leaving. People are leaving our city, and people have given up hope. And I think this motion strikes a really good balance. It gives us additional options for different sources of energy to be put into homes. It also reduces the cost of building homes. Make no mistake about it, it does. And I think from a I do have a little bit of personal energy around this, given my upbringing. I remember moving with my parents to going to 5 different elementary schools in 7 years because we couldn't afford to find a place in Vancouver with a family of 5. And so if we're talking about equity here, there's a whole generation of families throughout our city who are leaving, who can't find places. And I do think that Councillor Montague's amendment does strike a balance where we can build more houses faster. And that's what we ran on as ABC councillors. But also, helping pursue, we're not giving up on, reducing our carbon footprint as a city. And I think this amendment strikes a really great balance, so I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Montague.
Thanks. I only got a couple seconds here, so
You actually have, because it's your motion, you have 5 minutes to close.
oh, okay. You know what? I agree wholeheartedly with the mayor on this one. He put it very bluntly. If you want to talk about equity and affordability, by not supporting this amendment, you're asking people who are struggling to pay more. You talk about heat domes. Well, if you can't afford the electricity to cool your home, if you can't afford to pay, can't afford to pay your bills and you get cut off, I just don't see the point. I'm struggling to understand why we're putting people who are vulnerable, who can't afford to live in this city, on the back burner. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just have one more point of information through you to staff, because we just heard that it would, I didn't write it down. I think the quote was, it would be cheaper to build new homes as a result of this amendment. I know we've done extensive financial testing, so I'm just wondering if staff can tell us if that's true or not. Oh, your mic isn't on. I just want to make sure we can hear in the
mic for staff, please.
Public can hear things.
Sean, the cost premium for new construction as a result of the energy and emissions requirements, do we have a sense of that relative to the land value and other construction costs?
The upfront costs to build a low carbon home are somewhat higher. It's true, you've got more insulation, you've got the added technology. I don't have at my fingertips the added cost of construction. I do know that we looked at the net cost of ownership, because as you move to a more efficient building and a more efficient heating system, the amount of energy you need goes down quite a bit. So you're using more expensive energy, but the overall cost of ownership is relatively unchanged as compared to what the requirements were back in 2007.
Okay, you're right. That seems like a better measurement. Thanks. That was all. I just wanted that information.
Sorry, can I get on the queue, please?
Yes, we'll We'll make sure you're on the queue there, Mayor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'm wondering if through you I could ask a point of information of Sean Pander
Yes, go ahead.
or Brad, but I feel like this is a Sean Pander question. It just occurred to me, I'm a little caught off guard by this whole conversation, to be totally honest, but it occurs to me that as we are positioning to build passive house type technology, obviously it's counterintuitive to put natural gas stoves in a passive house, but what would that do to people's human health? I mean, I understand the passive house does not allow for air infiltration in the same sort of way.
As we build more airtight homes, we're not building sort of full passive, but yes, the Energy Step Code and our regulations do require that increased airtightness, which helps control fire smoke as well. The use of gas for heating and hot water, though, because those are vented appliances, they don't, those emissions, it's not like cooking. Like when you cook inside, that combustion occurs within the house and it's not well vented. So if you use gas for cooking, it has a health impact. To be clear, when you're doing that for heating and hot water, because those are vented appliances, that the combustion gases go outside.
Yeah, I do think that Councilor Montague mentioned choice for cooking and stuff, so I just by extrapolation assume this includes.
Yeah, we currently allow gas for cooking within the home.
Within a passive home okay.
Well, we don't require passive houses, so yeah, when people build to a passive standard, they can make their own choice. It's not a requirement the city imposes.
Okay. Appreciate that. I am going to just come back to just the general comment that I feel that this is there's a lot of or there's a lack of information here. It feels like very back of the napkin kind of calculations as far as this amendment goes, and I'm a little astonished that we're even having this debate, to be honest, that this is coming forward, given the amount of work and the years of work and staff resources that have gone into developing our climate plans and our electrification and decarbonization plans, and working with industry and working with Zeke and all those different factors to have this. It does really boggle my mind, because I have yet to see an actual sort of tangible qualification that suggests this is somehow more affordable or less affordable. There's nothing in this amendment to suggest that. There's no references, there's no research. This is sort of almost like a hearsay kind of approach, and I'm going to have to, again, assert that this is really the wrong direction to be taking with this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Mayor Sim?
Hi, back again. This is a question for the team. And I'll preface this with the comment. I know, when people are looking to get into a home, a lot of people struggle with the down payment, the initial down payment to even get into the game here. So my question to our team is, we talked about, or you mentioned the fact that over the life of a house, the cost may be the same, but you weren't clear as to the additional upfront cost of one option versus the other, which could be significant, which could, even over the course of the life of the home, it may be, you can have a debate whether or not it would be negligible, but it may stop people from getting into the game in the first place. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sim. I'll take a stab at responding to that. The first response that comes to mind here is that the price of the home is really set by the market. It's not set by incremental construction costs. So it's really the market that determines the cost of that price that the buyer ends up paying and putting a down payment on. I think that's a really important piece here. It's the builder that has to deal with different costs incurred through the construction process.
Okay, but on that comment then, I've spoken to a lot of builders that actually won't build in Vancouver anymore because the numbers just don't pan out. So, you can also make the argument that builders are actually walking away, which is actually putting even more pressure on the cost of the remaining stock.
Mayor Sim, the numbers we're seeing to date for multiplexes are much higher than we had projected in the report, I believe. So those multiplexes are going quite well. We don't see an issue with builders being reluctant to build them at this point. I would also add that the PMT cost, which is the one that you will hear about, is built into that pro forma. So when they do not need to build the PMT, they're actually coming out quite a bit ahead of what was projected.
So, so is there, sorry, from a simplistic point of view, can you tell me what the step cost, like the initial upfront cost would be that a consumer would bear? Or the cost to build, I should say?
Yeah, the cost to build, Mayor Sim, I'll look to Sean Pander here to see if he can offer some response to that. Thank you.
It's been a while since we've looked at that number. The upfront costs of construction, not necessarily the purchase price, but the upfront costs of construction are higher when you're building a near zero emissions home. Again, it's that total cost to ownership is less. I don't have those numbers at my fingertip, and I can't put them in proportion to the overall costs. The cost to build in Vancouver are quite high, so the energy requirements again, we would have to bring those numbers back to you to help you take a more informed decision.
Sure. Well, maybe can I, the number that we've seen is around $80,000 per unit. Would that reconcile with your gut feel of where that number could be?
Mayor Sim, for multiplexes, no, that would not align with our understanding. So multiplexes, even with 3 units in a multiplex, the cost of a PMT being around $50,000, it would be much lower than that per unit. And I'll just add again that we're seeing less than half of the multiplexes triggering a pad-mounted transformer. So if you average that cost over all of them, well below that number.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. And yes, sorry, go ahead, Councilor Dominato.
Move a 10-minute recess.
Yes, do we need a motion? Do we need to vote on that? No. Do we? Clerks. Okay, any opposition? Not seeing any, so we'll go ahead and call the 10-minute. Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. So it's 7:10. And seeing no one else on the queue, we can go to a vote.
So Chair, sorry, can you see me there?
So I'm just to clarify where we are. So, yep, I see you there, Mayor.
Or can I get a vote assist if we're at the voting?
We have called the vote, so we can go ahead and vote on the
Can I
amendment.
please get a vote assist for to support the amendment?
Yes, we will do that. Okay, so you are in support for voting on the amendment. And that passes with Councillor Carr, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, and Councillor Meisner in opposition. It takes us back to the original recommendations now amended. And so we have a request to sever. I can probably guess where you'd like to sever. Sure. Okay, and would you like to, you're on the queue, Councillor Boyle, so go ahead.
Just asking to sever
Okay.
the vote on
No problem.
the additional amendment text.
So seeing no one else on the queue, we will go ahead and call the vote on everything except for the addition. And
Whoops.
the original
And can I,
recommendations without the amendment is the first vote, and the second vote will be the amendment, and that's how we'll sever. And Mayor, I can hear you there, so you'd like a vote assist?
yes, in favor, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Councillor Kirby-Young, good vote, please. And that passes with unanimous support. And then we will call the vote on the amendment. The added language, the severed vote.
And once again, can I please get a vote assist in favor?
Yes, thank you very much. And that does pass with Councillor Carr, Boyle, Dominato, Fry, and Meisner in opposition. And that does conclude that item. And so thank you very much, staff and council. We are going to be moving to our last item, but I need to just take a 3-minute recess while we switch over our staff team. And so we'll be back in about 3 minutes. All right, thank you very much for your patience there. We are going to be moving to our last item as our agenda item today, which is item 5, 2024 Community Services and Other Social Grants. Before we hear from questions to staff, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, this item does not have a presentation. Council members, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. And seeing none, we can move straight to our speaker. We do have one registered speaker, and we will move to our first public speaker, who I believe is calling in, and that is Anne Nineber.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks so much for calling in. You can start when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Annie Nauber, and I'm the Executive Director of Multicultural Helping House Society located in Vancouver. Multicultural Helping House Society is against the City of Vancouver's recommendation not to fund our application for a core support grant. We are located in Vancouver, and Multicultural Helping House Society has a 30-year history of consistently providing settlement and social services to vulnerable newcomers in Vancouver, including vulnerable youth, low-income seniors struggling to make Vancouver their home. Over the past year, Multicultural Helping House Society has provided services to over 1,500 Vancouver newcomers. The program that Multicultural Helping House Society proposed in its application to the City of Vancouver ensured that newcomers would make meaningful connections with 4 longtime residents in Vancouver and create a network that they can rely on as per the City of Vancouver's targets. As the city has rightly pointed out in its Healthy City strategy, having at least 4 people in the newcomer social network is important to achieve basic settlement outcomes for newcomers, that being to ensure basic access to food and shelter, help with connections and finding meaningful employment, enhancing self-confidence, ensuring that there is help during illness, healing from death or a life change, and also to enjoy life and relieve stress. However, this funding application has been recommended as not funded by the city. People in our community who use and rely on our services provided by Multicultural Helping House Society will be affected as a result of the City of Vancouver's decision. The City of Vancouver has consistently funded Multicultural Helping House Society in the past, which has enabled us to reach and benefit the community, as well as ensured that Multicultural Helping House Society can offer healthy human services, another Healthy City strategy goal. Multicultural Helping House Society would like to continue on providing services to Vancouver residents, but we need the support and partnership of the City of Vancouver moving forward. We would like to partner with the City of Vancouver and deliver services to its residents, as we really are stronger together. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in and speaking on this item today. Appreciate hearing your perspective, and that does bring us to the end of the registered speakers list, so thank you very much. Would someone like to move the motion, please? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Boyle. Is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young, were you on the queue to... I think it was a question queue, that's why. Let's pop you back on there and go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wonder if I can ask a point of information. I guess we can ask questions now, right?
Well, this is discussion. Oh, yes.
Because it's a staff report, so we can ask questions?
That was questions before the speaker. Yeah.
Sorry, I was a bit out of sync on the order. Maybe I'll ask.
No, yeah. So it's been moved and seconded, so you can ask point of information.
Great, thank you. Yeah, just a point of information through you, Chair, to staff, and that is I had a direct communication from a rep from Multicultural Helping House looking to better understand the process. And obviously, we only have a certain amount of grants to allocate, and not everybody is successful. But is there an opportunity to engage with them and provide some feedback or have some dialogue with Multicultural Helping House?
Yes, actually, I had, so Sonia Bianchi, Senior Social Planner for Social Policy Grants. I had a conversation with the Executive Director, who's the speaker today, just on Monday, giving feedback and providing some direction on the application, some gaps in the application, and then also the alignment to our programming. I also explained that there are many great programs that apply to funding to the city, and we unfortunately have budget restraints and aren't able to meet the needs of every applicant.
Oh, okay. So we have engaged with them, and they can follow up if they have questions.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Chair, similarly, was also contacted by Vancouver, and they're also interested to understand how they could improve their application, because I think they weren't eligible, and if they aren't eligible, maybe that needs to be clarified for future. But if that would be great for follow-up as well.
Yes, absolutely. We send out a notification prior to council and offer the opportunity for anyone to have one-on-one feedback, and we will do the same when we send our official notification after your recommendations.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So seeing no one else in the queue, we can go ahead and call the vote. And that passes with unanimous support. So thank you so much to our staff team and to the speaker who called in. So we are now moving to the section of our agenda where we have 13 bylaws for enactment. And we do not, yes. So would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 13, please? Thank you very much. And seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Notice of council members' motions. Are there any notice of motions coming up for standing committee meetings? And seeing Councillor Dominato on the queue, go ahead.
Yes, Chair, thanks. I called notice previously, but wasn't able to bring it forward. FCM resolution enhancing accessibility under the federal plastic straw ban for the standing committee meeting of September 25th, 2024.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I don't have notice of new business of motions, but I do have an item of new business. Just
okay.
Not seeing anyone else on the list for notice of motion.
Yes, you have a new business item. Go ahead.
Yes, so I circulated a motion. Let me just pull it up in front of myself too. We got here a bit faster than I expected. I circulated an item of new business of a change to the acting mayor and duty councillor schedules for September and November.
Yes, I see that is on the screen now. So you'd like to move that now?
Yes, would like to move that and just thank Councillor Meisner for taking over for that last week of September as duty councillor when I will be on an unpaid leave, and then also Councillor Joe and Councillor Klassen for sharing the month of November as deputy mayors.
Okay, great. And so can we have the seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So we also have one item of business today on the agenda for requests for leave of absence. So maybe I'll go through that, and then Councillor Dominato, I'll come to you. This motion has been circulated to council at the beginning of the meeting, is available on the screen. Would someone like to move the motion, please? Thank you very much. And any discussion? And I see Councillor Boyle, you're on the queue.
Oh, that's a holdover, sorry.
Councillor Dominato? Oh, okay. Great. So with all the, I'll put the question to a vote. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say, all those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. And any other new business items, Council? New business.
Inquiries.
Yeah.
Chair.
Councillor Klassen, is this new business? Okay, so for this Friday. I will note that there is a reserve date for this Friday, but there is also a Metro board meeting. And yeah. So I'm just going to stop you there if that's okay, just pause you, just to say that because we do have, I think at least 5 or 6 directors that will have to be at Metro, I think that reserve date will have to be considered accordingly. So is that, I'm getting nods from city manager and clerks, so you're free to move it, but I think a lot of people are not going to make that reserve date. So what do we need?
It was only just my
Flagged.
assistant trying to use some caution around that, that's all.
Is there any comment?
We received that request for tomorrow. It was past this morning's deadline. If you want to still have that considered, it'll be urgent business at standing committee tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So, council, are there any inquiries or other matters? Councilor Dominato.
Yes, Chair, thanks. Given that this is our sort of lone opportunity to do inquiries and other matters, we can't really do it at standing committee tomorrow. And we are breaking for a bit of a well-deserved summer break. I did want to just do a couple of acknowledgements. One, that just to recognize the service of two of our local MLAs who are not running again in the provincial election, that being MLA George Heyman, who was elected in 2013, and MLA Michael Lee, who was elected in 2017. I think they've both indicated publicly that they're not running again. And so I think just appropriate that we recognize their service to the community. And also because, again, we'll have a big August break. I also want to acknowledge the service of our colleague, Councillor Christine Boyle, as she will not be joining us for the September meeting. I know she'll be here tomorrow, but won't be here in September. She'll be on the campaign trail. And I think appropriately we should thank her for her service at this table and wish her luck in the upcoming provincial election. And so I just wanted to share that with her.
Thank you very much, Councilor Dominato.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Councilor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. And just echoing those two items from Councillor Dominato, and best of luck to Councillor Boyle in her election in Little Mountain upcoming. I just wanted to point out next week is Pride Week in the city of Vancouver, and I know we're all really excited about that. There's a couple events happening here at City Hall on Monday. We do have the proclamation reading and the Pride launch, which includes the raising of the flag next to the grassy area here at City Hall. So that it happens at 11:45 on Monday, and that'll be an exciting event for the community. As well, that morning there is a Pride flag raising at the VPD HQ on Cambie, or building on Cambie, and that happens at 10 a.m. So, and of course we have the festival and parade on the Sunday of the long weekend, and we'll see many of you there. So I hope to see many Vancouverites out celebrating inclusion and equality in our city.
Thank you very much for that recognition as well, Councillor Meisner. So seeing no one else on the queue, may we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you back for committee tomorrow.